Chapter 327, Qinzhou Alley. More than a month later, in the country of Dexian, a massive canyon winding and entrenching at the junction with Yunchuan continent, it was bustling like any other peaceful area. At the moment, an ordinary young man dressed in a gray robe was pacing in a stone street in the canyon, peering the shops on both sides of the street as he walked. It was Lu Meng who had left the Banqi sect. Lu Meng headed straight for Qinzhou Alley after knowing it from Gui Ruchuan. As a matter of fact, Qinzhou Alley, one of the 3 trade squares jointly set up by the sects of Dexian, was an alley of great reputation in Yunchuan continent compared with Weizhou Alley from old days. This was because Qinzhou, where the Xianchuan mountains were located, was closely adjacent to Yunchuan continent. In recent years, due to the battles and the pressure from the powerful sea race, the sects in Yunchuan continent had formed a union and jointly established Yunchuan League, thus the relations among the sects were not as hostile as ever before. Therefore, cultivators from continent often came to Qinzhou Alley to trade, who brought many special items that the country of Dexian didn't have, thus it attracted many rouge cultivators and families, making the place bustle and alive. The whole city was east to west in the canyon, whose buildings were either high or low in forms of storied houses and cabins. And all systems of facilities went great. By the way, whereas the country of Dexian was jointly set up by 5 sects, a smaller part of the city was under the personal supervision of the disciples of Jiuqiao sect, as it was the nearest one to the sect, while the other part was leased to families and rouge cultivators doing business here. Lu Meng did not get into the canyon a few days ago when coming down nearby, but he changed into a gray robe, putting all the items that could be recognized as one of Banqi sect away, making himself look like an ordinary rouge cultivator. At this time, Lu Meng had sold the skin of the fiendish python and its several tusks obtained at the suppressing demon tower in Yuanmo sect to several shops, in exchange for about 50,000 to 60,000 spiritual stones. Although the skin belonged to a beast of liquid advanced stage, it was quite a fitful refining material for soft armor. However, it was not a quarter as good as Lu Meng's red dragon leather armor. By the way, the python's tusks were not much in number, thus he sold it all after considering for a while, as he already had several good spiritual weapons additionally. Even so, the fiery eyes of these shopkeepers had expressed how precious the items were. After all, there were not many beasts of liquid stage across Yunchuan continent, not to mention the one between liquid advanced stage to advanced crystal stage. As for the fist-sized fiendish python's eye, Lu Meng had handed it over to an alchemist of liquid stage, who was well known in the trade market, to refine the alchemist's pills Wu Hua pill. He had studied alchemy refining from Fan Baizi in capital of the country of Dexian. Fan signified that python's eyes was a main material of middle-stage pills, which could be used to improve one's eyesight, to an extent of seeing through fog within several tens of meters, and was rather effective in cracking some matrix and dreamland. The eye was from a fiendish python in liquid advanced stage. Although the eye itself could improve eyesight, it was not as effective as a refined one. By the way, Lu Meng had enough experience in alchemy, with a success rate of 70% to 80%. However, he was at a complete loss as to what to do with Wu Hua pill, as it was an alchemist's pill. It was better to leave it to an experienced alchemist. A little while later, Lu Meng came to a small attic in the northeast corner of the city. He narrowed his eyes and stepped in at once. "Senior Qian, Elder Lu has been waiting for a long time. Please come with me." As soon as Lu Meng entered, a scholar-dressed man at middle age greeted him with a smile ear to ear and made an obeisance by cupping one hand in the other before chest to Lu Meng. With a slight nod, Lu Meng followed the man through the attic, along a gravel path behind the building, and came to the front of a cave about 6 to 7 meters high built along the mountain. The man took out a wand and swept it toward a depression near the door, which opened slowly, and immediately there was a faint smell of pills came from inside. "Senior Qian, Elder Lu left a word to me that you can come in directly, he's waiting in the pill hall. Please." "Thank you." Lu Meng kept his countenance and nodded, then he got into the hole alone, in which was a 3-meter-wide lobby in front of him after crossing a corridor, and there were several other channels that seemed to be an altogether different world. At a round stone table centered the hall, an old man dressed in linen with a gray beard was holding a reddish pill. He was looking at it intently while his satisfaction and joy were beyond description. There was an oblong jade box placed in the table. "You're indeed a punctual person. This is the Wu Hua pill you requested me to refine." Seeing Lu Meng come in, the old man changed his complexion and made a simple greeting. It was seen that the jade box on the table flew to Lu Meng after his pushing toward the void. Lu Meng reached out and caught it. As opening the lid, he caught sight of 3 reddish pills that were the same as the one he had seen from the old man while smelling a strong and refreshing fragrance. Yeah, I'm wholeheartedly grateful this time. Seemingly the Wuhua pill had come through. Lu Ming was carried away by a burst of joy. He glanced at the pill on the old man's hands and then paid respect to him. The eye of a fiendish python in liquid advanced stage is truly rare, and the Wuhua pill, though a middle stage pill, is far better than an ordinary one. As for its specific utility, you'll know after taking 1 or 2. According to our promise, I would take one of them as a reward no matter how many I refined. The old man nodded and explained, then looked back at the pills in his hand. Lu Ming casually put the jade lid into his storage talisman and took his leave. Later on, Lu Ming went directly back to the temporarily rented inn, then took out several colorful matrix flags and inserted them into all corners of the room. After forming a sign, he took out the jade box from the storage talisman. Opening the jade box, there were 3 reddish pills lying in, with its refreshing fragrance rushed into his nose. Lu Ming muttered to himself, then took out one and put it in mouth. As soon as the pill was taken, it melted into a sweet warm flow. Hereupon a warm feeling leaped from his belly and rushed straight into his eyes. Lu Ming was rather comfortable as his eyes were embraced coolly and refreshingly. He opened his eyes a few hours later, feeling refreshed, then looked to the sky out of the window, feeling like he could see through clouds. The Wuhua pill of an ordinary refined python's eye in the liquid primary stage can enable one to see through the fog within meters, while the liquid advanced stage 100 meters. Lu Ming savored its sweet fragrance and was greatly satisfied with its effectiveness. Lu Ming took out a storage talisman and shook it toward the jade box, which was closed up after a white flash. Then Lu Ming took out another storage talisman and shook it toward the ground where several meter-sized big bags appeared then. He opened one of the bags, for which the temperature inside the room plummeted instantly as a cold current flowed out, and it was seen that it was filled with dark red fine sand inside. It surely lives up to its reputation as a great trade square connecting to the continent, from which I acquire these inattributed red sand. It's sustainable for half a year together with the materials I recently got. Lu Ming was overjoyed at the dark red fine sand in the bag that packed up by him after a short look. And finally he sat cross-legged. A few days later, Lu Ming gained 2 brown balls made of iron ape puppets when he came out of the Jiuqiao pavilion, set up by Jiuqiao sect. Referring to the puppets, which were accidentally found by Lu Ming in the first day he came to the canyon. He passed by the Jiuqiao pavilion, and learned that the city was adjacent to Jiuqiao sect. Then he found a shop here which provided customized business for all sorts of puppets. It cost him a lot, of course. After all, the puppet refining of Jiuqiao sect in the Yunchuan continent had developed a school of its own. It was quite beckoning to Lu Ming, who then put in thousands of spiritual stones to customize 2 iron ape puppets and promised to take them in half a month. He had learned and mastered some basic puppet control methods in the capital of the country of Deshien. Though it cannot be compared with methods of Jiuqiao sect, it was more than enough to meet his needs of the 2 custom puppets. Then Lu Ming came to the gateway of the canyon and left in a flash. Half a month later, above a mountain range stretched far away, a blue swift boat was flying at a height of more than 300 meters in an isolated place south of the country of Deshien. On the front end of the swift stood a young man in a gray robe with his hands clasped back. It was no other than Lu Ming. After a green flash, the swift boat stopped at the foot of a mountain, and Lu Ming, who stood there, looked around and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was far away from major sects inland, at which the spirit environment of course was certainly not comparable. But fortunately, everyone could stay away disturbance in such a sparsely populated place. Besides, the dragon and tiger hell method that Lu Ming was practicing now was less demanding in terms of vitality, mainly relied on long-term external forces but not spirit. Watching the boat for a while, Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction, and then he plunged into the mountain as soon as one glimmer of light flashed. Lu Ming opened a hole in an obscure rock wall in a small misty canyon in the mountains easily, and then he released a golden spirit sword. With a flash of golden light, a long and narrow channel appeared, leading straight to the mountainside. Chapter 328: The Choosing of the 6 Suns. A rarely populated mountain range in the south of the kingdom of Dashuan is surrounded by clouds and mists all year, its aura very thin. In an obscure valley at an unknown mountain, the clouds and mist here seem to be thicker compared to anywhere else. Deep in the heart of the valley, in a stone chamber around 7 to 8 feet wide, the cold air is nipping, and a chill rises from the floor of the chamber, making the temperature of the stone chamber a little bit colder than it actually is. On the center of the floor, an expressionless head stood upright in the fine sand. The fine sand around it was crimson in color, every particle crystal clear, and each of the sand particles seemed to have a black gas flowing slowly inside, making the entire surface of the sand wave one after another, adding a touch of mystery to the stone chamber. The fine sand stopped at the neck of the head, the eyes of the head were shut tight, accompanied by the rise of the chill. He breathed in and out rhythmically. The chamber was so cold, yet there were still layers and layers of beads of sweat on the forehead of the head, and as time passed, the expression on the face became more and more struggled, as if experiencing some kind of intolerable pain. It is unknown how much time has passed, with a twist in the chill over the stone chamber, and after a deep roar, a figure jumped out from the crimson sand on the floor. The torso of the figure is naked. Being submerged in the crimson fine sand for such a long time, the surface of his skin also appears to be a layer of crimson, and a trace of chill still rises from the surface of his body. Later, he raised his hand, and a ball of crystal clear water dropped from thin air and washed away the residual fine sand as well as some unabsorbed liquid on the surface of his body. The 8 hours have finally ended, and it can be started again. Qiu Luming breathed a sigh, chin up, and moved his muscles and bones around. A sound of pipa could be heard coming out from the muscles and bones of his entire body. Judging from his figure, he is again a lot bulkier as compared to before entering the valley. Then he threw one hand into the air and gestured with the fingers of his other hand. 2 balls of orange light crackled after emerging blurred. 2 entirely orange iron ape puppet beasts that were 2 feet in size appeared in the air instantly. Yen Luming shook his hands again and 2 pieces of topaz came flying out, immediately embedded with precision into the depression in the middle of the chest of the beast. Roar! Boom! With 2 deep roars, a red light flickered in the eyes of the puppet beasts. They flipped in the air, then fell on the left and right side in front of Luming, sending a wave of fine sand flying. The face of the ape-like appearance is ferocious as they reveal their terribly sharp fangs in their mouths. Qiu Luming didn't hesitate. A single hand went to the bag of souls at his waist, and after a dark puff of cloud, the bone scorpion covered with red scales the size of beans also appeared. The bone scorpion screamed strangely. Without Luming's command, it jumped and stood between the 2 puppet beasts. The snake head, at its behind swayed, posing an eager look of attack. Luming saw this and quickly gestured with all the fingers on one of his hands. Immediately black gas rolled out from the surface of his body, slowly spinning around him. After feeling a slight itch in the whole body, with the sparkle of spots of red light, a layer of crimson scales the size of rice grains emerged from his skin, and quickly grew to 2 inches in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering his entire body. Again Luming held his hands down. With 2 popping sounds in the air, a dark chalky mist emerged from his body, and it split into 2 in a second, turning into a black dragon and a black gigantic tiger. They came together in the air as if they were real, and after a dragon snarl and a tiger roar, they immediately retracted back to the surface. Luming's body so lifelike, it was as if they were actual living creatures surrounding the surface of his body. Then Luming communicated with the bone scorpion telepathically. At the same time he utilized his talent of multitasking, gesturing with one hand to give 2 iron apes instructions to attack. The bone scorpion immediately jumped up like it received an order, accompanied by a strange hiss and the sound of an explosion. The snake head behind blurred, and numerous shadows attacked Luming's body and burst open. After enduring the thunderstorm, the bone scorpion has been promoted to the early stage of condensate, combined with the adventures it faced when it was challenged and the refinement of the material on the crystallized red dragon that it swallowed when it evolved. Its attack is far from what the ordinary practitioner at the stage of condensate can bear. Under the support of the scales of the red dragon, the spell of the bones of hell and the power of the dragon and tiger of hell, his physical body is by no means comparable to the general practitioner in the late period of condensate. Comparing between the 2, Luming's physical defense seems to be better. Therefore, although the bone scorpion's snake head has an amazing attack speed and the blasts in the air is endless, besides leaving white spots and clinks on the scales on Luming's body, it still cannot break his defense. However, it still made Luming grimace under its attack, and he seemed to be uncomfortable. At the same time, the 2 iron apes seemed reluctant to be left behind, and each pulled out a 2-foot-long wrist-thick iron rod. They immediately started slamming Luming's entire body fiercely, sending out roars that sound like woo from time to time. Luming clenched both his fists and stood in the middle, disregarding the bone scorpion and puppet beasts to attack and beat him. From time to time he made a muffled sound. The black dragon and tiger on the surface of his body kept flowing, and the veins on his forehead and underneath the scales on his hands popped. Beads of sweat kept bursting, and the pain on his face was even more than before. In addition to his normal meditation and breath adjustment, Meng used several self-configured spiritual fluids to soak his body and submerged in the crimson sand every day. He would then call for the bone scorpion and the puppet beast to each beat his body for 2 hours, so that the medicine can penetrate the muscles and bones of his whole body, and allow his physical form to be continuously molded under the chilling environment he created. This has been going on for almost half a year. On this day, Meng again experienced the physical training by the crimson sand and bone scorpion and the puppet beasts for 10 full hours, and returned to another stone chamber on the mountainside. He sat cross-legged, one hand gesturing, and immediately immersed his mind in the sea of consciousness. The black and white steel of the gods in the sea of consciousness is still hovering quietly in the sea of consciousness, and the silver grit in the bottom half of the hourglass is a layer more than when he last left the ghost sect. Without thinking much about it, Meng's conscience shifted, and after a flash of black light, the thick black book of power of the dragon and tiger of hell immediately appeared, and it started flipping. For the past 6 months, he has been trying to understand the second level of the decree every day. Although he has not fully comprehended yet, the effect obtained by external force training his body is similar to what is described in the book, although the progress does not seem to be fast. It seems that to complete the second level will take more than 10 years of training. Upon this thought, Meng could not help but sigh. However, he never thought that after finishing the second level of the power of the dragon and tiger of hell, he could advance to the late stage of the condensate. To progress from the middle stage of the condensate to the late stage of the condensate in just a few years, looking into the entire Yunchuan continent for such speed, even the core disciples in the main schools who are brilliant and talented cannot dare to imagine. After all, even for cultivation geniuses like Tian Lingmai and Di Lingmai, they often lag behind for 10 years or even decades during the condensate period. After all, most of the cultivation bottlenecks encountered by cultivators as they advance, they need not only long-term hardship, but also chance and luck. It seems that this practice of the power of the dragon and tiger of hell needs to continue, but the spiritual fluid used in the training is not enough. Since it is quite effective, I should purchase more this time. Meng thought about this and immediately stood up without hesitation. After brushing up a little, he came to the entrance of the cave. Followed by a wave of his arms, a ball of green light flew out, and with some other gestures, immediately the green light flew against the wind and turned into a green flying boat of the size of a few feet. His figure flickered and he came to stand steadily at the front of the flying boat. After one foot gently touched the ground, the flying boat with a shoo turned into a beam of green light shooting in the direction of the market in Qinzhou. Even someone as qualified as a Di Lingmai also failed to rank among the 6 suns. It seems that although this continent of Yunchuan is only a corner of the world, an island in the sea, the depth of what is underneath is not conceivable by mundanes. After a month, Meng returned to Dongfu again. During his trip to the market, not only he gained a lot, but he also purchased enough materials for creating the spiritual fluids to last him for the next few years. At the same time, it is rumored in the restaurants in the market that the 6 sons from the 3 truths and 6 sons of the Yunchuan alliance have been finally selected. As the 6 sons who will be cultivated by the power of the sects of the whole continent in the future, being selected is not only an affirmation of their potential qualifications, but also greatly increased the possibility of their future advancement for the crystallization period, even a glimmer possibility to advance into the Jiadan period as the legends of advancement goes. After all, in addition to qualifications, hard work, and opportunities, cultivation resources are also a top priority, and sometimes may even surpass the former 3. The success rate of most independent practitioners and even cultivators in the clans is so low is because of the lack of their cultivation resources. The Bai family was the best example. Even if it is impossible to achieve the legendary Jiadan, to become a strong cultivator in the crystallization period, after resisting the invasion of the Sea tribe in the future, it is naturally easy to open a sect and become famous in Yunchuan. After all, looking at the entire continent, a cultivator of the crystallization period is definitely one of the few truly strong. The selection of the 3 truths was only among a few people after all, and it was long before settled. Therefore, the level of interest in the selection of the 6 sons across the continent is highly comparable to anything else. As the master of the savage Guizhong and brother Huang said, Gao Chong, as a disciple of the Di Lingmai launched by the savage Guizhong, was not selected among the 6 sons. Yet also of the kingdom of Great Xian Zhang Xionyang, who is of the Tianyue sect, and the Yuanma sect's disciple named Yi Tianyu, which is of Tianlingmai, whom Lu Ming had heard of before, were selected amongst the 6. The other 4 were also talented disciples of other sections. Although Lu Ming has some concerns about this matter with his Sanlingmai qualifications, he has not too much relations with the 6 sons. To him, the most important thing is to cultivate and train his body. After Lu Ming's contemplation, he sat cross-legged in the stone chamber again and began to meditate and adjust his breath. Half a year has passed again in this manner. On this day, just as Lu Ming had smeared several elixirs for training completely on his body and was just about to start burying himself in the crimson sand, a humming sound came from a leather bag around his waist. Chapter 329 The Morphing of the Demon. Since accidentally devouring the ashes of the foot of the ancient troll in the secret space connected to the 6th floor of the demon tower of Yuanma sect, this demon, the Flying Skull, has been in deep sleep in the leather bag until present. During this period, Lu Ming also tried to contact the Flying Skull telepathically, but never received any feedback from it. Fortunately, after glancing at the inside of the leather bag through his consciousness, he realized that the demon was really just deeply asleep, and it was not a big deal, so he was relieved. After all, the same thing happened more than once to the bone scorpion. This time, the leather bag which it was in made a buzz sound without warning. Although Lu Ming was surprised, his brow flashed a sense of joy. Immediately, Lu Ming stopped caring about the elixirs that had just been applied to his body, and patted the bag with one hand. A ball of black came rushing out, dripping in the air, and with a few familiar quack groans, the head of a man with green hair appeared in the air. It is the demon, the Flying Skull, that has been sleeping for almost 2 years. But its surface seems to have increased a thin layer of dark gas than before it fell asleep. The moment the Flying Skull appeared, Lu Mingling felt a slight jump in his consciousness. It was like when he entered the Yuanma sect and passed the troll mountain that was rumored to be transformed into from the head of an ancient troll. Although it was fleeting, Lu Ming was taken aback by then. After he calmed his mind and looked at the Flying Skull for a while through his consciousness, his heart was in joy again. After all, when he went through the trial of life and death to gain this demon, Lu Ming learned through the connection of the divine power that it should have been a grade 4 demon, which is at the initial stage of condensate. In earlier years, it was seriously injured after a war with the enemy, and from then on it fell back into the late stage of the spirit. Gui Ruchuan and others have been sealing it in order to enable it to slowly recover to the grade 4 condensate stage, and have not released it for a long time. Until the sect made a desperate attempt, in order to restore the position of Jiuying in the sect slightly, it was given to the then senior disciple Ishikawa by the help of the demon-subduing chain made from the deep-sea cold iron. When Lu Ming hadn't advanced to become a spiritual master in the condensate period, the Flying Skull's performance in combat with the enemy was remarkable. Moreover, Lu Ming's practice back then did not show anything wrong. For Lu Ming now, however, the strength of the Flying Skull's late spirit period is a little too weak. But Lu Ming has been looking forward to its future potential. Due to the magic crystal that can aid its recovery is very rare, although the small bag of magic crystals obtained at Yuanma sect was devoured by the demon, Lu Ming is not entirely sure whether he can help the Flying Skull recover. As of now, the scent of the Flying Skull signifies the solid practice of the condensate stage, and it seems that it is not just as simple as the initial period. This is enough to show that its previous injuries must have healed and have become the true grade 4 demon. How can this not fill Lu Ming's heart with joy? At this moment, a sudden thunderous roar came from the skies outside the mountain. Although Lu Ming is deep in the mountains, the sound of this seems to be incomparable to an ordinary thunderstorm. Lu Ming frowned. When he looked up, he saw crimson flames beating in the eyes of the demon. A look of horror appeared on his expression, which was quickly replaced by a trace of fury. It looks like your fortune has arrived. It should be the effect of the ashes of the troll's foot that were devoured by you. Lu Ming communicated to the Flying Skull through telepathically. After receiving its feedback, he felt relieved, and his face immediately returned to calmness. Back in the Savage Ghost sect, Lu Ming learned from reading the classics that some monsters and demons can also advance just like humans. Cultivation itself is going against the heavens, only a few would survive. This is even more difficult for demons and monsters than humans, as there will always be a big possibility of a calamity when they mutate or advance. The Tianlei calamity is a more common one. As God's trial for cultivators, others are not able to help. However, to arrange some formations to assist it, and protect it when it endures the calamity is still doable. Go. Lu Meng no longer hesitated and turned into a ray of light rushing towards the entrance of the cave, followed by the quack of the flying skull. It is delusional to want to avoid Tianlei by staying inside the mountain. Not only will Dongfu be destroyed by Tianlei, moreover, the stone chamber is so small, it is not conducive to the endurance of the calamity by the flying skull. Not long after, Lu Meng and the flying skull came to a relatively flat mountainous region outside Dongfu. There was a gust of strong wind in the air, dark clouds loomed over the mountains where the cave is located, and thunderous flashes of lightning came by waves, seemingly wanting to fall in the thunderous roar at any time. Without hesitating, Lu Meng pulled out a few red formation flags from the storage amulet, and inserted them in several positions around the flying skull, while one-handedly gesturing, the flags then disappeared. A layer of pale red runes came out in ripples and turned into a curtain of red light covering the flying skull in the middle. The air outside the light curtain began to twist slightly under the high temperature. This set of fire cloud formation was purchased from a casual repairman by incident when I went out to restock 6 months ago. It has a slight effect against the power of thunder and lightning. I didn't expect it to be of some use here. Lu Meng said, slamming again on the bag of souls around his waist. After some black clouds, the bone scorpion got out in a flash. You will stand guard for it here this time, Lu Meng said to it. The bone scorpion heard it and hissed strangely, and then it jumped, landing 2 or 3 feet away from the red light curtain, with a vigilant look. The mountains here are scarcely populated, and the heavens and the earth have also insufficient vitality. Although no cultivators generally pass here, the unusual vision of the heavens and the earth may still attract some other monsters nearby. And when the flying skull is enduring the calamity, it naturally should not be interrupted by external force. After doing all this, Lu Meng's figure shifted, and then the black gas rushed under his feet and lifted him away skywards. The dark clouds gathered in the air, and then silver thunder arcs suddenly appeared. As the dark clouds began to roll, the silver arcs of thunder fell from the air one by one. The arcs came straight towards the flying skull. As they hit the curtain of red light above the flying skull, they made a sizzling sound. The runes in the curtain of red light were flowing, but after several arcs, they burst and broke apart into little red light spots and disappeared into thin air. In the formation, the flying skull did not panic. It raised its head and opened its mouth, and several silver arcs were wrapped by a green gas that it spat out and was swallowed into its mouth. The flying skull made a quack scream, seeming to be provoking the clouds of calamity in the sky. Lu Meng, who was 17 or 18 feet in the air away from the center of the clouds of calamity, while paying attention to the surroundings of the mountain, also took the scene on the ground in and couldn't help but be amazed. For a moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the thundercloud seemed to be much smaller than before. After a roar of thunder, 3 silver arcs thicker than before fell from the clouds and rushed down. The flying skull saw this and didn't dare to slow down. Its green hair burst into a sky of green threads, and turned into a dense web facing the second wave of silver arcs. The green web made slight contact with the silver arc, and then it crackled into ashes after a burst of crackling noises, and the arc also burst due to energy exhaustion. The flying skull did not hesitate to turn the remaining green hair into a web again. After such 3 silver arcs, there was not much green hair left on the flying skull. Before the flying skull had rested a little, the roar of the dark clouds in the air became stronger, and between a few breaths, melted into a small black thundercloud. Suddenly the sound of thunder broke, and a silver arc as thick as the mouth of a bowl flashed out of the cloud, heading for the flying skull below. There seemed to be a touch of gold in the silver arc. The calm face of the demon flying skull before suddenly had a look of panic, but the crimson flames in its eyes was more actively beating, the faint black gas on its surface froze, and after a few tumbles, it flew up straight at the arc. The silver arc did not hesitate to enter the flying skull. After a few crackling shots, countless slender silver arcs mixed with tendrils of golden light jumped on the surface of the flying skull, blending in with the rolling black gas, making the facial expression of the flying skull ferocious and horrible, constantly making strange sounds of quack, almost wailing. Seeing this in the air, Lu Meng was anxious, but he couldn't help it. The bone scorpion 2 or 3 feet away from the flying skull's calamity also seemed at unease. Just then an unexpected scene happened. The flying skull gradually changed in the interweaving of silver arcs and black gas. 2 white skulls popped up at a speed visible to the naked eye on both sides of the skull, and soon they grew to the size of a baby's skull, while the flying skull and the skulls on both sides slowly grew 2 starkly white horns. At the same time, the silver arc and black gas gradually formed a few swirls. After a while, they turned into 6 silver flames, immersed in the 3 heads of the demon. The flying skull finally advanced. The advanced demon flying skull is now a grade 5 demon. It should reasonably be equivalent to the middle-term strength of the condensate period, but as it devoured some of the material on the ancient troll, its true strength should be no less than the late period of the condensate. The awakening of the flying skull and its advance of 2 levels in a row really made Lu Meng excited. At the same time, he has secretly decided to add this demon to his subsequent training plan. Brother Meng, it really is you. One day after 3 years, a young man in a green robe was standing on a green mechanical flying boat outside the gate of Tianyuesect Mountain in Dashuan Kingdom, facing the inquiry of the disciples at the gate, but before he could speak, there was a crisp female voice behind him. You're Rupying. A 17-year-old girl with a beautiful face wearing the uniform of the disciples of Tianyuesect was floating in the air not far away, looking at him with a surprised look. It was Chen Rupying, which he last saw a few years ago in Dashuan City. The little girl back then has now become a little beauty, which makes Lu Meng almost unable to recognize her. She said a few words to the women around her and flew to the flying boat, jumped and landed before Lu Meng. It turned out that Lu Meng had recently received a message from Tianyuesect's Yi Tianmei, claiming that she had helped him find the whereabouts of the relic against the taking of souls, and asked him to go to Tianyuesect for a meeting. After a little thought, he rushed to Tianyuesect, but did not expect to meet an acquaintance before entering the gates of the sect. Chapter 330 Soul Lock. The gatekeeping disciple saw that the young man in a green robe of the Savage Ghost sect on the flying boat seemed familiar with Chen Rupying, and stopped asking any more and let the green flying boat which was carrying the young man enter. On the flying boat, Chen Rupying pulled on Lu Meng's sleeve with excitement, her beautiful pair of eyes full of joy, her smile of reminiscent of flowers made Lu Meng's heart feel warm. She then started to tell Lu Meng one by one her experience of the few years in Tianyuesect after parting with Lu Meng in Shenzhen. After returning to the sect with Huchuan Yang, the little girl was first arranged to be an outer disciple, and on the recommendation of Huchuan Yang, she entered the branch of an array mage who had a good relationship with Huchuan Yang and studied the method of array mage. In the subsequent spiritual opening ceremony of Tianyuesect, her spiritual vein was successfully opened, and she finally became the official inner disciple of the Tianyuesect. Although she only has the spiritual root of the Lu Lingmai, after discovering that she is quite talented in the array methods, and very much yearning for the way of the arrays, the array mage gladly accepted her as a personal disciple. In the next few years, Chen Rupying was under the guidance of this array mage, and deliberately studied the method of arrays. Like a fish in water, she fully demonstrated her amazing talent on the arrays, and can make all kinds of arrays after just learning once. The many insights she put forward and her comprehension on the formations amazed the array mage. Listening to the girl's words, it seems that she has begun to be taken seriously by the senior officials of Tianyuesect. After all, in a battle with the enemy when the strength of the two sides is similar, the addition of an array mage will have a decisive impact on the entire battle situation. This can be shown from the wonderful effects of the small Xixiang Vajra array outside Shenzhen City all those years ago. Moreover, the effectiveness of a true array mage is incomparable to that of some ordinary array flags. The method of arrays is varied. Although it is easy to get started, mastering it is not a matter of overnight. Not only is there a lot of requirements for the learner, but also requires careful thinking and thorough understanding. There must not be any mistakes in the calculation. Speaking of which, Lu Meng has a lot of feelings for this descendant of Uncle Chen. In the 4 years when he lived with her in Shenzhen, the city of Dashuan, Lu Meng has already regarded her as family. He felt relieved to see her staying quite comfortably in Tianyuesect now. Rupying, after returning to your residence, take this Wuhua Dan. This medicine can clear your eyes so that your eyes can see through the mist within 30 feet, and will be helpful when you are comprehending array methods or to find out how to break an array in the future. As Lu Meng said so, a reddish pill appeared in his hand, and a refreshing fragrance began to spread. Thank you, Brother Meng, this is great. Rupying carefully took the pill, holding it in her hand, constantly assessing it curiously. Her face was full of joy. Lu Meng couldn't help but smiled when he saw this. Oh wait, Brother Meng, you came to the sect this time to find Grandmaster Yi, right? Chen Rupying blinked at Lu Meng and smiled as she said. Lu Meng heard her words, feeling a little surprised. He nodded. Sister who told me a few days ago, Brother Meng, just wait a moment, I'll send her a message and let her show you the way. Chen Rupying grinned. She then took out a white disc from her waist, gestured with one hand and patted the disc. Immediately, the surface of the disc flickered faintly, and a line of small words flashed and disappeared into it. Not long after, a white shadow in the distance headed straight for the flying boat. After a few flashes, as soon as light converged, a beautiful woman in her 20s with a bit of coquettishness appeared in front of the flying boat. "It's Wuxia. Brother Bai, I hope you are well. I didn't expect to see you for a few years, already a mid-period spiritual master of the condensate. This is really gratifying," Wuxia said with a smile on her face. After taking a look at Chen Ruping, she turned to Lu Ming and said, "Bai Zongtian" was Lu Ming's pseudonym when he was hiding in Xinjing as a supervised disciple. After returning, he already reported to the sect and changed his name. Wuxia would have found out once she returned to sect to ask. She is merely teasing him by saying so. Wuxia, who is Yi Tianmei's sword disciple, is definitely not inferior to others in the talented Tianyue sect, regardless in terms of her qualifications or talents. She was comparable to Lu Ming in spiritual level years ago. Now that Lu Ming is already a mid-period spiritual master, and she is still a late-period spiritual apprentice, she had not been able to advance to a spiritual master in these years. At first, she heard that Lu Ming not only succeeded in advancing the spiritual master in such a short time, but also reached the midterm state shortly after, which surprised her. When Hu Chuanyang met Lu Ming herself at this moment, she naturally felt another emotion. Her eyes looking at Lu Ming showed that her envy was endless. "Sister Hu, this girl Ruping have troubled you over the years." Lu Ming heard Hu Chuanyang's remarks and looked constricted, but he saluted the woman. "Hee brother Bai, please come with me, Grandmaster Yi is waiting for you." Wuxia listened for a moment, then chuckled and jumped onto the flying boat. Chen Ruping saw this and showed some reluctance. Only after saying a few words to Lu Ming, and the flying boat flew on for a while, that she reluctantly left the duo. In a stone chamber in a more remote and secluded cave in Tianyue sect, a woman whose eyes shone like stars dressed in a silver palace costume was sitting cross-legged and expressionless. "It is Yi Tianmei who has been waiting for so long. The junior meet with Grandmaster Yi," Lu Ming said at the door of stone chamber, bowing to Yi Tianmei. "Nephew disciple Lu, no need to be polite, come in." Seeing Lu Ming come in, Yi Tianmei said after raising her eyebrows slightly. After listening, Lu Ming nodded and entered the room, found a futon in front of Yi Tianmei and sat down with his knees crossed. "I didn't expect to see you just after a few years, already a mid-period spiritual master. Your progress is really surprising." After Lu Ming sat down, Yi Tianmei looked at him smilingly. In fact, as early as a few years ago, Yi Tianmei had already learned about Lu Ming's advance of the condensate period through her disciple. When Lu Ming entered the stone room, she glanced at him through her consciousness and found that his scent was faintly surpassing that of an ordinary spiritual master at the mid-period, and can't help but be amazed. "After I left the sect a few years ago, I went to Yuanzhong sect inland, had some opportunities during this period." Lu Ming blinked and answered blankly. "Although I don't know what you are planning to do with the relic, but according to the information I have received, I'm afraid it will not be easy." Yi Tianmei heard his words and did not intend to delve deeper, smiling softly. "Please enlighten me on this, Grandmaster Yi." Hearing this, Lu Ming became excited and said seriously, "This relic is not on the Yunchuan continent, but is in the realm of the sea." As soon as Yi Tianmei said this, Lu Ming couldn't help showing a look of surprise, but then he became thoughtful. Although he had already learned from the head of the Savage Ghost sect, the so-called Yunchuan mainland was indeed just one of thousands of islands in the sea. Compared to Yunchuan Island, there are no less than 20 islands that are almost the same size or even larger. These islands are mostly occupied by Sea Clan and other powerful monsters. In addition to the 3 large sea clans that he had encountered before, there is an even more powerful sea tribe, the Jinlans, who claim to be the kings of the sea. There is even rumors of the Siren Emperor who has reached the time of Jindan period. That said, if he wanted to get the relic, it would not be easy. When Lu Ming thought of it, his brows frowned slightly. When Yi Tianmei saw this, her mouth curved with a smile, and she took a jade bamboo slip from her arms and hurled it at Lu Ming with a swing of her arm. The details of where this relic is located have already been recorded on it, and nephew disciple Lu may wish to take a look first. Lu Ming was no more polite. He reached out to take jade bamboo slip and thank Yi Tianmei. He put it on his forehead and penetrated into it by his consciousness. As the time passed, Lu Ming's expression gradually became cloudy and uncertain. After a while, he sighed and moved the slip away from his forehead. It turns out that this artifact is indeed not on the Yunchuan continent, but on another island called Biyuan Island in the sea. This Biyuan Island is located in the south of the core of the sea, tens of thousands of miles away from Yunchuan. Looking down from the air, the entire island looks as if a giant moray eel is entangled in the sea, hence its name. Its area is about 1/3 the size of the Yunchuan mainland, but the island's aura is compelling, and it has a pit that can produce medium and high-quality evil spirits. Many of them are rare in Yunchuan mainland. Biyuan Island is also very rich in cultivation resources, and various natural treasures are far incomparable to those in Yunchuan. However, the island is occupied by the Sea Clan, Demon Clan, Human Clan, and other alien clans, and is very complicated. On the island, there is a stranger named Yunchuan, one of the 3 forging masters of the seas, a member of the alien Jianghu clan. The Jianghu people are good at controlling fire, and their people are natural-born forgers. It is reported that although the major forces on the island continue to fight, they are most courteous to the Jianghu people. After all, whoever offends a forger would do more bad than good. As a master of forgers famous in the seas, no matter the spiritual relics forged by himself regardless of grade or the ones which he placed restrictions upon are extraordinary, and once they are released they will be snapped up immediately. It is heard that the forger master has recently refined a few good relics, and is preparing to open it for auction. And one of them is called Soul Lock, which is an extremely rare spiritual defense-type relic. It is said that not only the materials used are special, but also some special restrictions. As long as some sacrifice is made and is worn, it can resist a certain degree of subtle mystic attacks, and the most important thing is to restrain others from taking over the bearer's body. Chapter 331 Out on the Sea. In recent years, although Lu Mingxiu's advancement has not only shocked the Savage Ghost sect, even Uncle Yen and Yi Tianmei have been impressed. But the incident that his body was almost taken away by another self, was always entangled in Lu Ming's heart. When he thought of the huge face he encountered in the mysterious space at that time, and the mysterious black silk that has not yet been clarified in the sea of his own consciousness, he still felt as if there was a prick in his throat. After all, if there is no solution for this matter, no matter how high the level of his cultivation, in the end it is purely just helping others. Although after assisting Zhang Xionyang to get away from the dreamland created by the spell of dreams, he obtained 3 special amulets from Yi Tianmei that have the effect of restraining the body from being taken. For years he kept this kind of pale golden amulet next to him just in case. But Lu Ming knew in his heart that this was only an expedient measure. Firstly, these amulets were disposable consumables. According to the strange dream that he had before, it seemed that there were more than one shadow that threatened to rob him of his body. Secondly, with the power of these amulets, he is not as confident in the effectiveness of handling the taking over of his body just like last time, but at the moment, since there is no other method, he can only try it first. At this thought, Lu Ming felt his heart sink again. After a while, the corner of his mouth curled as he woke up from deep thoughts and his eyes fell back on Yi Tianmei in front of him. It seems that nephew disciple Lu has made up his mind. Yi Tianmei saw this and said slowly with her brows raised. Yes, Grandmaster Yi. Although I don't know if there is any danger in this trip, but I am bound to get it at any cost. Lu Ming answered, his face showing determination. Oh, if the will of nephew disciple Lu is so resolute, I will certainly not object to it. However, the danger of this trip may be beyond your expectations. Yi Tianmei heard it and she seemed a little taken aback, but there was also some praise as she said so. Please enlighten me, Grandmaster Yi, Lu Ming said archingly to Yi Tianmei. You know as well that after a war with the Sea Clan a few years ago, the Yunchuan people set up the Yunchuan alliance under the proposal of this generation of Yuan Mo, in order to hold the major sects together, and when facing a strong enemy in the future there would be room for negotiation with the other party. Now that the selection of Sanjin Liuzi has been settled, the alliance has set a plan to cultivate them using the entire continent's resources, and the previous preparations are now about to be completed. But here in Yunchuan, there is indeed a shortage of cultivation resources, and some key materials that are very scarce have not been able to be gathered. Lu Ming listened and had not interfered. Because he is very clear that since Yi Tianmei has already mentioned the matter, she will definitely explain it to him thoroughly. Sure enough, after Yi Tianmei's voice paused for a moment, she frowned slightly and then went on to say. As early as a year ago, the alliance sent several teams to leave Yunchuan to purchase resources from the other islands in the sea. Among them, 2 deputies of the Alliance entered the Biyuan Island with a large amount of spiritual stones, to purchase a large number of much-needed resources from a certain force called Crystal Valley. Just a few months ago, after just returned news about Yanjue, a Jinghua clan forger master and the several relics that he was preparing to auction, all of a sudden they disappeared, and all contact with the Alliance was cut off. Such a thing happened. Lu Ming turned his eyes and looked at Yi Tianmei. Being selected as a deputy in the Alliance means that the person's spiritual level not weak, at least a cultivator of the condensate. Moreover, the matter is of great importance. The 2 deputies sent to Biyuan Island to trade are a late condensate spiritual master and a mid-period condensate spiritual master. Lu Ming, who has always been calm, was secretly a little surprised now. After all, although the condensate cultivator is not as rare as the crystallization period cultivator, they are definitely the core existence in any sect, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Looking at the entire Yunchuan continent, besides encountering the strongest in the crystallization period, if they flee with all their strength, under normal circumstances there will be no worry about their lives. Since the Alliance has appointed these 2 deputies out on the sea to perform such an important duty, presumably these 2 persons must also be exquisitely talented, not to mention that they are in the mid and late stage of cultivation, which should have been guaranteed to be foolproof, but to disappear without a trace on the island, and with no time to send back any news, is enough to show that the island is extremely dangerous. When Lu Ming thought of this, he could only sigh with resignation. The senior management of the Alliance also attaches great importance to it, fearing that they have met with an accident, so they are sending me to this island to investigate the matter and to find out the whereabouts of the 2 deputies of the Alliance. Since you had risked your life to save Zhang Xuanyang years ago, and there is news of what you need being there, I can bring you along with me this time. As for whether it can be successfully auctioned, it depends on your fortune. Would you prefer so? Yi Tianmei continued expressionlessly. Then I'll thank Grandmaster Yi very much. Lu Ming heard such and immediately rejoiced and agreed with little consideration. With his current strength, plus a cultivator of the crystallization has offered to accompany, there naturally cannot be any intent to withdraw. Then you may leave first. We'll leave in half a month. I will send someone to inform you by then. Yi Tianmei's eyes paused at Lu Ming slightly, then waved at him, saying gently. Lu Ming immediately stood up and saluted Yi Tianmei and then left. Hu Chuanyang, who was already waiting outside the door of Stone Chamber, seemed to have already been informed by Yi Tianmei telepathically. After seeing Lu Ming come out, she chatted with him for a little and accompanied Lu Ming to leave the cave of Yi Tianmei and arranged for him herself temporary accommodation in the Tianyue sect. In the Stone Chamber, Yi Tianmei, dressed in a silver palace costume, was sitting cross-legged with her eyes shining like stars. Her eyes flickered slightly, and her face was deep in contemplation. At the moment Lu Ming entered the Stone Chamber, the faint sword-like scent that once she had faintly felt reappeared, and seemed to be a little stronger than before. The key is that this scent is no longer as absent as last time. She again used mystic arts to sweep across Lu Ming's body silently, again confirming that the scent of the sword had really came from his body. This again deepens her curiosity about Lu Ming. It seems that this boy really does have a bit of mystery. Although it hasn't really condensed yet, it should already be determinable. After Yi Tianmei settled in her heart, she no longer thought more about this, closed her eyes slightly and began to meditate. Lu Ming was arranged by Hu Chuanyang in a separate loft built on the mountain at Tianyue sect. At this time he was already sitting cross-legged on a wooden bed, thinking about what he saw and heard at Yi Tianmei's place today. Fortunately, he has already a superb magical weapon, the Jinhua sword, and a Zhongshui bead which gold essence soil has been incorporated into, plus the red dragon armor with amazing defense, and the bone scorpion and the flying skull have advanced into the condensate period. Otherwise this trip to Biyuan Island would be a little difficult. Although having such a strong companion as Yi Tianmei who has a spiritual level of the crystallization which is very strong in all of Yunchuan, she would not let him worry about his life on the way, but this trip to the seas is different from Yunchuan after all. Just from the information obtained about Biyuan Island, the many races and complicated backgrounds would present too many variables. After all, Yi Tianmei only promised him to bring him to the island. She also has an alliance mission herself, and it is impossible to accompany him at all times. For more than 10 years that Lu Ming set foot in the world of cultivation, he has long understood that he must depend on himself for everything. The memory during the trial of life and death years ago, when several major cultivators of the crystallization period closed the exit of the secret realm in advance, was as vivid as yesterday. These strong men may even go back on their promises, let alone if they have not promised. After Lu Ming's expression shifted for a while, he began to think about the auction of relics made by the forger master of the Jinghua clan. Since the middle-grade soul lock is not only a very rare spiritual force defense type relic, but also has the effect of restraining the body from being taken over. Since it is an auction, the one with the highest price naturally wins. Although he also has some spiritual stone savings, but compared with those of the big families and forces, his savings are so meager that it is not worth mentioning at all. Fortunately, in the secret realm of the Demon Tower at the time, he also got a drop of Yuyuan's water, and this sort of treasure also extremely treasured. According to the appraisal master of Wanlian Pavilion in Shenzhen, selling it for a small amount of spiritual stones is absolutely no problem. If even that cannot be done, he can consider selling the Yellow Scarf Secret Talisman, or even the GGG of the Lightning Mutation Holy Beast. But if that's the case, he's afraid there will be no small risks. After all, these two treasures both came from the hand of the Sea Clan's strong man of the Crystallization period, which to think about it makes him no ordinary man, and Biyuan Island also is entrenched by the Sea Clan. For Lu Ming, who does not want to attract too much attention, naturally he has to think more about it. After an unknown period of time, he closed his eyes with a sigh and began to practice quietly. More than 10 days passed in an instant. During this period, the young girl Qian Ruping would often go to Lu Ming's place. Lu Ming did not conceal the matter of going to the sea from her, but told her not to spread the matter, and also talked a little about Yunchuan mainland and the sea. This made the little girl surprised and excited, but also worried about the safety of Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't know whether to cry or to laugh about this, but his heart is warm. He seems to have not experienced the feeling of being sincerely cared for in a long time. Wu Chunying also appeared once. Lu Ming chatted casually with her and asked about the location of nearby market as well. As a foreign guest, Lu Ming also behaved rather honestly. These days he is almost always in the attic and has never been out except for a trip to the market to purchase some materials. Chapter 332, The Black Demon Bird. Posted on February 10, 2020 by Creative Estia Medbin. 2 months later, at the end of the east of the Yunchuan mainland, a shuttle-shaped flying boat was flying at high speed. A young man in a green robe standing at the front of the flying boat was squinting and looking around. It was Lu Ming who went to sea with Yi Tianmei. Yi Tianmei, dressed in a silver palace costume, was sitting at the end of the flying boat at this moment, closing her eyes in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the scenery outside the boat. This is the legendary shore of the sea? Lu Ming thought secretly in his heart, looking a little excited. At a glance, the brilliant blue of the water is everywhere and seemingly endless. This vast and boundless sea surface has only been heard before from the head of the Savage Ghost sect, but now after seeing it with his own eyes, it makes him feel astonished, and his face flashes with surprise. Not before long, Lu Ming turned around and glanced back and forth. The Yunchuan continent, no, it should be said that it is an almost blurry Yunchuan island, becomes smaller and smaller as the flying boat speeds through the skies, and there are black dot-like buildings seemingly on it. Under the contrast of the surrounding sea surface and the sun in the sky, everything looks like it is covered by a layer of pale yellow light. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be too calm, but in his heart there was a little woe. Having lived on this island for more than 20 years, from an ordinary teenager to a spiritual master, it now seems that, to this sea, he is just like an ant, a minuscule existence. After all, beyond this sea, there are the real continents such as the heavens, the barrens, and the 10,000 demons. Even the subcontinents occupied by some aliens are far from being comparable to mere islands like Yunchuan. In these places, no matter the humans, demons, or monsters, they must be very powerful. A condensate period cultivator is really not worth mentioning at all. It seems that this is the real world. Lu Ming murmured after taking a breath of the slightly salty sea breeze. No matter who, anyone who originally thought that he had a foothold in this world, suddenly found that he saw nothing more than just a tiny part of the world would of course not feel well at the thought. It seems that disciple nephew Lu seems to have some insight? Yi Tianmei, who was meditating at the end of the flying boat, had stood side by side with Lu Ming unknownst when. Her silver palace costume fluttered slightly in the sea breeze, her beautiful pair of crystal-clear eyes flickered and looked deep into the distant sky, giving the vibe of an untouchable being. Grandmaster Yi, in the giant city years ago, I heard you mention that the tungsten iron is the best material for making flying swords. May I know what is special about flying swords made from this material? Lu Ming didn't answer anything, but seemed to ask Yi Tianmei about the practice of cultivating flying swords. Have you ever heard of the Yuanling flying sword? Yi Tianmei turned to look at Lu Ming, and then looked back to the sky in the distance, asking with meaning. I have learned about the spirit of refining the flying sword embryo from the scripture pavilion of the sect. Is there any connection with the so-called Yuanling flying sword mentioned by Grandmaster? When Lu Ming heard the words Yuanling flying sword, his heart was startled, but his mouth replied calmly. Yes, the so-called Yuanling flying sword is the spirit of the sword embryo that has been cultivated by the essence of your own effort, injected into the refined flying sword body, and the two can be combined into one so that it can be refined into the Yuanling flying sword as it is rumored. The more powerful the sword's embryo is, the higher the requirement of quality the body of the flying sword to withstand its infusion. If not only the flying sword body will not be able to withstand the power and burst, it will also damage the cultivated sword embryo, causing the master of the flying sword to be severely injured. The tungsten iron contains extremely pure metal spirits, and can gather the vitality of the heaven and earth by itself. Naturally it would be the excellent material to bear the spirit of the sword embryo. Yi Tianmei said slowly. So it is. Lu Ming thoughtfully. Although Lu Wu has learned some information about the Yuanling flying sword from the Taijian sword technique, but never thought that the flying sword body would not stand up to the power of the sword embryo and burst. He thought of the Taiji sword embryo in the Sea of Spirits is not only made from extracted refined gas from the tungsten iron, but also contains the gestational power of Luin Jinren for hundreds of years. If negligently infused into the Jianhua sword, it really might make it explode. Although Jianhua sword was later doped with gold essence soil, the basic materials used in the original refining were quite ordinary. As such, would he still have to find some tungsten iron as the body of the flying sword, in order to really make his own Yuanling flying sword? Lu Ming's thoughts kept running. At this moment Yi Tianmei's beautiful pair of eyes glittered. Yuanling flying sword, in fact, is considered to be the prototype of magic weapons. If you continue to cultivate, it is based on the practice of the sword and the practice of the cultivator, adding prohibitions on the sword layer by layer, and finally condensed into a genuine that can take others' heads from hundreds of miles away, then only it would be considered a real magical flying sword. Afterwards, an amazing sword-like scent emanated from her body, causing Lu Ming to immediately feel a slight heat near his abdomen. Fortunately, Yi Tianmei seemed to realize something, and the scent stopped abruptly. Even so, Lu Ming had a layer of cold sweat behind his back. Fortunately, Yi Tianmei did not seem to mind about this after seeing so. Thank you Grandmaster Yi for your guidance. Lu Ming felt calmer in his heart, and subsequently turned and said respectfully. In the time that followed, Lu Ming didn't say much about cultivation, and began to ask Yi Tianmei about the detailed situation on Burrowing Island. From Yi Tianmei's words, it is known that 3 major forces coexist on the Burrowing Island, and each of them has several powerful men in the late stage of crystallization. Jing Valley is one of them, and it is also one of the forces that most frequently traded with other islands. It possessed many rare spirit stone veins and can produce many attributable spirit stones, which is exactly what the Yunchuan alliance currently lacks. It is understood that this is not the first time it has traded with Yunchuan alliance. Just that there was not much changes during the first few times. The other 2 forces are Wanbao Mountain and Black Flame Palace. Wanbao Mountain controls many of the island's rare or resources and has some transactions with nearby islands. The Black Flame Palace is in charge of a rare mutant earth fire pool, which can summon a mutant earth fire called Haru True Flame. The 3 major forces naturally fought openly and secretly on the island, but there was no result. Some small and medium forces are secretly attached to these 3 forces, allowing the Burrowing Island to maintain a barely balanced situation for more than 100 years. This has made many cultivators of various races consider it a neutral place, and have come here to take root. This also makes the island gradually mixed, but also extremely prosperous. After flying for a few days like this, it may be due to entering the depths of the sea that strange winds are blowing in the sky from time to time. In order not to affect the itinerary, Yi Tianmei controlled the flying boat to fly at a low altitude of about 17 or 18 feet from the sea. This also inevitably caused the 2 to be attacked by some sea beasts, but most of them were low-level sea beasts of the Spirit Apprentice period. Occasionally, 1 or 2 condensate periods were seen, which was only at the initial stage. Yi Tianmei naturally did not fight, and left it to Lu Ming to solve this easily with thunder. Lu Ming naturally has no objection to this. After all, the sea beast demonic crystals he obtained are quite abundant. When he gets to Biyuan Island in the future, it is also a great income. The flying carried on again for half a month. On this day, while Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on the front of the flying boat and meditating, suddenly a demonic wind struck, making the flying boat shake imbalancedly. Then a harsh howling came from the air. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed at the sound. A dove-faced demon bird at a size of 5 or 6 feet full of black feathers was directly in front of the flying boat. Its body was surrounded by a black demonic wind while it whined towards the boat. Judging from its scent, it actually is in the midterm stage of condensate. Lu Ming glanced back and saw that Yi Tianmei, who was at the back of the flying boat still looking indifferent, meditating cross-legged on her own, and he can only smile resignedly in his heart. Immediately, Lu Ming didn't hesitate and turned into a black ray of light suspending in the air, facing the demon bird. Suddenly, the figure of the demon bird was blurred. Lu Ming only felt the roar of the demon wind in the sky, his eyes only saw black and he was caught in darkness. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but a pale golden dagger that had been held in his sleeve suddenly flew out. Dense golden light burst out immediately. In just a moment, it turned into a large amount of golden light and blasted somewhere into the air. A scream. The black demonic wind dissipated immediately, but seeing the blood on the tail of the demon bird far away, it seemed to have taken a lot of damage, staring at Lu Ming fiercely. You know, after Lu Ming took the Wuhua Dan made from the eye of the magic python, his eyes could penetrate the black mist within 30 feet. This monster was caught off guard and obviously underestimated its opponent. But a monster that can cultivate to the middle stage of the condensate is naturally not low-minded. Its black demonic wind spun for a while, and its body somehow instantly disappeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, slightly surprised. Hearing only a shoo, Lu Ming only felt a buzz behind him. This demon bird suddenly appeared from not far behind him, and the demonic wind around it turned into a huge whirlwind dozens of feet high, rolling towards Lu Ming's back. Lu Wu turned around and threw the golden short sword in the air without hesitation, and his hands quickly gestured a sword spell. The golden dagger was immediately blurred, and it turned into a rainbow. In just a flash, it looked like it would flash through the center of the bird's head. A weird scene appeared. The golden sword light flashed, and the demon bird had disappeared, leaving only a few black feathers floating down from the air. At this point, Lu Ming can conclude that this demon bird is good at sneak attacks and is practically invisible. Lu Ming closed his eyes suddenly, floating in the air motionless. Just behind the demonic wind burst, when the demon bird suddenly appeared, Lu Ming's figure blurred. The next moment, a silhouette appeared on the top of the monster. Lu Ming's figure emerged, rushing forward with one hand gesturing. A group of black gas came flying and he caught it, turning it into a ball. He clenched the ball with the 5 fingers of his hand, his face flashed, and he swept his fist out towards the monster bird without saying a word. Boom! The monster's huge body was suddenly smashed and flew out a dozen feet away. Many of the feathers where it had been hit had fallen off, looking as if it was not injured lightly, and its deep red eyes had begun to show sense of deep fear. Afterwards, in a loud shout, the demon bird reluctantly twisted its huge body, and fled away in the sound of the whistling of demonic wind. Chapter 333, The Valley South City. 3 months had passed. At dusk, the core of the sea which was on the south of the giant island could be seen faintly under the sunset. The entire island seemed to be shrouded in a faint cloud, giving out a sense of mystery. In a small port town on the west side of the island, large and small ships were constantly on the move outside the port. There were even a few large giant ships parked at the port. As for other smaller vessels, they were even more numerous. There were a lot of people on the port. The hustle and bustle echoing the faint sound of tidal waves from the seashore which made the scene lively. But unlike the Yunchuan continent, the people on the island were not all of the human race. It could even be said that most of the people were of foreign races, and the human race only occupied a small part. The sea creature clan covered with scales of various colors, the demon clan with a beast's head over a human body, the ferocious green orc clan, and other strange and unknown races, making the entire port look like a hodgepodge. Judging by the scent emanating from them, most of them were mortals without cultivation. There were not many cultivators among them. As for the foreign clan cultivators who were responsible for the order of the port, their cultivation was between the early and the late stage of the spirit disciple period. Occasionally there were several cultivators flying over the sky, but the mortals on the port did not care about it. They seemed to be accustomed to it. Two men and women of the human race were standing side by side on a clearing in the corner of the port. The man was dressed in a gray robe. He had ordinary features and his physique was slightly taller. The woman was dressed in white. She had beautiful features. Her beautiful pair of eyes were shining like stars, but her expression was cold, all revealing an extraordinary temperament. It was Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming who came all the way by taking the flying boat from Yunchuan continent to Burrowing Island. Ever since encountering that black demon bird that was good at controlling the demonic wind that day which had fled after being seriously injured by Lu Ming's punch, the strange wind in the sky seemed to also have disappeared with it. Seeing this, Yi Tianmei once again controlled the flying boat to high altitude and advanced it at full speed. They thus arrived a few days earlier than they initially expected. According to previous information about the complicated situation on this island, to avoid causing unnecessary attention, under the proposal of Lu Ming, both of them changed their attire and suppressed most of their cultivation. Otherwise, the cultivation of Yi Tianmei during the crystallization period and her famous identity of the sword mastery would surely cause a lot of sensation upon landing on the island. She might even attract the attention of those powerful forces. In this way, in the eyes of low-level cultivators who were way below them, Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming were no different from ordinary spiritual disciple cultivators. Although Yi Tianmei didn't seem to care much about this, she didn't say much, but Yi Tianmei was still quite eye-catching after dressing down. Of course, she was more unlikely to change her appearance. It was already very condescending to promise to change her attire. For the first time, Lu Ming set foot on the unfamiliar continent. Looking at these strange-looking aliens in front of him, he felt quite interested. Yi Tianmei looked calm and indifferent about the scene in front of her. She was apparently used to such scenes already. Probably because of the large number of aliens here, after the two just appeared on the dock, some aliens were already curious and tried to approach Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming. But after Lu Ming's impassive look released a little powerful mental coercion. The aliens hesitated and had to rush away from the two. Some other aliens saw this. After being astonished, they immediately respected the duo and remained as far as possible. Lu Ming first purchased a pale blue jade slip with a map of Burrowing Island in a shop opened by a human in town, and then entered into a small two-story restaurant not far from the port with Yi Tianmei. He wanted to figure out the terrain on the island before deciding what to do next. The first floor of the restaurant was relatively simple. They were ordinary mortals who only ate simple meals. The second floor was where some people with status and cultivators rest and eat. Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming naturally would not stay on the first floor, so they went straight upstairs. There were not many guests on the second floor. There were only 3 or 4 tables of customers. There was even a table of people with 3 men of the sea creature clan drinking at the same table, which was quite shocking. When Lu Ming stepped into this building, he naturally took a few glances at the table. This look made Lu Ming's heart bewildered. Because these sea creatures were all cultivators who were above the condensation period, and the cultivator sitting in the middle was even faintly of the middle stage condensation period. These people were all wearing blue robes with a water wave sign on their left chests. It seemed to symbolize some kind of status. Lu Ming's cultivation was much higher than them, and he had suppressed his breath, so he naturally wouldn't attract the others' attention. Although Yi Tianmei didn't let out her breath, her extraordinary temperament and beautiful appearance immediately attracted the table of people to start whispering. From time to time they cast some unfriendly looks. After Lu Ming probed the jade slip through the divine thought, he found that it was only a rough map of the entire Burrowing Island, marking the approximate distribution of several large and medium-sized cities on the island and some key areas. For Lu Ming, who was unfamiliar with the island, it was better than none. Fortunately, through the previous information obtained, Lu Ming actually found the location of the city where Yanju, the forging master of the Fire Mastery clan, was located. But it seemed that they must first pass through the Crystal Valley to go there. It was still too early to get to Yanju's auction. Therefore Lu Ming decided to go along with Yi Tianmei. For him, it was not a bad thing to walk with Yi Tianmei, who was in the crystallization period, without understanding the situation on the island. This beautiful fairy doesn't look like someone from this continent. Suddenly, someone from the table of Sea Clan cultivators yelled at Yi Tianmei. Yi Tianmei heard the words and could not help but wrinkled her brow slightly, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Well, this is really a shame. If I knew that there was a peerless beauty such as this fairy, why would I cultivate till now and still remain unmarried? A rude man's voice sounded again from the blue-robed cultivator's mouth, who was sitting in the middle. His words had a hint of teasing. It attracted a few laughs from the C-clan cultivators next to him. Presumably, these C-clan cultivators saw Yi Tianmei's beauty and her cultivation seemed inferior, so they thought of teasing her. Suddenly, an undisguisable, unbelievable breath burst from Yi Tianmei's body, and Lu Ming saw the situation and his pupils suddenly shrank. Her eyes were beaming cold light, then the alarming breath on her body was in full bloom. Suddenly she raised one hand and a silver arc shot out. It was just flashing in the air, then it shot toward the middle C-clan cultivator in blue robe. Seeing this, the cultivator in blue robe first became angry, but then his face flashed with horror. Before he could not even make the finger gesture, he was caught up in a flash of silver on that was too fast. After a heartbreaking scream, the blue robe cultivator's body turned into a bloody rain after being stirred by countless silver lights. Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. "Please spare our lives, fairy." The C-clan cultivators on both sides covered with the blood remnants of the blue robe cultivator. Seeing this scene, they were so frightened that the cultivators who initially spoke were afraid to speak the slightest word. As if Yi Tianmei hadn't heard it at all, the coldness on her face was a little thicker. She did another gesture with one hand. Once the two of them saw that the situation was bad, they did not hesitate to crush the amulet that had been held tightly in their hands. Blue light flashed on them. It instantly turned into 2 rays of light. When they were about to fly out of the restaurant window and flee this place, a silver light shone in front of them suddenly. A silver flash went through the two of them and the two were sliced into 2 in an instant. They were killed. Yi Tianmei made another gesture, and the silver flash flew back at her. After a blur moment, it turned into a silver long sword with a length of 1 feet, and disappeared into her sleeve. The others on the second floor of the restaurant witnessed this, and they were so scared that they dared not look at Yi Tianmei again with unscrupulous eyes. When Lu Ming saw that Grandmaster Yi easily killed 3 condensation period C-clan cultivators in an instant, the other party didn't even have the power to fight back. And the reason was just a few words from the other party. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. No wonder she was one of the powerhouse in the crystallization period. Her simple move actually had such a terrifying power. But he also felt that he now had a new understanding of the cold and ruthlessness of the female sword cultivator in the crystallization period of the Tianyue sect. "Let's go." Yi Tianmei never looked at the 3 C-clan cultivators from beginning to end. She stood up expressionlessly. The silver light flashed on the surface of her body, and she turned into a ball of silver light shooting out of the window. Seeing this, Lu Ming knew that it was inconvenient to stay here. With a gesture by one hand, he then turned into a black light, following Yi Tianmei at the front. When the others returned to their senses, they were nowhere to be found. 10 miles away from the port town, a towering green dense forest with ancient trees. A shuttle-shaped craft was blasting eastward. The two on the boat were Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming, who had just left the port town. According to the last information returned by the 2 Alliance deputies through the mystic arts, and combined with this island map, they were at that time within the sphere of influence of Crystal Valley. It is not far from the south of Crystal Valley. Yi Tianmei lifted a pale blue jade slip from her forehead and said lightly, "They are going to trade at Crystal Valley, and they are within the sphere of influence of the Crystal Valley. They must have found a foothold in a nearby city. According to this situation, they may even have contacts with Crystal Valley." Lu Ming hesitated and replied, "Correct, nephew disciple Liu. There is only one city in the south of Crystal Valley that met the requirements, called Valley South Town. According to its geographical location, it should be established by Crystal Valley itself. Now we can only get to the town and find the place where the 2 left the mark of the Alliance, we would be able to know a thing or two." As Yi Tianmei said, her pair of beautiful eyes were twinkling. Chapter 334, Black Blood. West of Biyuan Island. A turquoise mountain range rolled from west to east. Somewhere in the mountains, a giant mountain as high as the clouds peaked straight up into the sky. It was more than 10,000 feet high. It looked towering and unusually majestic. At this moment, in the middle of the mountain, the walls were filled with potholes and several narrow passages meandered forward. From the perspective of some sloping rock walls, the passageway faintly led to the deeper part of the mountain. As the passage deepened, the pit residues on both sides of the rock wall gradually became scarce. In the end, only a few hundred of what seemed to be traces of digging were occasionally seen on both sides. On both sides of the rock wall, faint green light of the size of rice grains started to appear. It was like green stars. There was a faint layer of green air in the channel. The sound of metal collisions and the sound of collision between metal and rock could also be heard. It turned out that this place was a spar mineral vein with rare natural properties in the deep mountain. At the end of a certain mine, dozens of miners with broken clothes, holding a hoe made of black metal, were silently mining. Some fine rubble rolled down from their feet from time to time. At first glance, most of them seemed to be of the human race, and there were also non-human races such as orcs. Several people in the human clan seemed to be dressed up as cultivators, but they did not have the slightest spiritual energy. Suddenly, with a dull noise that was hardly noticeable, one of the cultivator-like human miner fell to the ground motionless. And the miner next to him didn't even look at him, and continued the work at hand as if all this had long been accustomed to. At the same time, somewhere in Valley South City is one of the three major forces on the Burrowing Island. Not far from the south of the Crystal Valley, a tall figure wearing a lilac robe was facing an alien that looked like a guard. He stuck a white jade slip on his forehead. Judging from the scent he exuded, he was actually a strong man who was in the crystallization period. After a long while he moved the jade slip away from his forehead. The valley came again to ask for slave labor, but it has been quite frequent lately. You should take a trip to the spiritual dungeon and take some of those that caused trouble in the fight in the city that day, rid them of their cultivation, and send them to the valley to fulfill the request. The tall figure shattered the jade slip and said slowly, his voice was slightly old. Yes, Elder Jianghu. The guard responded, then he stepped back outside to execute the order. The figure in the purple robe still stood at the same place, as if he was in deep thought about something. Grandmaster Yi, the city ahead should be that Valley South City. Above the shuttle-shaped craft, Meng, who dressed in a gray robe, was standing at the front looking into the distance. He suddenly turned around and said to the rear. Mei, who was dressed in white, was sitting cross-legged at the back of the craft, closing her eyes and adjusting her breath. She only nodded slightly when she heard the words. She looked a little thoughtful, but she didn't say anything. Seeing this, Meng turned back with a smile and continued to look forward. During this time he seemed to have become accustomed to Grandmaster Ye's indifference. It had been more than half a month since he left the port town. He did a little exploration along the way. He already had some understanding of the situation on the island and the Valley South City. Burrowing Island was rich in spiritual aura. It was an excellent place for cultivation. Therefore, the birth rate of cultivators on the island was also quite amazing. It was basically 3 or 4 times that of Yunchuan Island. Because of this, ordinary mortals on this island often participated in spiritual stone transactions. It was not strange to the cultivators already. The Crystal Valley, as one of the 3 major powers of the Burrowing Island, while maintaining open and secret competitions with the other 2 forces, it also maintained transactions on with them the surface. At the same time, due to the many rare spiritual stone mineral resources it controlled, it had also attracted frequent transactions of various sectarian forces on and off the island. Valley South City, as the closest base to the Crystal Valley, was established by the Crystal Valley itself. It had attracted many well-known merchants who came for its reputation. The Crystal Valley naturally knew the importance of this city, so they assigned a powerhouse in the early stage of the crystallization period to stand guard. Therefore, most outsiders would not dare to easily cause trouble in this city, otherwise the consequences would be severe. If they have it easy, they would be expelled from the city. If they have it bad, their spiritual sea would be severely destroyed by the powerhouse in the Crystal Valley through external force, and their cultivation would be all gone. After all, in a place like Burrowing Island, only power speaks the loudest words. The person with the biggest fist survives. This was the natural law of the survival of the fittest. Around this Valley South City, there were still some small and medium-sized forces and sects, and many of them had secretly attached to the Crystal Valley. It seems that things are a little complicated, Meng said thoughtfully. At this time it was early morning and the sky was just bright. A round of red sun rose slowly not far away. The golden halo slowly shone on the city that was facing the mountains on one side and the other facing the sea. The city was quite large. Its size was more than hundreds of miles. Looking at it from the air, the walls were gray and all the buildings in the city were made of large black stones, looking neat and orderly. At this time, pedestrians and merchant caravans had already gone in and out of the city gate. Dozens of uniformed guards standing at the gate of the city were staring at the crowd, seriously examining those who wanted to enter the city, and they whispered from time to time. Of course, this examination was only for those who wanted to enter the city. For those who wanted to go out, they didn't check at all. The armor worn by these city guards was lavender in color, and they were wrapped tightly from head to toe. However, from the perspective of their figure, the disparity was quite large. They did not seem that they were of the same race. The so-called inspection was nothing more than holding a peculiar mirror and scanning at the faces of those people. Although the Valley South City was in the sky, there was no light curtain that restricts the craft. The sky above the city was empty, but there was no light that dared to leap directly over the dozens of tall black stone walls and enter the city directly. The craft used by Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming did not land directly, but they observed for a while in the air before touching down somewhere nearby. As two overseas visitors, naturally there was no need to worry about being detected. The two then suppressed their breath and entered the city with the flow of people. At this moment, the streets of Valley South City were already crowded and lively. There were many shops on both sides and almost every door was crowded. It should be almost this distance. Yi Tianmei walked to a nearby street and immediately stopped by the road. Lu Ming frowned but did not ask anything in the end. Yi Tianmei's sleeve shuddered, then the palm of her hand appeared an inch-sized white jade disc. With a gesture on the other hand, the disc began to sparkle. After a while, an insignificant phantom flew in from a distance. Yi Tianmei saw the situation and her brows were relieved. She looked at the disc in her hand. The disc appeared to be a bit translucent. There was still a ghostly movement in it, and then it stopped slowly and pointed in a certain direction. About an hour later, under the guidance of the disc, the two came to an inn named Bibbo at a more remote street in Valley South City. Generally, it would be impossible to build an inn in such a quiet area. After all, there were no guests to come here. But for someone who did not want to be noticed, this was the best choice. The place where the two deputies of the Alliance left the last mark should be here. Yi Tianmei stood expressionless. Her pupils shrunk slightly as she said slowly. Somewhere in the quiet courtyard of the inn. The courtyard was full of various lush flowers and plants with various sizes and colors of unknown plants. A winding gravel path led directly to the door of a seemingly ordinary room. In the guest room, a man and a woman were standing and examining something. They were Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming. It seems that the two deputies are indeed cautious. Not only is the selected inn in a remote and unobtrusive place, but the rented courtyard is so quiet. Lu Ming put down a teacup in his hand and said. Before entering the inn, the two went to the inn manager to inquire about it. After roughly describing the specific characteristics of the two deputies, they knew that the duo had stayed here a few months ago. The two of them rented a small courtyard at that time and paid 1 month's rent in one lump sum, and they asked not to be disturbed. However, after 3 or 4 days they disappeared without checking out. The shopkeeper thought that the two of them were out for work, so he did not think much. As a result, the duo had not yet appeared after a month. The shopkeeper found that there might be something wrong. No baggage was found during the inspection of the duo's place. Over time, the matter was naturally overlooked. After learning that the courtyard had now been rented by several guests of the Sea clan, without Yi Tianmei's command, Lu Ming found them, showed a little of his strength, and scared the few of them away by both hard and soft methods. After some inspections they seemed to find nothing. It seems the duo didn't leave any clue here. Lu Ming sighed and said with some resignation. Yi Tianmei didn't answer. After a little hesitation, she flipped her hands and a small cauldron covered with silver flew out of it. After a blur, she suspended it in mid-air. Yi Tianmei gestured non-stop with both hands and chanted a few spells, then a mouthful of blood sprayed on the small cauldron in the air. Suddenly the silver light flourished. This instrument contains the essence of the deputies who were by the Alliance's orders out to sea to purchase. To a certain extent it may be effective. Yi Tianmei said with a pale face but a calm expression. A slight crackling noise came from the small cauldron in the air, then a silver flash on the surface flashed. 2 thumb-sized blood-colored light balls appeared out of the cauldron, and then turned into 2 blood shadows and disappeared in an inconspicuous corner of the house. At a glance, there were a few drops of black blood in that corner. Chapter 335, A Windfall. Yi Tianmei frowned. Her face was dignified as she stared at the drops of black blood without blinking. As soon as she entered the house, she had already opened up her divine thought and covered the house along with everything near it. But even with her strong cultivation of crystallization stage, she couldn't find any clues about the drops of black blood at that time. This time, if Yi Tianmei hadn't found the two people's temporary residence according to the previous clues, and if he did not hesitate to activate her true spirit power to use the discovery spell using the relic containing the essence of the two deputies given by the high-level management in Alliance just in case to find the traces of the black blood, the matter would be even more clueless otherwise. Even so, apart from these few drops of black blood, the duo could not find any other clues at the moment. It seemed that it was very likely that someone deliberately did it, but it was not sure what strange means they used to erase the clues related to the two deputies in this house. These remaining black blood might be neglected by the other party. It seems that both of the deputies of the Alliance have encountered the unfortunate. Lu Ming murmured after looking at the black blood and sighing. This is indeed a bit of a problem, Tianmei said slowly after a moment of silence. Her hand waved in the air. After a flash of silver light, the silver cauldron flew back to her sleeve and disappeared. Grandmaster Yi found this place by the mystic arts this time, but so far the clues are very vague. Do you have any plans now? Lu Ming asked as his eyes were flashing. Now that we have found this place, naturally there is no reason to go back, Tianmei said with a raised eyebrow. Her voice was quite firm. Is there anything that I can help? Lu Ming said. The look on his face was quite sincere. Since you said so, go to Valley South City to pry for some information during these 2 days. It is best to know if there is anything unusual in the city recently. As for other things, I have my own consideration. Yi Tianmei answered directly without hesitation. Yes, as Grandmaster command. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. The people involved in this matter are not easy to handle. It may involve the existence of the crystallization period cultivators. Yi Tianmei thought and said slowly. The crystallization period. Could it be related to the 3 major forces on the island? Lu Ming was a little surprised after listening. If we really get involved with people of the crystallization stage, it would undoubtedly be asking for trouble to get involved in this matter. Although his strength was comparable to the late stage of the condensation, and also had the help of the bone scorpion and the demon head, when it came to the crystallization stage, there was still no chance of success. There would even be a life danger. Yi Tianmei saw Lu Ming's contemplative expression for a moment without talking, and said with an ambiguous smile. The 2 deputies are also the condensation stage cultivators. Only the crystallization stage cultivator could silently snatch them from the inn or to kill them. But this is only my current guess. It is unknown whether this is indeed the case. However, it is best to exercise caution when walking in the city. Thank you, Grandmaster Yi, for telling me. I will be more careful, Lu Ming said with a stun in his heart when he heard this. All right for one night. Early the next morning, Lu Ming walked out of Bibo and calmly and began to walk along the streets of Valley South City slowly, examining at the shops. For the first time being alone after entering Biyuan Island, and in a clueless situation, he could only move to places with as many people as possible. Even though this Valley South City couldn't be compared with the large city of Xianjing, the capital of the Great Xian Kingdom at that time, the number of shops was quite amazing. It took him about half a day to go through half of the shops. Although there were quite a few unexpected gains and he found some spiritual stones with attributes and scarce materials, there was no similar news about some cultivators' disappearance at all. Lu Ming did not feel discouraged about this. Instead, he kept a calm demeanor. For the remaining half of the day, Lu Ming still wandered around the city. He also bought some information about this place from several hidden forces that sold information. It finally allowed him to have a general understanding of the situation in Valley South City. The first was that some cultivators had indeed disappeared recently, but this was not new. It even happened quite frequently. But all of them were arrogant low-level casual cultivators who fought at the shops or auction venues in the city. The ones who had it easy were banished from the city by the guards of the Crystal Valley. The ones who were worse off had their cultivation abolished and were thrown into the dungeons. The so-called disappearances were those from time to time who were sent to the Crystal Valley mines to be degraded to slave labor. This was a well-known thing in Valley South City, but most people did not mention it as it was already well known. Secondly, there was news that 3 deputy disciples from a large tribe of the Sea clan sent to Biyuan Island were killed by an unknown female cultivator in the port town. One of the disciples who were in the middle of the condensation period even ended up with no dead body. The high level of the force was very angry about this, and they had sent elders from their clan to investigate the matter on Biyuan Island. When Lu Ming heard this, his face remained unchanged, but deep down he did not know whether to cry or to laugh. The third morning. A young man in a gray robe came to the old and famous restaurant Green Bamboo Restaurant in the downtown of the Valley South City. Standing on the wide street in front of the building, the man squinted and looked at the restaurant's signboard with a strange look. The man was Lu Ming. Coincidentally, he originally planned to probe for more information in some of the restaurants in the city today. After yesterday's talk with the demon cultivator who sold the news, he highly recommended the spirit wine, green bamboo, in this restaurant with great enthusiasm. The restaurant was small in size but the business was booming. Customers were constantly flowing. The reason for this was because the spirit wine green bamboo, sold in this restaurant was of great benefit to cultivators. Mortals who drank this had the effect of prolonging life. Pedestrians passing by on the street outside the restaurant could smell the strong aroma of the wine from the restaurant, which was mouth-watering and tempting. Meng went to the second floor when he found that the people who ate on the first floor were all mortals. After sitting at the table by the window with a street view on the second floor, Meng asked for a bottle of the famous green bamboo spirit wine. Playing with a small wine glass full of green bamboo, the spirit wine in the glass was thick and pale green. From a distance, one could smell a faint fragrance. An insignificant aura spread with the fragrance. Meng looked down from the window at something with a look of inattentive laziness. The sound of footsteps and soft conversation between an elder and a youth came from downstairs. The sound dang-dang of coming upstairs became clear. After a while, an old man in a yellow robe with a thin yellow complexion and a petite young girl with white and tender skin and light features appeared at the entrance of the stairs. Judging from the scent radiating from them, they were also two cultivators. Meng's mental power quietly swept through. He found that the girl in yellow should be of the cultivation of the middle stage of the spiritual disciple period, while the old man on the side deliberately lowered his scent. His powers would not be weak. The girl seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, but she looked worried and anxious. She came to a table with the old man and sat down. After a few bites of food, she stopped using her chopsticks as if there was something on her mind. "Grandfather. Many days have passed and there is still no news from them. Is there really no clue left in the inn?" The girl in yellow suddenly said to the old man. "Ling, this place is very complicated and there are many forces, so don't worry too much before things are clear. After all, they were also in the condensation period, and this was not the first time they came here to Valley South City to purchase resources from the Crystal Valley." The old man frowned first, glanced around, and spoke in a low voice after knowing that no one was paying attention to their conversation. "Will it be possible that they did not stay in that inn?" The girl in the yellow shirt asked unwillingly, but her voice was much lower. "This is very unlikely. Every time they came here to do business in Valley South City, they would temporarily live at the Jianghu Inn, and they are also familiar with the inn owner. Baihao has a weird personality. He would not easily stay at an unfamiliar inn without any special circumstances." The old man hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. "Then when were they found missing? Could it be that the spirit stones carried on them that caused them to be murdered by people for the sake of riches?" The girl asked again. Her voice a little hasty and her voice was slightly higher. "In the past, after they came to Valley South City, they would send regular reports to the sect every month to report their safety. But 9 months ago, after the sect sent them to this Valley South City to purchase because of an urgent need for a batch of resources, we could no longer get any news. Therefore the sect sent me to investigate. Whether it is really because of the spirit stones, it is not easy to say. After all, this kind of thing is not unusual on this island. If it is true, it is even more difficult to trace. Anyway, we are still clueless at present. Let's go back to the sect and discuss it again." When the old man stopped here, he sighed slightly. "This way we really only can go back to the sect and think of other ways." The girl in the yellow shirt murmured with a disappointed expression on her face. As they finished speaking, they hurriedly ate some food and left. They disappeared from Valley South City 9 months ago, and they were here to purchase resources from the Crystal Valley. Isn't it almost the same time as when the two deputies in the Alliance lost contact? How powerful Meng's mental power was. With just a little output, he was able to listen to this conversation. The news from it caused a lot of shock in his heart. He did not expect to accidentally meet with a Windfall. He found nothing for the whole day yesterday, but now in this restaurant, he got such a news by coincidence. This lifted his spirit. Immediately, Meng put down the wine glass in his hand, stood up calmly and walked toward the stairs. Chapter 336, Speculation. At the wasteland of a dense forest that was somewhere around 10 miles away from the Valley South City. At a glance, except for the slick stones on the barren land, there was almost no grass. Meng placed his hands behind and looked at a ruined temple in front of him. His pupils were slightly shrinking. Out of the green bamboo restaurant in that city, he followed the grandfather and grandson out of the city. However, after Lu Ming followed the two into the wasteland, they suddenly disappeared. Lu Ming's brow frowned slightly, then he released his mental power, inspecting the surrounding. However, with his strong mental power, he didn't seem to find anything at all. But at this moment, Lu Ming only felt a moment of blur in front of him, and a dark shadow shot out from the dense forest beside the ruined temple. The dark shadow was extremely fast. In an instant, it had already come to him and crushed him down. Under this unexpected blow, an extremely violent force swarmed him. Lu Ming was caught off guard. Even though his physical body was overbearing, he was still forced to take a few steps back. However, this collision did not cause any harm to Lu Ming. After he made a gesture, his body suddenly stopped. At the location where he was hit just now, a vague pit was left behind. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, then he glanced at the dark shadow at the center of the pit. The black shadow turned out to be a giant python. Its whole body was dark. The bowl-sized scales that looked like they were pieced together expressed a bone-chilling light. However, there was no vitality in its eyes. Apparently it was a puppet beast. At this moment, an old man in a yellow robe and a young girl in a yellow shirt came out slowly from the ruined temple. It was the pair of grandchildren he encountered in the restaurant. The girl in the yellow shirt stared at Lu Ming with a hostile gaze. Although the old man in the yellow robe had a calm face, his heart was slightly shocked. He was slightly surprised that the young man in the gray robe could stop the sneak attack of his puppet beast. However, the young man looked too young on the surface, so the old man was not too worried about it. The opponent's cultivation was limited. Even if he looked stronger physically, the old man should be able to deal with him. Looking at the battle between the old man and the young girl, Lu Ming's single hand only turned in the air with a blank expression. Then there were explosions coming from his 5 fingers immediately. Lu Ming knew it was useless to explain anything at this time. Not to mention that the two were also outsiders. After being traced by Lu Ming, they must first have hostility in their minds. Besides, the missing person in their conversation obviously had a close relationship with them, so they wouldn't tell the truth by using the normal mean. At this time, the most effective way was to use some powerful means. On the other side, the old man in the yellow robe also did not want to talk nonsense with Lu Ming. Instead, the old man made a gesture with his right hand toward the python puppet beast. The python puppet beast suddenly made a whining sound toward the sky as its giant tail smashed on the ground, then its body was blurred, and it turned into a dark shadow and rushed toward Lu Ming again. At the same time, a muffled sound came from the space where the python passed by. Boom. Lu Ming gestured with one hand, then suddenly there was thick black gas billowing out of his body. After the black gas swirled around the top of his head, it quickly condensed into a black dragon's phantom. It just hovered in the nearby air, then it suddenly dived down and wrapped around Lu Ming's right arm in the end. It was the first level of the Dragon and Tiger Inferno. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. With a movement of his arm, he punched out at the python puppet beast that was charging at him rapidly. An earth-shattering noise sounded. Later, Lu Ming was shining a black light in front of him, and a more intense wave came out in the space. The python was knocked back upside down immediately and landed heavily in front of the old man. When the python raised its head again, it saw that Lu Ming's fist had landed on its body. Its surface scales were dented by the punch. This scene made the old man's eye pupil shrank slightly, and his eyelids moved imperceptibly. This giant python puppet beast was not only extremely powerful, but its body surface was made of hard and rare metal. The hardness was far beyond ordinary refined iron. However, it was easily hurt by this young man in a gray robe. The only explanation was that the strength of the young people in front of them was unfathomable, and they couldn't rival with him at all. "This friend, you and I have no grievance. Sir, please stop first." The old man in the yellow robe suddenly waved at Lu Ming and hinted him to stop. After all, if Lu Ming were to make a few more punches on the python puppet monster, this puppet monster would be scrapped. And this python had the strength of the early stage of condensation. Even if he didn't have a few heads, he was naturally unwilling to let it be destroyed so easily. Lu Ming smiled as he heard these words. After he withdrew his punch, the black gas was also absorbed into his body. The old man in the yellow robe also made a gesture. The python instantly turned into a black light and returned back into the hands of the old man. After a while, the light turned into a black ball. "May I ask, why did Sir follow us all the way here?" The old man asked Lu Ming slowly, but his tone wasn't respectful at all. He also quietly winked at the girl in the yellow shirt next to him to let her back out some distance. so she wouldn't be affected by the confrontation with the person in front of him. The girl in the yellow shirt said nothing and immediately backed a few steps away. Please do not misunderstand. I accidentally heard you mentioned about your acquaintance disappearing in Valley South City at the restaurant upstairs. It happens that someone I know also disappeared here. The time is very close to what you said, so I wonder if you can tell me about the situation. Lu Ming smiled at the old man and said without arguing with the old man's question. When the old man in the yellow robe heard this, his face changed slightly, and he couldn't help glancing at the girl. After listening to the girl in the yellow shirt, her heart was slightly trembling. Only then she realized that their conversation was heard by the others in the restaurant. She immediately lowered her head. She didn't dare to speak anything. At this time the old man coughed and said, "Since Sir follows us here, then you are determined to get this information. I have no choice but to tell. There is no need to keep this secret to anybody anyway. If Sir wants to ask, I can answer your question." "Very good. You don't have to worry about anything. I will leave after asking about it. Can Sir please tell me about the missing person in detail?" he asked slowly. After the old man coughed, he could only tell everything to him. "My granddaughter and I are actually practitioners from a small sect in the south of Buyuan Island. Our sect is also a little famous in the south. It lives by refining and selling the puppet beast. Just 9 months ago, my son and several people were sent to Valley South City by our sect to purchase some attribute crystals from Crystal Valley for producing the puppet beast. These resources are urgently needed in this case, and my son is also a cautious person. He wouldn't stay for long after he did the request. Moreover, my son is very familiar with the purchase and sale of resources. The trip of back and forth won't exceed more than 3 months. However, we never expected that he never return after departing for half a year, and there is even no news from him. Therefore, I have no choice but to come personally to Valley South City to investigate it." "Oh, have you inquired anything? I heard from your tone in the restaurant before that you are planning to leave the Valley South City." Lu Ming asked faintly. "I found the inn that my son stayed, but I only knew that my son never came out from it after staying in the inn. My son is in the early stage of condensation cultivation, but he actually disappeared without a trace. Therefore, I thought there must be something strange about it. I suspect that it is related to some big forces. It may even involve the powerhouse of crystallization cultivation. How can our sect deal with such a powerhouse? So, I can only return to my sect with my granddaughter to discuss the future plan again." The old man replied somewhat resignedly. "It turns out to be like this. But from the meaning of Sir's words, you have been to the Valley South City for a long time. Have you found any other clues?" After Lu Ming heard it, he thought about it and then asked. "In fact, while I was in the city, I learned from some old acquaintances that some of them were also missing in Valley South City, and most of them came here to purchase. The missing persons were all of the condensation cultivation powerhouses. Because of that, I decided to leave this city." The old man hesitated a moment later and then replied. His expression was a little gloomy at the same time. "So many young cultivators of the condensation stage are missing frequently, and it was during when they came to Valley South City to purchase." After Lu Ming listened, his eyes flickered slightly. There was some speculation in his mind. But his face didn't give any hint at all. He just nodded at the old man and said, "So, thank you, friend." The next moment they saw a flash of gray shadow. Lu Ming went across a few hundred feet directly and appeared behind the girl in the yellow shirt. He snapped at the little girl's shoulder, then his figure flickered and transformed into a few afterimages and returned to his initial place. The whole process happened in a split moment. The old man roared. He once again controlled the python to intercept him in the middle, but it only caught the afterimage of Lu Ming. It didn't touch Lu Ming's body at all. "What did you do to Ling Air?" The old man raised his hand and threw a white ball which transformed into a white giant hawk puppet beast. Then he said viciously to Lu Ming. The girl in the yellow shirt also looked abnormally pale. But when the old man examined her body carefully, he found no abnormalities at all. "Sir, don't have to panic. I'm just leaving a mark on this little girl. If you find telling any lies, I can look for Sir to confirm again. Please be rest assured. This mark will disappear automatically after 3 days, or maybe Sir now think of anything to add on to your previous statement." Lu Ming said calmly with his hands on his back. "I have told you everything." The old man clenched his fists, staring angrily at Lu Ming. "If that's the case, it's naturally good. But if you think of anything else, you can come to Valley South City Bibo Inn." As Lu Ming spoke, he made a gesture and a dark cloud rose at his feet, traveling straight to the direction where Valley South City was. After Lu Ming left, The old man in the yellow robe slowly let go of his clenched fist. "Grandfather, what should we do now?" The girl in the yellow shirt looked up at Lu Ming's direction with a look of panic. "I didn't expect before we can find any news of your father and others. We have already attracted such a powerful man. You and I will go to the nearby Blackwind stronghold for 3 days and see what happens. Later I will check if I can remove the mark left by the man on the way." The old man's face looked uncertain for a while, then he stomped his feet and spoke to the girl in yellow shirt. After the old man unveiled the yellow shirt of the girl, he suddenly found a black rune mark on the girl's shoulder. "Grandfather, is this person really so terrifying just now? You actually didn't dare to confront the man face to face." The beautiful girl in yellow shirt saw this situation. She bit her teeth and asked with some resentment. "This person should be a physique cultivator and definitely a powerhouse. He also seemed to be holding back his strength just now. It seems that something big is going to happen on this Burrowing island." The old man's face became a little bit solemn. After saying so, he also cast a cloud under his feet and carried the girl to somewhere far away. Chapter 337, Meng Ning. The front door of Burrowing seemed a bit deserted. Except for the 2 or 3 people passing by occasionally, there was not even a vendor. At this time, a young man in gray robe with a common face feature was hurriedly walking toward this place. After a slight stop at the door, he stepped into the inn. It was Lu Ming who hurried back from the ruined temple outside the city. As soon as he stepped into the inn, he passed through several courtyards in a row, went straight to a quieter courtyard, and stopped in front of a house. The room that Yi Tianmei rented was closed at this time. It seemed Grandmaster Yi hadn't returned yet. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he didn't care at all. He expected that the female sword crystallization cultivator wouldn't be idle. Then he turned around and returned to her house, waiting quietly. Lu Ming, who was sitting on the bed, focused his mind and thought about the matters told by the yellow-robe old man. Then he calmed his mind slowly. According to the information currently available, those who disappeared here inexplicably were all young and strong men of condensation cultivation. Moreover, most of them were here to purchase. They must have a lot of spirit stones with them. If someone chose to make a move on them, their intention was either the spirit stones or the victim itself. Let alone the spirit stones, anyone would be moved to know that someone is carrying so many spirit stones, but since those people were sent to purchase things, they must also understand to not disclose their wealth in an unfamiliar place. Unless it was the other party who dealt with them, but will Crystal Valley damage its reputation for just the spirit stones? When Lu Ming was in the Savage Ghost sect, he learned from the scriptures pavilion that some evil cultivators could have some very strange methods to extract the spirit and blood of living people and use them to cultivate some powerful and evil skills. Some may even take the flesh directly to make the terrifying puppets and magical weapons. After all, in order to pursue great strength, some cultivators could often do anything cruel. But whether it was one of the two or there was a third possibility, this matter was still uncertain. In this crisis-ridden situation, it seems that he has been more careful. Thinking of this, he exhaled a long breath, then he dismissed the distractions and began to meditate. Half a day later. "Come out, I'll take you to see someone." Lu Ming's ear suddenly sounded the cold voice of Yi Tianmei. When Lu Ming heard the words, he was naturally shocked. He immediately jumped up and pushed the door. At this moment, Yi Tianmei, who was in white, was standing at the door of the inn. Before Lu Ming managed to greet his grandmaster, Yi Tianmei immediately turned around and left. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only laugh bitterly, so he followed her out of the Burrowing Inn. "Who is Grandmaster Yi bringing me to meet?" On the road, Lu Ming thought secretly. However, when he felt that the news he got from the old man in the yellow robe was valuable, he began to tell Yi Tianmei. "Grandmaster Yi, I have found some clues when I inquired at the Valley South City. It may be related to the disappearance of the Alliance's deputies. Besides, the behind-the-scenes forces of the Valley South City didn't seem to care about this." Right now, Lu Ming informed Yi Tianmei about all the news that he discovered in the past 2 days. After listening to Lu Ming's words, Yi Tianmei looked a little moved, but she did not speak. Seeing this, Lu Ming kept silent and continued to follow. After a meal, the two went to a tall stone hall outside of Valley South City. The stone hall was made of an unknown dark megalith. Under the light of the sun, it emitted a faint black halo. It seemed that there were a lot of barriers being set on it. It seemed not simple. There were several guards standing outside the stone hall. Their costumes were the same as the guards at the gate of the city, but they were taller and bigger. The lavender body armor on their bodies was a bit dazzling under the reflection of the setting sun. Judging only from the breadth of the guards, these guards were actually at the later stage of the spiritual apprentice. Some were even in the early stage of the condensation. Meng was startled secretly, but his expression remained calm. Tianmei walked to the guards and spoke a few words to the leader, but the guard immediately showed a respectful expression and immediately turned to the temple to report to his master. Tianmei waited on the spot quietly. After a short while, the sound of footsteps came from the door. It was the guard hurried out again. After seeing him waving his hand, all the guards immediately retreated to both sides and made a respectful gesture. Tianmei walked toward the gate of the palace without saying anything. Meng naturally followed Tianmei into the stone hall. The stone hall was rectangular, it was about 10 feet in size, there were many statues on both sides. There were only one table and 8 chairs in the center of the hall, which made the hall look extremely empty and deep. There was a tall figure in a purple robe in this hall. He was standing with his back facing the entrance and his hands on his back. Maybe the old man heard the footsteps. He slowly turned around. His skin was an emerald color and his pupils were golden. His breath seemed to be unfathomable. Meng also felt this breath once from Tianmei's body. This was exactly why this old man was obviously a terrifying powerhouse in crystallization. From the appearance of the old man, Meng was able to judge that the old man should be from the Orc clan. On the way, Meng had made it clear that this Orc clan was actually just a name. It wasn't that their looks really looked like an Orc or that their blood was really related to Orc. However, in many aspects, especially in terms of physical quality, the ordinary human races weren't comparable to Orc. However, most Orcs were inherently strong physically, and their bones were extremely dense and solid. Once they embarked on the path of cultivation, most of them practiced the cultivation that focused on training physical body. This point was familiar with the physique cultivator of the human, but it wasn't that risky as compared to human who would collapse if there was any mistake, and the power was even greater. The old man was in a purple robe with a spar-like silver pattern imprinted on the sleeves. This seemed to indicate his high status in Crystal Valley. Now Meng knew where Tianmei brought him. Obviously, this place was the place that controlled the Valley South City in the Crystal Valley. When Tianmei saw the old man, her face moved slightly. She seemed a little surprised, but she returned to normal as soon as possible. She stared at the old man and said faintly, "It turned out to be Ning. I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that you to also advance to crystallization. Congratulations." Listening to this woman's words, she knew the old man in front of her. The Orc old man, who was called Ning, grinned bitterly when he heard the words. After that, he said with some gratitude, "Fairy Yi really knows how to make a joke. I was trapped for dozens of years in the late stage of condensation. If it weren't because of the opportunity later, I'm afraid I have already died in old age. In addition, if Fairy Yi didn't help me, I am afraid that I would be long. Forget about the past. I came to you today because I want to ask you something." Listening to Ning's gratitude words, Tianmei didn't seem to hear it. Instead, she waved impatiently to interrupt his words. "What does Fairy Yi want to ask? Ning will answer everything if I know." Ning also knew a bit of Tianmei's temper, so he didn't feel odd for her behavior. Instead he nodded slowly. Although he knew that Tianmei saved his life that year, she was just saving him along the way. However, he was somewhat grateful to Tianmei. Otherwise, he didn't need to be humble to Tianmei with his current position and the strength of a crystallization period powerhouse. "What I want to ask is nothing else. When Ning heard Tianmei's remarks, although he felt a little surprised, his heart was relieved. Tianmei immediately smiled and promised, "Anything that Fairy Yi wants to purchase, please do tell. As long as your alliance can afford the price, I will satisfy your demand." The next time, Tianmei threw a jade slip inscribed with the resource directory directly to the Orc clan's elder. Ning gave Tianmei a purple disc and told her that once the required training resources were prepared, he would contact through this item. Even in the matter of resource purchase price, he promised to give Tianmei certain offers. Tianmei was not surprised, but she thanked him gently. At this time, Meng, through the follow-up conversation between the two, also understood that the old man in front of him was not only the Crystallization period powerhouse who guarded Valley South Town in the Crystal Valley, but he was also one of more than 10 Crystallization period elders in the Crystal Valley. This made him a little bit shocked by the profoundness and power of the Crystal Valley. With his assumption of the Crystal Valley forces, even the 5 major sects of the Great Shen Kingdom cooperated. They were no match for the Crystal Valley. The other 2 forces that could contend against this Crystal Valley to divide this Biyuan island, it seemed that their strength was similar. In this way, Lu Ming also knew that although the area of Biyuan island was less than Yunchuan, its strength was not much weaker than the Yunchuan continent. After Yi Tianmei negotiated the purchase of resources, she bade farewell with the elder and left the stone hall with Lu Ming. On the way back to Bibo Inn, Lu Ming slowly followed Yi Tianmei without saying a word. Although his face looked usual, he was guessing what did the elder speak Yi Tianmei all the time, which made her look surprised. Yi Tianmei seemed to be aware of Lu Ming's mind. As she waved her hand, an invisible light curtain enveloped her and Lu Ming, and then she said coldly to Lu Ming, "Nephew disciple Yu, do you want to what Meng Ning told me just now?" Lu Ming was astounded in his heart, and he hurriedly bowed his head and cupped his fists. "This matter is very important. Masters Junior didn't tell the truth, of course I have my own considerations. Junior will never make any wild guess. You don't have to be so nervous. It doesn't matter if I let you know. It's just better not to let the others know," Yi Tianmei said calmly. As Lu Ming heard the words, there was a hint of surprise in his mind, and he nodded repeatedly. Seeing Lu Ming doing this, Yi Tianmei's expression eased a little, then she said lightly, "Meng Ning just told me the name of a person named Ma Shu." Ma Shu. Lu Ming was even more surprised. Ma Shu is one of the 2 deputy masters of the Crystal Valley. His cultivation is at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, and rumor has it that his real strength is unfathomable, or maybe he has learned some abilities that can help him compete with the later stage of the crystallization period powerhouse. Yi Tianmei's tone was calm, a gleam of sharp light flashed in her eyes. As Lu Ming heard the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, he was naturally shocked. Yi Tianmei, who was extremely powerful, was only in the early stage of the crystallization period. This man named Mo Shu even had a higher realm than Yi Tianmei. If the disappearance of the condensation state cultivator in Valley South Town was really related to this person, it was naturally an easy matter. However, listening to Yi Tianmei's tone, she didn't seem to be too concerned about this person named Mo Shu. This woman could be so certain because of her identity as a sword cultivator and her amazing flying sword skill. As for the skinny old man next to Li Kuan, he was expressionless and didn't comment on it at all. But at this moment, a faint voice that bade stunned others. 550,000 spirit stones. This bidder was naturally Lu Ming, who had been closing his eyes and resting. At this moment he had opened his eyes. His voice was a little husky, which was different from his original voice. The 3 people with the yellow cape were naturally surprised when they heard Lu Ming's bid. After looking at each other, the burly man in the middle immediately bade the price of 600,000 spirit stones. 650,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming did not hesitate to add another 50,000 spirit stones. Such a high price, even if the 3 with some background could not help but look at each other. Okay, good. It seems that this bidder is bound to have this soul lock. Never mind, I will let you have it. I hope you can take good care of this thing. The yellow cloak man in the middle said a few sentences coldly and finally quitted from the auction. But the threat in their words was obvious. Meng naturally didn't care about this. With such a high price, Jianghu on the stone platform also showed a lot of smiles and immediately announced the result. As long as Meng waits for the entire auction to end and brings enough spiritual stones and materials to Jianghu, he could get this spiritual weapon in his hand. I think many bidders have been waiting for a long time at the moment. The following section is the best item of this auction. It is also a rare proud work which I poured my heart into. This is the Tidal shield that contains 31 enchantments. With this remark, the entire cave was engulfed in an extremely quiet and strange atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were staring at Jianghu on the high platform. Most of them looked shocked. Jianghu did not rush to take out the auction items when he saw this. Instead, he glanced at the people who were below the stage again. This was a mysterious smile. The next moment, he gripped in the air and a turquoise jade box appeared between his 5 fingers. Jianghu threw the jade box in front of him and he waved his sleeve upward. Immediately, the lid opened silently, carefully taking out a flat oblate object in front of everyone. A small shield with dazzling golden light was seen by everyone in the auction. Chapter 342, Conflic. T. Posted on April 7, 2020 by King Kong. This shield is made by the savage beastkin, thousands-year turtle's shell and a piece of Tidal dense gold which was obtained by chance when a senior in my race visited the Forbidden Sea. It took 81 days to forge this shield using true spirit fire. Its 31 enchantments are extraordinary. After it has gone through sacrificial refining, and when it is activated, not only it can release a water curtain to shield oneself, it can also enhance the water attribute technique's power. Jianghu took out the little golden shield from the box and slowly described the shield. His tone expressed his pride. Hearing that Jianghu said that this Tidal shield was a superb spiritual weapon containing 31 enchantments. Not only was there a commotion in the cave, Meng, who had been watching indifferently, also felt shocked. The spiritual weapon that contained more than 28 enchantments was enough to call it as the best spiritual weapon. This spiritual weapon that contained 31 enchantments was already superb spiritual weapon of the middle rank. Although the golden moon sword in his hand was also the superb spiritual weapon, it only had 28 enchantments. Once the spiritual weapon contained more than 28 enchantments, each additional enchantment would enhance its power that was incomparable to the previous one. Meng really saw such spiritual weapons that contained so many layers of enchantment for the first time. He immediately looked without blinking at the small shield in the hands of the man on the stone platform, and many thoughts aroused in his mind. People who were surprised like Meng were naturally not a minority. After all, before Jianghu took out this shield, most of them thought that the so-called best spiritual weapon in this auction should be the kind of superb spiritual weapon that was just at the lower rank. It was just that the forging material was relatively rare and precious, so the power enhancement effect was relatively rare. What was unexpected now was that this was an intermediate rank superb spiritual weapon. This was enough to make a commotion in the entire Buyuan Island. Even if one doesn't cultivate in water attribute exercises, it was enough to greatly enhance one's strength by having such a superb spiritual weapon of such rank. Jianghu seemed very satisfied with the shocked expression of everyone now, and after a pause, he continued to speak with a twist of his beard. Okay, the superb spiritual weapon Tidal shield. The starting price is 1 million spiritual stones, and each bid must be at least 50,000 spirit stones. Let's start. As soon as Jianghu said this, there was a sound of breathing in the cave, and more people were not too surprised by the price. Although there are few rare superb spiritual weapons in the world, most of them were in auctions, and the final auction price was more than 1 million spirit stones. This Tidal shield was already an intermediate rank superb spiritual weapon, so 1 million spiritual stones as starting price wasn't really high. There was still silence in the underground cave. As if everyone was waiting for others to speak first. Jianghu was not in a hurry when he saw this. He was just watching the audience quietly. 1 million spirit stones. Since all of you are so polite, let's get started first. After a short while, a cold man's voice came from a person in the corner of the cave covered in gray smoke. 1 million spirit stones. As soon as the former voice was spoken, someone was reluctant to back off. 15 million. 2 million spirit stones. The price of Tidal shield had increased by 50,000 yuan since someone first spoke. A lot of people present were eager to try, but they had insufficient money. Their faces changed greatly, and the thought of competing disappeared in an instant. Although Lu Ming sat with indifferent expression, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He never expected that the battle for the value of the superb spiritual weapon could expose so many people with an astonishing family wealth. They were most probably coming from some big families or forces. What surprised him was that the sea creature clan women and her party and the 3 men with yellow capes in far distance, who had previously competed with him for Soul Lock, kept silent instead. When the bid price broke through the 1.5 million spirit stones, those people seemed unable to sit still. Moreover, those who had the strength to keep bidding were already very few. 1.6 million spirit stones. I, surnamed Li, came to obtain this spiritual weapon on behalf of the Sea Region royal family. Everyone please accommodate us on this. A slightly old voice came from a skinny sea creature clan cultivator who sat beside the sea creature clan woman. Suddenly, the unique coercion of the crystallization period cultivator immediately emitted from him. The cultivators who didn't have high cultivation began to feel frightened. When the words Sea Region royal family came out, and felt the vague mental coercion, the people who insisted on bidding didn't dare to bid anymore. 1.65 million? I wonder who is the person? It turned out to be Li Kuan of the Silver Scale clan. What Sea Region royal family? Who dares to call himself a royal family in the sea before Siren King? The voice of the first man bidding sounded again. There was a hint of mockery in the cold voice. Silver Scale clan. Li Kuan. Lu Ming was startled suddenly. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. His face looked cloudy, but fortunately he was covered by the dark gas, so he was not afraid of being noticed. Silver Scale clan only had a few crystallization period powerhouses. After Lu Ming was pursued in the Sea Creature clan battle that day, he made a little inquiries afterward. Thus he naturally knew Li Kuan's name. He settled his mind and planned to wait and see what happened. Yes, it's me. Since you are so interested, I will play with you till the end. 1.7 million. The skinny Sea Creature clan man replied with a cold, his voice seemed a little angry. He lifted his one hand and the pale blue halo on his body broke apart, revealing a skinny old man inside. It's Li Kuan. I'm a warrior under Siren King Qin, previously known as the Green Bird. Sir Siren King is going to get this superb spiritual weapon. 1.8 million spirit stones. A light gray smoke rolled down from the speaker at the corner, revealing a semi-bald blue-robed macho man. Seeing his eyes gleaming with silver light, an immense coercion emanating from the previous skinny old man which made people feel terrified. He was also a crystallization period powerhouse. Isn't he just a monster in the sea? How can he be so arrogant? The Sea Creature clan woman next to Li Kuan said disdainfully. The macho man in blue robe's face turned gloomy, and he glanced at the woman without speaking. 2 million spirit stones. Just as Qin and Li Kuan were busy confronting each other, one burly man among the 3 men with yellow cloaks who had never spoken bade a high price that was higher than Qin's price by 200,000 spirit stones. Why the Sea Region royal family and Siren King send their men here? It will be a little tricky. On the right, a tall person transmitted voice message to the other 2. As the message just finished, the person on the left immediately said, not only that there are powerhouses in the crystallization period, then the matter that Lord Mountain Delegate is. It doesn't matter. Although we are sent here, we didn't expect these 2 forces would involve in this. And looking at this situation, even if we bid it, they may not give up. With our cultivation, once we are out of the Ironfire Valley, we may not be able to retreat safely. Now we can only act according to the situation. We will still achieve our goal to just find out who gets the spiritual weapon in the end. We can let Lord Mountain to decide when we go back. The middle man hesitated a moment later, then he transmitted a message to the 2.05 million. Li Kuan said without hesitation. 2.1 million. The macho man in blue robe was not resigned. After the high price of 2 million was finally reported, the man in the middle among the yellow cape party began to close his eyes as if he would quit the bid when someone raised the price. The macho man in blue robe frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. Obviously, the price was already far beyond what he expected. 3 million spirit stones. Li Kuan said calmly. The macho man in blue robe snorted and he immediately said, 2 million. After he bade, his gaze was staring at Li Kuan like a knife, projecting a terrifying breath. When Siren King advanced to the real pellet state, all his spiritual weapons were destroyed during the calamity. Now that he urgently needed a spiritual weapon in his hand, Qin naturally had to bid this tidal shield at all costs. In other words, once the Sea Region royal family got this superb spiritual weapon that could increase water attribute technique's power, it would be a disadvantage for Siren King's side. 5 million. Finally, Li Kuan shouted the price. As soon as this bid was made, the cave fell into silence again. The macho man in green robe paused. A hint of ruthlessness revealed from his eyes, but he didn't speak at the end. Seemed that too. 5 million spirit stones were already above his limit. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he naturally had a lot of fluctuations in his heart. The background of these big forces is really shocking. They can actually bid a spiritual weapon to the high price of 5 million spirit stones. But he also enjoyed the fact that they were in a conflict, then they couldn't bother about the soul lock that he bade. Yanju looked at the three forces in the auction with a smile. The price of 5 million was a little beyond his expectation, but just when he wanted to announce the result. The green-robed macho man suddenly sneered. His body was still sitting in place, but he made one gesture in his sleeve with one hand. His arm became blur as it slapped at Li Kuan and his party at lightning speed. At the same time he said coldly, "It's okay that if you want to take this tidal shield. Let me see if you really have such capability." As soon as he spoke, a violent shaking came suddenly from above the head of the sea creature clan people. Then a big blue hand emerged vaguely and 5 fingers pressed downward. The sea creature clan people including Ant Yu expected Qin to make such a sudden move. Even Li Kuan, who was also a crystallization period, didn't expect the other party to be so bold. He immediately roared as his sleeves fluttered into the air, then a silver cloud flew into the sky. Boom. The big blue hand and silver cloud collided heavily. After the blue light and silver light intertwined and flickered, a wave of air rushed out immediately. Most of the people sitting in the cave were staggered. Even Lu Ming, who was in the condensation period intermediate stage, needed to make a gesture to barely hold his body. Chapter 343, Meeting Jia Lan Again? Posted on April 8, 2020 by King Kong. The blue halo that originally enveloped a body of sea creature clan people also vanished due to the strong impact between the confrontational of the crystallization period powerhouses. However, when this airwave hit the stone platform where Yanju was, it was blocked by a layer of black light curtain that appeared out of thin air. Then the big blue hand faded slowly, and it finally turned into countless waves of blue air and vanished in the air. Seeing this, Yanju couldn't help but look a little ugly. Lu Ming took this opportunity to look at the sea creature clan. At first glance, he saw the sea creature clan elder, Li Kuan, who had hunted him thousands of miles away and almost killed him. Although this crystallization period strong of silver scale clan looked a little older than before, his breath was still the same as his previous terrifying strength. After Lu Ming was shocked in his mind, it took a lot of effort for him to barely not reveal any oddness, and he slowly moved his gazes to those nearby. As a result, when he saw a slender young woman, his heart suddenly skipped. It was a stunning young girl about 20 years old. She had a black pigmented brow and a long nose, her skin was soft, her black hair was spread on her shoulders. Her every move had a stunning charm. One of her hand was holding a strangely thin blue veil. Obviously, the fight just now not only shattered the blue halo that hid the identity of a sea creature clan, but it also accidentally removed the veil on the girl's face. Lu Ming looked at this amazing face that seemed familiar. His pupils shrank. The stunning sea creature clan girl was naturally Jia Lan. However, at this time the girl, in addition to her clear and calm eyes, revealed her astonishing real face that was covered by her succubus body. There were faint silver scales in the middle of her eyebrows which added a bit of charm. I didn't expect this woman to have come to the Biyuan island with Li Kuan. This is really an unexpected event. Lu Ming thought secretly. He slowly took back his gaze and he forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. Over there, seeing that Li Kuan was unharmed by that hit, Qin was even more furious. He made a gesture wanting to make another move. However, 2 of the 3 smiling masks man who had been standing behind Yanju appeared like ghosts between Qin and Li Kuan in an instant, while the person who was still sitting behind Yanju said faintly, "The rules of the auction in Ironfire City states that no one is allowed to fight during the auction, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." When this person spoke, the terrifying vibe of the crystallization period powerhouse emanated from the 3 men. The moment they connected their vibe, Qin's and Li Kuan's face both changed slightly. "Please don't misunderstand me. I couldn't hold myself because of the reputable name of the Sea Region royal family. I want to try the powerful might of this friend. I also hope that you won't be offended. After witnessing the strength of the 3 crystallization period powerhouses, Qing's face muscle twitched slightly before he said slowly. When Li Kuan heard the words, he just stood with his hands crossing at his back. He was sneering without speaking. Although he was not from the tribe directly under the Sea Region royal family, he naturally couldn't explain anything at this time. Afterward, the 3 Black Flame Valleys crystallization period powerhouses calmed down the venue, then they sat back to the black wooden chairs behind the stone platform. Well, since this tidal shield already has a master, I will not stay here anymore. Farewell. The macho man in blue robe didn't speak any more nonsense after that. He swung his sleeve and walked away without turning back. Subsequently, the 3 men in yellow cloak also sneered softly. Not long after the Qingpao macho man left, they also walked out of the cave. At this time, Yanju hurriedly announced that the tidal shield was naturally auctioned by Li Kuan for 2.5 million spirit stones. Well, this auction is over. The participants who auctioned your spiritual weapon, please come to the corresponding place to pay the spiritual stones for the spiritual weapon. I still have other matter, so I will not stay. Everyone at the venue, please leave as you wish. At this time, Yanju glanced over at the crowd, then he smiled as he left the cave through the side door. After Yanju left, the 3 Black Flame Palaces crystallization period powerhouses on the black wooden chairs behind the stone platform also looked at each other and stood up quite tacitly, following Yanju through the side door. Lu Ming was naturally taken out by the relevant person in the auction hall through the other side door and into a secret room. When Lu Ming planned to use resources to compensate for the spirit stones, the person stated that the resources must be determined by Yanju himself to complete the compensation. After waiting for a while in the back room, Lu Ming was taken to Yanju's room. I heard that you intend to use resources to compensate for Soul Lock Spirit Stone. May I know what kind of resources you have? When Lu Ming entered the room, Yanju in a red robe turned and narrowed his eyes to Lu Ming as he asked. Upon hearing that, Lu Ming smiled slightly, then he naturally opened the jade box containing 2 troll bristles slowly in front of Yanju. As a result, when Yanju saw the slightly creeping troll bristles, he was taken aback suddenly. His face changed imperceptibly. Master, I don't know if this thing can compensate for Soul Lock's 650,000 spirit stones? Lu Ming saw the changes in Yanju's expression, then he asked calmly. Can you let me check the thing first, then we can discuss later? Yanju stared at the bristles in the jade box as he said slowly. Lu Ming naturally agreed to it and handed the jade box to Yanju. Yanju was really good at maintaining his composure. He took over the jade box calmly, then he used his 2 fingers to pick up the twisting black bristle-like living thing from the jade box. The black bristle seemed to be more vigorous after being picked up, as if it was trying to escape. Yanju was slightly astounded for a moment. A hint of joy appeared on his face momentarily, then he even looked carefully. A few moments later, when Yanju flipped with one hand, a slightly transparent white jade appeared in his palm. He put the black bristle on this jade ruby lightly while making another gesture with another hand. But when he saw the jade ruby shone in white light, emanating waves of white halo. The halos turned into waves of slender light arcs and wrapped the black bristle. The black bristle was quickly twisting suddenly as if it felt something, but it couldn't escape from the jade ruby. As that circle of halo turned into light arcs and merged into this black bristle, the original transparent white jade ruby began to gradually turn red from inside to outside. Then it turned orange-yellow. As the color continued to change, Yanju's eyes were gradually blazing. Although I don't know the specific origin of this thing, according to my appraisal spiritual tool, Rainbow Jade Rui's reaction and my years of experience in forging, this item is a spiritual material. It is a great material for forging spiritual weapon. I can take these 2 bristles as a compensation for 650,000 spirit stones. That's good. After hearing the words, Lu Ming was a little happy, but he passed the box to Yanju calmly. To him, although this troll bristles might be some extremely rare forging material of a higher rank, it was still worth exchanging for this soul lock which could protect him from soul stealing. At the same time, after seeing Yanju concealing his face expression, he also made a new judgment on the value of the troll bristles. I still have 2 superb spiritual weapons in my hands recently. I wonder if you are interested to take a look? After carefully keeping the box handed to him by Lu Ming, Yanju suddenly spoke to Lu Ming. Super spiritual weapon? After hearing this, Lu Ming's heart moved a little. A hint of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but he smiled bitterly and said, Master, to tell you the truth, I have limited spirit stones. I can no longer buy another superb quality spiritual weapon. It doesn't matter. The matter about Spirit Stone can still be discussed. You can still exchange the materials you have. Yanju said without hesitation. Lu Ming's heart moved slightly as the top-grade spiritual weapon was really tempting to him. Of course, he knew better that this Forge Master's statement was mostly probing whether he had another troll bristle with him. In this way, Lu Ming just shook his head with a bitter smile after he just noticed his intention, saying, Master, I only have so much resources with me. It seems that I don't have the fate with Master's superb spiritual weapon. It's a pity. To be honest, although this spiritual weapon that I told you is only at the upper grade rank, some of its power is comparable to the general superb spiritual weapon. This is also the reason why I didn't auction these items. I talked to you about this only because I think this spiritual weapon is destined for you. Yanju sighed slightly. Hearing that, Lu Ming raised a brow lightly. It seems that Yanju is very interested in the troll bristles I have today. It seems that I can't get away easily. But he immediately had a flash of inspiration in his head. He thought of a way to deal with it and immediately said with a smile, since the master said so, the spiritual weapon must be very uncommon. Alright, I can put an order on this spiritual weapon first. Master, please don't sell it to another person. As for the bristle, I can travel further outside the sea to see if I'm lucky enough to find some. If I find it, I will immediately come to exchange Master's upper-grade spiritual weapon. As Yanju heard it, his eyes suddenly flashed. He twisted his beard and said, Great! I will keep this spiritual weapon for you then. If you find similar material, you can exchange with me in this Ironfire Valley. I'm always welcome for your arrival. Lu Ming nodded naturally, showing a look of expectation for future exchanges. Yanju really couldn't see through any other intentions of his. Later, Lu Ming chatted with Yanju again before he bade farewell. Finally, he got out of this underground cave. Chapter 344, Severed Head. Since Lu Ming left Valley South Town had been extremely peaceful. Although some people who caused troubles were still thrown into the spiritual dungeon by the city guards, no cultivator disappeared without reason. Half a month had passed. During Lu Ming's participation in the Ironfire Valley auction, he was in a mountain range dozens of miles away from Valley South Town. Under a white giant peak that could reach the clouds, in a hidden cave house that was completely constructed of crystal clear boulders. Countless luminous stones were embedded in the walls of the cave house, illuminating everything in it like daylight. However, at this moment, in such a magnificently built cave house, there were constant terrifying and painful screams. A woman in white holding a silver long sword, walking slowly in the cave. A few silver sword arcs were shooting at some of the foreign race servants who fled in panic, starting a bloody massacre. The woman's skin was white and radiant. Her face was beautiful and dazzling, but her eyes were sparkling. At this moment, there was only a strong sense of killing intention. Each time she made a gesture, a gorgeous blood flower would definitely bloom under the silver sword. Under the contrast of the luminous stone, the cave wall reflected the red color of the cave house ground that was in a bloodbath. Please be mercy, fairy. May I know how we offend, fairy? Please forgive me, fairy. 3 sea creature clan women who dressed as slaves saw that there was no way out. They suddenly kneeled down and repeatedly begged Yitianmei. Yitianmei only walked in the cave house for just a brief moment, but the foreign race slaves who died under the silver sword arcs were more than 20. Facing the begging of the 3 spiritual disciple sea creature clan people, Yitianmei's intention in killing didn't diminish at all. She only swept her hand with an expressionless face. Swoosh! A chilling silver sword arc flew out, and it almost flashed past the 3 in an instant. Following the blood-spurting voice, the 3 bodies were stirred into a mist of blood under the cold light. They were actually killed by Yitianmei relentlessly without letting them a chance to scream. In the end, Yitianmei's eyes slowly moved to the depths of the cave house. She made a hand gesture and the long sword turned into a silver arc again, shooting at the other foreign servants who were motionless or huddled together and shivered in the corner due to fear. In a moment, several silver lights flashing across the sky, drawing 5 lines of blood arrows. In a series of blood-spurting sounds, 5 foreign servants instantly had a fist-sized blood hole in their chests. After that, Yitianmei made another gesture and the sword sliced horizontally again. Under the dazzling silver light, another 4 heads suddenly dropped to the ground. They kept spinning on the ground, and their faces still maintained an extremely terrified and distorted expression. As such, Yitianmei's gestures were constantly changing. The long sword turned into silver light and kept flying through the cave, With a thunderous momentum, a massacre happened to remaining foreign slaves in the cave house. With just a while, Yi Tianmei had already killed inside the cave house. At this moment she saw a giant stone gate about 2 feet tall. There was a white light swirling down from the stone gate. Circles of brown halos slowly shone from above. This halo seemed to be just a thin layer, but the energy fluctuations transmitted from it give people an indestructible and abnormally heavy feeling. This was obviously an enchantment light curtain with extremely amazing defense power. Yi Tianmei's glittering eyes only glanced at the huge gate, and the sword in her hand flew up. At the same time, the gesture in her hand changed rapidly. Suddenly, the silver light continued to wrap her body. After these silver lights danced wildly, Yi Tianmei's slim figure suddenly blurred. Then she disappeared. In an instant, only the silver long sword in the air remained shaking. This was Yi Tianmei's body and sword combination technique as a crystallization period sword cultivator. Swoosh! At this time, the long sword suddenly stopped shaking and flew toward the huge stone gate. A silver light struck down at the gate. Then she went into the huge and solid stone gate. At the same time, dense cracks appeared on the huge stone gate. After that, a loud noise sounded. The huge stone gate blessed with amazing defense enchantment was easily broken by Yi Tianmei. After breaking through the stone gate, Yi Tianmei's figure appeared again in a blur. She glanced slowly across the secret room. Soon she looked directly on a bed in the secret room. On the white bed was a soft and comfortable fox fur blanket, but a woman was lying on the side. Her waist and limbs were slender and soft, her skin was smooth and tender, her abdomen was flat without any trace of fat, there was no trace of wrinkles on her face. Her bright red dress covered most of the white bed directly. At this time, when she heard the loud noise of the stone door breaking, she immediately raised her head, revealing an unparalleled charming face. At first glance, this woman was a young enchanting woman who could bring a disaster to the country and the people. I am afraid that it is a bit rude to break into my cave house like this. When the enchanting young woman saw the arrival of an unfamiliar woman in white with a silver sword, she was suddenly astonished. She was already making a move as she spoke. The moment her gesture was formed, her breath was revealed without hiding. She was actually a condensation state later stage cultivator. However, the breath on her body was chaotic and impure. Her real strength seemed very weak. With a glance of Yi Tianmei's crystallization period mental power, she could see that she used crooked means to forcibly advance to such stage. Yi Tianmei sneered. She lightly flicked her white finger at the enchanting young woman. The enchanting young woman's body was suddenly covered in silver light. In a moment, the woman became enfeebled. She couldn't move at once as if her body falling into the swamp mud. Please be mercy. I'm the Deputy Valley Master of the Crystal Valley, Ma Shu. Fairy, please spare my life. I will be very grateful. After witnessing her strength, the enchanting young woman was suddenly frightened and trembled, exclaiming at Yi Tianmei without any intention to fight. When Yi Tianmei heard the words Ma Shu, her gaze suddenly became bone-chilling. The killing intention on her body seemed to be more intense. She didn't bother about the plead of this enchanting woman at all. She made a gesture, then the silver lights suddenly formed a big hand around the enchanting young woman's body. She captured the woman, turned into a silver light arc and shot out. With just a few flickers they appeared outside of the cave house. They were soaring in the sky to a very far place. Oh, who the hell is it? They actually dared to do such things in my cave house while I was out. When Yi Tianmei captured the enchanting young woman for almost half a day, a cry full of anger suddenly resounded in the grand cave house. An old man with a beak nose and slanted eye were looking at the mess and corpses in the cave house. This person was Ma Shu. How dare! Not only they killed my servants but they also took away my partner. No matter who you are, if I catch you, I will tear you into pieces to vent my hatred. When Ma Shu stepped into the secret room where the enchanting young woman lived, he immediately roared after seeing the broken stones on the ground and the enchanting young woman was missing. Then he patted his waist with his right hand, a golden palm-sized disc appeared in his hand. With a gesture, a spiritual power bounced from his fingertips into the golden disc. Under the whirling sound, the disc surged against the wind. It instantly changed from a palm size to the size of a water tank. At the same time, golden runes appeared on the surface. After a while, when the runes on the disc disappeared, a clear and odd image appeared. A woman in white shirt was wrapped up in the silver light, carrying the enchanting young woman and flying away. But the next moment, the woman in white seemed to realize something. Her face looked grim as her hands slapped at the young woman. Bang. The golden light on the disc vanished, and all images disappeared. Bitch, I must tear you alive. Seeing this scene on the disc, Ma Shu growled and changed his gesture again. After that, the golden light was dancing wildly on the disc. Finally, a golden silk thread was formed, pointing to the west. Ma Shu didn't stop for a moment after seeing this. After the golden halo on his body lit up, his body gradually blurred. After a long whistling sound, he turned into a ball of golden light and rushed out of the cave house. At the same time, Ma Shu, who was in the golden light, was still writing some words. He was actually sending someone a message. After 3 days. A hill thousands of miles away from Valley South Town. Old and strong pines scattered around the hill. Below the old pines, weeds at waist length swayed in the breeze. The first impression that this place gave was desolate. But in this desolation, there was another bloody smell in the air. A drop of red blood was continuously dripping down from an old pine, making the ground appear crimson. Looking up at the old pine, the head of an astonishing beautiful lady was hanging on the branch alone. The wounds on the skull and neck were smooth as if it was cut down by extremely sharp blades. The muscles on the face were completely twisted and stiff. Her eyes were staring out as if she was unwilling to die. Apparently, she suffered a great shock before dying. Another gust of wind blew. This gust of wind opened several pine branches above the old pine. One could see that someone carved a few words with a sharp tool on the trunk of the old pine. Pay your life for murdering, pay money for owing debts. And there was a small character Yi under these big words. Chapter 345, A Troublesome Matter. Soon after, the relatively calm Valley South town was shaken up by a shocking news. This news was about a female cultivator, Yi Tianmei from Yunchuan continent, who not only broke into the cave house of Ma Shu, the deputy owner of Crystal Valley, and slaughtered about 50 slaves, she even killed Mrs. Ryu, Ma Shu's partner, relentlessly. Her head was also suspended on a hill thousands of miles away from Valley South Town. As soon as the news spread, Valley South Town was in an uproar. They were also discussing it at the same time. Not only this Mrs. Ryu had a glamorous appearance, but she could also sing and dance. She was enchanting. Ma Shu devoted himself to practice. He advanced to the intermediate stage of crystallization period with his virgin body. He had never been close to any female for hundreds of years. When he became the deputy valley master of the Crystal Valley, he met Ru, who was still in the spiritual disciple period, in a Crystal Valley festival. Then he was completely enamored with this woman. He disregarded his crystallization period cultivation to become dual cultivation partner with this woman. He even used a huge sum of money to find a place full of aura to build a luxurious cave for her together with a dozen of slaves for her to command. He pampered her even more as he always listened to her command. And this Ryu wasn't talented. She only had the spiritual root of 6 spiritual pulse. It was a fluke to advance the early stage of condensation period. However, Ma Shu used some unknown method to her smoothly advance to the condensation state later stage, increasing her longevity so that they could live together for a long time. Now that someone killed this woman like Yu, the killer naturally stabbed Ma Shu's heart with a sword. And this Ma Shu, everyone knew that this Crystal Valley deputy master had unfathomable cultivation. It was said that he could even gain an advantage in fighting the peak of the crystallization period. His ranking was only to the Valley Master. Its power was terrifying throughout the Buyuan Island. Many middle and small forces or sect executives would feel suppressed when they heard the words Ma Shu. But now that this Crystal Valley big shot, Ma Shu's dual cultivation partner, was beheaded by an unknown woman blatantly, it naturally made people feel stunned. But for Crystal Valley, there hadn't been much movement in this regard for a while. They seemed not knowing how to deal with the matter. And many cultivators in Valley South Town were speculating about Yi Tianmei's identity. Not long after, there were people who had more experience and far-sighted, even dug up her identity as the crystallization period sword cultivator and the elder of the Yunchuan alliance. This naturally attracted a lot of people. Not long after this news spread, Valley South Town circulated another more shocking news, saying that the disappearance of a condensation state mature men in Valley South Town for nearly a year was actually related to Mrs. Ryu. Rumors had it that she drained the essence and blood of male cultivators as a cost to cultivate an evil method so that she could break through the bottleneck. With this rumor, many Lone's cultivator and some small or big forces were dissatisfied with it. They wanted Crystal Valley to give a reasonable explanation. As such, the entire Crystal Valley sphere of influence was involved in the matter. there was a chaos for quite a while. But shortly after, the Crystal Valley side immediately sent high-level officials to Valley South Town to deny this matter. Although everyone knew that there is no smoke without fire. These were just one-sided words on the Crystal Valley side. Otherwise, why did the Crystallization period sword cultivator woman come from a far distance to kill her? However, in the situation that she really dared to offend Crystal Valley such a huge force, this matter could only go unresolved. But in this way, when many cultivators thought of Yi Tianmei murdering Mrs. Ryu, they secretly applauded. They even admired her amazing courage. It didn't take long for Yi Tianmei's name became famous. Somewhere near the north of Valley South Town, a glorious circular mountain range surrounded by white mist all year round. In a nearly luxurious cave house built in the mountain, several cultivators with different expressions were sitting quietly on the futon. Most of these people had a strong aura. There were human races, sea creature clan and other alien races, but they were all in purple robes. A crystal pattern was imprinted on their cuffs. They were exuding some faint waves, giving a very strange feeling. These people were the crystallization period of Crystal Valley. At this moment, the expression on each person's face was not the same. Some showed thoughtfulness, some faintly revealed the expression of anger, some were even frowning as they seemed to be worrying about something. For a long while, a white-haired old man with a golden crystal pattern imprinted on his cuff slowly glanced through the crowd and said lightly, "Several elders, what is your opinion on this matter now?" It was the Crystal Valley owner who spoke at this moment, a true power who had reached the peak of the crystallization period. His strength was enough to rank in the top 3 of the Burrowing Island. Valley Master's son, the killing of Mrs. Ryu by Yi Tianmei is indeed a bit of a headache. If it is not handled properly, I am afraid it will bring unexpected disaster to Crystal Valley. Another yellow-haired sea creature clan man with his cuff being imprinted with a silver crystal pattern smiled bitterly and said. As soon as this statement was made, the faces of several other elders remained unchanged. Obviously, they already had some speculations about the yellow-haired sea creature clan man said. "Oh, Elder Lu, can you explain what is the disaster?" Crystal Valley Master said as his brow raised slightly. He looked strange as if there was an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. "Yes, Master," the yellow-haired man said as he bowed politely. First of all, according to the investigation below, the woman named Yi Tianmei practiced sword cultivator to an astonishing level. Although her strength is only the early stage of the crystallization period, even the later stage of the crystallization can't compete with her. Moreover, her another identity is the Yunchuan Alliance's elder. Her status is honorable in the alliance. If we make a move on her, then it means that our relationship with the Yunchuan Alliance will be worsened. This is extremely detrimental to the development of the Crystal Valley. Hey, Elder Lu, if it will get worse, then let it be. With our current background and strength in Crystal Valley, do we still need to be afraid of the Yunchuan Alliance? Why is it necessary to grow others' ambition to destroy our own prestige? Before Elder Lu finished his words, he was interrupted coldly by a sneer of a strangely short and muscular man. If it's just facing a Yunchuan Alliance, it's not enough to scare us. But have you ever wondered what the attitude of Thousand Treasure Mountain and Black Flame Palace would be? These two forces are always eyeing on our Crystal Valley. Elder Lu glanced at the muscular man and then said slowly. On the Burrowing Island, the Crystal Valley, Thousand Treasure Mountain and Black Flame Palace were all opposing forces. On the surface, it seemed to be peaceful, but the secret battle had never been interrupted. It was not exaggerating to say that once one of the forces made a slight mistake, it would immediately be annexed by the other two forces. Under this circumstance, if the relationship between the Crystal Valley and Yunchuan Alliance got worse, and even fighting each other, then Thousand Treasure Mountain and Black Flame Palace were naturally happy to take the advantage of the situation. As soon as this remark was made, the other Crystal Valley elders present here also gradually became solemn. They were apparently feeling headaches for this. Valley Master Sun's face was also full of thoughts. He said after a long pause, Elder Lu's words are reasonable, there must be a way to deal with this matter. We can't just drag on like this. Otherwise, from the outsider's point of view, we will be a laughingstock. Master, this matter is not difficult to deal with. This Yi Tianmei killed Ma Shu's dual cultivation partner. We can just turn a blind eye to it. After all, as compared with the interests of the entire Crystal Valley, a condensation period woman is really not a big deal, and in a sense, this woman is not a member of our Crystal Valley. Now Ma Shu has brought Elder Miao and the other subordinates to hunt for Yi Tianmei. It should be regarded as the private affairs of Deputy Master Ma. We Crystal Valley on the surface can leave it alone. We neither stopped the action of Deputy Ma, nor did we send anyone to help him to kill Yi Tianmei. If we really have to face Yunchuan Alliance's question in the future, we can say that this is just a personal enmity between the two. We Crystal Valley didn't intervene in the slightest thing between them. I believe that at that time, even if the Yunchuan Alliance was angry, they can do nothing. At this moment, another old man with a goatee's beard and face with green spots said with a sly face. After hearing this, many people here nodded and said yes. This idea is good. Deputy Valley Master Wang deserves to be the think tank of our Crystal Valley. It is indeed a safe and secure method for both sides. It gives Crystal Valley plenty of room for maneuver. The white-haired old man said with a smile. Valley Master's son has overpraised me. By the way, Elder Meng, Ning and I act without asking to not immediately stop the spreading of Mrs. Yu's news. I hope that Valley Master will not blame us. Elder Meng and I did so to let the outside know that Crystal Valley has nothing to do with those missing condensation state cultivators. At this time, Deputy Valley Master Wang continued. Since Valley Master Sun and Elder Meng are thinking for the sake of Bengu, how could I blame you guys? Valley Master smiled slightly and he looked indifferent. At this moment, Meng Ning had a very calm expression on his face. No one knew what he was thinking about. Then, the Crystal Valley executives discussed in the cave house again before gradually dismissing. On a giant peak thousands of miles away from Valley South Town, Yi Tianmei was standing against the wind with her fluttering white clothes. Her slender hand was just holding a silver long sword, and the blade was flashing conspicuously under the sun. There was an indescribable strange cold in her eyes, and the white clothes on her body were dancing, not knowing whether it was shocked by the fierce vibe on her body or the cold wind in the sky. On the other peak that was about 1,000 meters in front of her, two other elders with astonishing momentum stood with their hands behind their back. In the empty space not far away, there were other 7 or 8 condensation state cultivators scattered around. They were facing Yi Tianmei as if they encountered a powerful enemy. Chapter 346, Flying Sword Fusion. The elder with slanted eyebrows had been pursuing for 3 days and nights since he cast his mystic art in his cave house, but he saw the head of Mrs. Ryu on a barren mountain. He naturally felt grieved. When he saw the words Yi Tianmei, he became even more furious. He shouted at the sky, then he took out a fireball from his sleeve and turned her head into ashes. He then flew into the sky and continued to pursue Yi Tianmei. On the way, Ma Shu also gathered another elder of his friend and several men in the valley. He vowed to kill Yi Tianmei and using her head to honor his dead partner. Today Ma Shu and another old man with short beard, staring ferociously at the white-shirt woman above the giant peak. Bitch, how dare you? Not only you break into my cave house, but you also kill all my slaves and even killed my dual cultivation partner. I will definitely take this revenge. No matter how, you don't even think of leaving this place. Ma Shu's eyes exuded a thick killing intention as he spoke slowly. Ma Shu, you don't need to remind you about what your partner did, right? A life for a life, what else do you want to say? Yi Tianmei said faintly. Her expression didn't change the slightest when facing two powerhouses of the crystallization period. You don't even think about leaving this place even if this place turns in hell. Since Ma Shu chased here, he naturally wouldn't reason with her. He said with murderous intention. It also depends on whether you two have such capability. As soon as the words were spoken, the coldness from Yi Tianmei suddenly exploded. She shook her sword and her body turned blurred instantly. She turned into a silver light, jumped from the giant peak where she was, and radiated toward the opposite giant peak. Ma Shu saw it. He flipped his one hand and a palm-sized golden disc emerged from the hand. He chanted in his mind and the power in his body suddenly burst out. The disc suddenly became the giant size of 100 meters in diameter in a blink of an eye, illuminating in front of him. Ma Shu, as the deputy valley master of Jianghu, naturally knew the power of the sword cultivator technique. When Yi Tianmei cast her sword skill, he immediately cast his defensive magic weapon as soon as possible. In addition, the short-bearded old man's face sank. He threw out a black ball with one hand. He kept changing gestures on both his hands and chanting something with his mouth. With a puff, the rune of 5-color rune on the black ball changed a little, and then a giant centipede figure flashed out and blocked in front of him. The centipede was more than 200 meters long. Its body was red, its red eyes were flashing. There was a faint layer of blood mist lingering on its body, giving a rather strange and terrifying feeling. At this moment, under a sharp whistling sound, the silver sword light had appeared before Ma Shu's disc. When it was about to be slashed on the disc, the silver light burst suddenly. It turned into 100 sword shadows and blasted away in all directions. In the horrible screams, blood flowers were blossoming in the air. The 2 condensation state cultivators who were caught off guard nearby died horribly under the sword shadow. The remaining condensation state cultivator was shocked seeing this scenario. They immediately took out their rune spiritual weapon to bless themselves with several layers of light shield trying to resist it. All kinds of light flashed for a while, and after the overwhelming sword light flashed, the colliding sounds were endless. The light shield of the 4 condensation state cultivators of Ma Shu's subordinates shattered into countless pieces of lights. They also turned into minced meat after giving a painful scream. Instantly, there were only 2 condensation state later stage cultivators left. They were still relying on the spiritual weapon in their hands to support themselves, but they looked despair. In the air, after another cold snort, Yi Tianmei's figure flashed out suddenly. She shook her wrists and a large sword light flashed away. After the light shields in front of the 2 condensation state later stage cultivators trembled, they burst open together with the spiritual weapon. Before they could make any sound, their bodies were sliced into countless sections by the cold light. It was a pity for these Crystal Valley spiritual masters. They were killed swiftly before they could see Yi Tianmei. All these changes were as fast as lightning. Court death. Ma Shu was shocked and furious as he saw that so many of his subordinates were killed by Yi Tianmei in front of him because of his negligence. He made a gesture and his right hand tapped lightly on the round disc. The whirling disc suddenly cut through the air and flew toward Yi Tianmei. On the other side, after a gust of wind, the giant centipede suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tianmei. As its sharp legs moved, it immediately charged at Yi Tianmei like a storm. Its mouth was even puffing clouds of green mist. Because it moved too fast, only countless red-scarlet shadows were constantly looming around Yi Tianmei like a ghost. Yi Tianmei shouted, and silver lights were shooting from her body, hitting the red-scarlet shadow from time to time and making a loud noise. At this time the disc also came to Yi Tianmei. As it was about to collide with the sword light, a white figure flashed and disappeared. In the frantic spin, the disc ran past Yi Tianmei's original standing position, leaving a long gold mark. However, after a strange howl, it turned into a ball of golden light and flew back to Ma Shu. The next moment, the space fluctuated together, and Yi Tianmei appeared above the giant centipede. She made a gesture and pointed at the silver long sword. The sword immediately turned into a thick sword light, radiating dazzling silver light. It struck on top of the centipede relentlessly with overwhelming pressure. After the centipede made a hiss, the blood-red light on its body surface scattered. It was actually cut into half by the sword light. The Crystal Valley Elder was furious as he saw it. He gave an eye signal to Ma Shu who was beside him, then he threw a round ball with one hand. After he made a gesture, the round ball turned into a giant toad of a few 10 meters. After the toad fell to the ground, his hind legs curled up and knelt on the ground with its front legs supporting the body. Then there was a drumming sound from its abdomen. It suddenly opened its mouth and puffed out clouds of black-green mist. After a storm, Yi Tianmei was surrounded by the mist. Seeing this, Ma Shu immediately understood. Ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he suddenly bit his tongue. He opened his mouth and puffed a mouthful of blood at the disc. The disc suddenly became golden. It disappeared after a blur in the air. Yi Tianmei was caught off guard as she was surrounded by the dark green mist. She frowned slightly. She threw the silver sword in her hand into the air without thinking much. Her spiritual weapon was swirling around on top of her head. Layers of swords poured down like a waterfall, protecting her body in an airtight space. At this moment, behind Yi Tianmei, a faint golden light flashed out, and the giant disc emerged out of nowhere. With just a single move, it struck the layers of sword light surrounding Yi Tianmei. There was a sudden burst of noise, and an invisible force surged out. It actually smashed several layers of sword lights. The silver lights near the woman became dim. Her complexion turned pale along with it. "You don't even think of leaving today. I will use your life to honor my wife." Ma Shu was overjoyed as he saw it. He roared as his gesture pointed lightly at the disc far away. Suddenly, after a violent shaking of the huge disc, it split into 8 identical discs and distributed in all directions, whistling to seal all the retreats of Yi Tianmei. Ma Shu's strength was comparable to the later stage of the crystallization period. That elder was only at the early stage of the crystallization period. As the two men joined forces, Yi Tianmei, who was in the crystal early stage, was not their opponent, even if her sword cultivator technique was more powerful. Now, although Yi Tianmei's breath was weaker, her eyes are getting brighter. After she sighed faintly, her two jade hands were gently closed, making a mysterious gesture. There was a sudden flash of silver light around her body. A rough hurricane was rolled up out of thin air, blowing away the mist of surrounding her. After that, all sword lights converged and turned into a thick silver light which surrounded her body and danced fanatically. Not good, she's going to escape. Seeing this, Ma Shu's pupils shrank a little, and he cast his gestures to the extreme. 16 identical discs were transfigured, then they blocked Yi Tianmei's escape road again. The next moment, there was a fluctuation under Yi Tianmei her feet. After the silver lights were condensed, a giant silver sword emerged out of thin air. Puff! The silver giant sword just shuddered, then it disappeared with the woman above, and appeared in the air that was 1,000 meters away. At this time, the golden giant discs that were originally blocking the escape direction of Yi Tianmei were split into two pieces in a flash. No one saw when they were cut. The woman in white did not hesitate for a moment on the giant sword. After she made another gesture without hesitation, she suddenly merged with the giant sword, turned into a dazzling silver rainbow and shot away, leaving only a long trace of silver light in the air. Yi Tianmei was performing the rumored flying sword fusion at the moment. Can't let her run away, chase her. Ma Shu almost roared this sentence. Rest assured, I had expected that this woman would lose to us and she will flee. I have a backup plan. The bearded old man sneered with a long voice, then he sat with his leg crossed. He was chanting something in his mouth. Suddenly, after a loud bang, the elder's body turned blurred. Circles of black mist rippled out from his body, spread around him and blasted forward quickly. Subsequently, after a few loud bangs, a spider, python, and scorpion of 200 meters appeared in the direction of Yi Tianmei's escape route. On top of the giant spider's head, the short-bearded old man teleported there after a fluctuation, and he still maintained a sitting posture. At the same time, a burst of air sounded behind Yi Tianmei, and another cloud of golden light rushed toward her, but it was from the direction of Ma Shu's side. As Yi Tianmei saw this, she didn't look surprised, but she sighed in her heart. She suddenly opened her mouth and spit out a small sword of a few inches long. Except it wasn't as big as the giant sword under her, it actually looked the same. And this palm-sized small sword's silver light was so rich that it reached an extremely horrifying degree. At the moment, Yi Tianmei's palm looked like a silver sun. This was the spirit of the sword embryo that Yi Tianmei had worked hard cultivating in her body for many years. The woman just bounced her jade fingers, and the shadow of the small sword in her hand turned into a silver sword light with 100-meter length. After it flashed, it was like a rainbow across the sky after the rain. There was a horrible scream from the opposite. The short-bearded old man and the spider puppet below him were instantly drowned out by the huge sword light appearing out of thin air. No matter whether it was the defensive aura or the defensive spiritual weapons, they were shattered by the silver lights in quick succession. They were very useless. Flying sword, true spirit. Ma Shu roared loudly, but his voice was full of dread. His momentum also suddenly eased a little. The huge sword light appeared instantly, but it also disappeared quickly. In an instant, the huge sword light suddenly turned into a bit of silver light and disappeared, then the figure of the short-bearded old man reappeared. At this moment, the Crystal Valley elder had blood mist burst out all over his body. He fell weakly from the giant spider, and his breath was instantly weakened to the extreme. He was apparently in severe injury. The spider puppet under the old man was motionless at first, but after a moment he turned into a pile of powder and scattered after a breeze blew past. At the same time, Yi Tianmei was still clutching the silver sword in her hand. After a mouthful of blood spurt from her mouth, her pale face almost turned transparent. She swallowed the small sword in her hand suddenly into her belly, and once again she cast Flying Sword Fusion. She combined with the giant sword under her foot and turned into a silver rainbow flying away. Chapter 347, Being Assaulted. A few days after Yanju's auction, the flow of people in the Ironfire Valley didn't seem to reduce. The valley was very lively as people were moving around and crowding between shops. And the best spiritual weapon, Tidal Shield with 31 heavy enchantments at the auction had become the focus of discussion among people in the valley. This spiritual weapon was not only unprecedentedly priced at 2.5 million spirit stones, and it also caused the two powerhouses of the crystallization period from two forces to fight. The news was spread in the valley, making people surprised. Even the Sea Region royal family and Siren King were in a hot contention, so everyone of course wanted to see the scene. However, after the auction, the sea creature clan who took the spiritual weapon seemed to disappear. Not only that, the people who had bade previous spiritual weapons had never appeared in the valley. It seemed that those who succeeded in bidding were well aware of the danger of possessing such items. They had spent a lot of effort to ensure their own security and privacy. However, this adds a touch of mystery to these spiritual weapons. In a remote pavilion built against a mountain, a plain-looking young man in a gray robe sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were beaming. It was Lu Meng who had successfully bade the soul lock. On that day, after leaving Yanju's room, a person was already waiting at the door. After a little explanation, he took Lu Meng to turn around in an underground cave and went through an underground corridor to a small teleportation position. After a flash of white light, he found himself in a remote corner of the Ironfire Valley. Seeing this situation, Lu Meng was relieved in his heart. After he eased his mind, he pretended to be a thin man and quietly returned to his rented apartment. Now that Soul Lock was in his hands, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he intended to refine sacrificially this spiritual weapon before leaving. After all, the auction was just over. It was not a good time to leave Ironfire Valley. Lu Meng had now restored his energy and spirit to the peak state through meditation. Then he proceeded to the sacrificial refining of the soul lock. Lu Meng took out a few light blue formation flags from Sumeru's snail and inserted them in several places in the room. At the same time, he made a gesture with one hand and the formation flags disappeared. After a while, a faint blue halo slowly circulated in the room. Eventually, it wrapped around his body. After that, he flipped with one hand, and there was an extra square wooden box in his hand. After one tap with one hand, the lid opened by itself. The small silver lock imprinted with a spiritual pattern was revealed. The so-called sacrificial refining of spiritual weapon, in fact, was using his own mental power and blood essence to leave a mark in the spiritual weapon in a very mysterious way, so that he could use it with ease and prevent being robbed by others. Although the sacrificial refining of Soul Lock was only an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon, the enchantments imprinted on it were extremely complicated. Lu Meng's must be focused on it. Moreover, in order to prevent someone from peeping at it, he arranged this temporary array. After he had arranged all these preparations properly, he threw Soul Lock up, then he spurted blood on the small silver lock in the air. As he quickly changed his gestures in his hands, he began to mutter his chants. In midair, as the mist formed by the blood essence being absorbed by the soul lock, the layers of spiritual imprints started to emit silver lights. At the same time, a dense silver rune began to emerge and the silver rune flickered. After a few rounds, a layer of fuzzy runes began to form. These runes were slowly turning at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was looming in a certain pattern according to Lu Meng's chants. Later, Lu Meng put a finger on his forehead. The huge mental power was also released unreservedly, and it was transferred to the soul lock in midair. After forming a weird gesture on both hands, his body was motionless. At the same time, a pristine jungle zone more than 100 miles from Ironfire Valley. The trees in the forest were all 200 to 300 meter high. They had thick branches and leaves. The forest was dark and shady. From time to time, some undertone beast roars could be faintly heard. 6 sea creature clan men of varying heights were walking in this dense forest with extreme caution. Among them there were men and women, and the mind was focused to the extreme. They were always watching the movement around them. It was Li Kuan and others who successfully obtained the best spiritual weapon Tidal shield at the auction. The auction was going smoothly. Even if there are very few precious materials left, it is worth it to successfully obtain Tidal shield. It was the sea creature clan woman Antu, with a thick eyebrow, who spoke. Miss Lan, please don't be sloppy. Although I have used mystic arts of my clan to disguise Li Yi and others into our look, and they departed from the other two part leaving the valley, but I still feel that Qin from the auction won't be that simple. A thin old man on the side, Li Kuan, frowned and said as he heard those words. Elderly, why are you so worried? Didn't you check repeatedly with mental power before? You didn't find any marks of mystic arts with your strength of the crystallization period. That Qin is just a savage beastkin in the sea. He couldn't cause any trouble. Antu snorted coldly as she said disdainfully. And it may be that I'm a bit overly worried. But if he dares to chase him, I will definitely make him unable to return. Besides, we didn't fly purposely when leaving the Ironfire Valley. Normal people can't discover our trace. Li Kuan hesitated for a moment before exhaling lightly. His expression looked slightly calm. Miss Lan smiled and nodded, but she suddenly turned around and spoke to the blue-shirt girl to comfort her a little. Jia Lan, although I did not get the soul lock this time. However, when this mission is completed successfully, there will be many rewards from the royal family. Aunt Yu will surely get you a good spiritual weapon. Thank you, Aunt Yu. I will naturally focus on the important matter. Jia Lan blinked and smiled sweetly. As Miss Lan heard it, there was a hint of relief in her eyes, then she continued to move forward with her focused mind. After walking for about half of a tea time, suddenly a black shadow surged toward them in a cyan mist in the mid-air ahead. The black shadow circled in the air and fell heavily in the grass not far from the sea creature clan people. The cyan mist tumbled and a package appeared. It was actually 2 bloody skulls. Li Fong. Li Fong. Li Kuan's eyes widened when he saw this, his face changed, thinking that this was not good. Just as everyone behind them still did not react from the fear, they saw a cyan light burst from the trees not far in front of Li Kuan. This blue light came very fast, and it was close to Li Kuan's body in an instant. Li Kuan, as a powerhouse of the crystallization period, was already alert. He appeared at the right moment when the blue light appeared, and a silver light radiated out of his sleeve robe colliding with the blue light that was coming at him. Boom! The blue and silver lights colliding with each other, then they suddenly separated. When the blue light was gone, the figure of a semi-bald blue-robed macho man appeared. This macho man was Qin, who lost the bid at the auction. Petty trick, but it still took me a lot of effort. Leave the Tidal shield, otherwise no one can get away. Qin sneered as he made a gesture. Then, after a muffled sound, the space above Qin suddenly shook violently. After the blue air surged out, a blue big hand quickly condensed. Its surface seemed to have a faint blue rune flowing. Suddenly, the astonishing momentum exuded from the big hand, surging at Li Kuan from all directions. Fall back. Li Kuan's face tightened, and he did not look back at the sea creature clan behind him when he said that. After that, his sleeves shook, the amazing silver light shot out from him, banging up to the blue big hand in midair. Seeing the horrific offensive of Qin, Miss Lan naturally did not dare to stay in place after being surprised. She quickly let everyone under her scattered while she cast a shell-shaped spiritual weapon. With one gesture, a faint blue light curtain enveloped the crowd to prevent being dragged in by the powerful collision between 2 powerhouses. Boom! The blue big hand and the brilliant silver light collided. The blue light and the silver light were radiating, then they rushed up and rampaged violently in the air. In the crisp click sound, the trees around Qin and Li Kuan were grinded into sawdust and fell from the sky. The blue shield on Miss Lan's party also had a ripple. After trembling for a while, it almost burst open. After the fight just now, the blue hands transfigured by Qin and the silver light released by Li Kuan slowly dissipated. This time the two were apparently equally strong. Qin, you try to stop me with such strength? Stop dreaming. Li Kuan snorted coldly and said. He flipped his hand and a black short stick suddenly appeared in his hand. He shook slightly and it immediately made a horrifying scream. Seeing this situation, Qin no longer said nonsense. He just sneered. He chanted as his 10 fingers were forming gestures in the air. His figure immediately became blurred. Buzz. At this moment, the space around Qin suddenly fluctuated violently. Under the violent dance of blue light, a gigantic monster was condensed. The beast was more than 200 meters, and it was covered with bowl-sized blue scales. Its surface was gleaming. The strange thing was that it looked very peculiar. Its head transfigured the look of a blue fish, its body transfigured the look of a giant bird. Chapter 348, Red Glow. However, the weird giant beast flew through the sky like a blast as it just appeared, charging at Li Kuan. The space it passed through immediately had waves of blue ripples. As Li Kuan saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly. The black and translucent stick in his hand was thrown up, and he made gestures with one hand as he started to chant. Suddenly, the black and translucent stick rose in the wind and turned into a length of nearly 50 feet. At the same time, the dazzling silver light soared into the sky from the black stick. It instantly enveloped all the places in the circle. Go! In a loud shout, Li Kuan suddenly pointed out with his right hand, and the stick suddenly turned into a shadow of a ferocious giant beast. The fish-head bird body monster roared loudly. It raised its head, spitting a blue light ball of the building size, and it hit the giant stick in a flash. Boom! The sky was shrouded in blue light and stick shadow, and the inexplicable terror waves came from the place where they collided, making a loud noise that spread around. In this violent wave, the light curtain of the protector in front of the sea creature clan was shaking, and the blue light was dim in the blink of an eye. As Miss Lan saw this, she gritted her teeth and spat her blood on the shell-shaped spiritual weapon. Only then she could barely maintain the shield. Then she looked at the light ball and silver stick shadow resisting each other in mid-air. There were countless waves of ripples released from the giant beast and the silver stick glow. At this moment, both Qin and Li Kuan made their gestures, injecting spirit into the beast and the stick. For a while the two were deadlocked again. But judging from the current situation, the blue giant beast seemed to have more advantages than the silver stick. It has a tendency to suppress the silver stick. Seeing this scene, Miss Lan's face constantly changed. If Li Kuan loses a little bit, not only will they not be able to protect Tidal Shield, but they will eventually be killed by Qin. At this moment, a red glow suddenly shot out from an inconspicuous tree slit behind Li Kuan. This red glow was very fast. After a flash, it had already reached behind Li Kuan. After a crisp sound, it suddenly split into 8 light glows, and it attacked Li Kuan's critical points from various angles. Miss Lan and others could not respond at all for a while. Li Kuan, though aware of it, was entangled by Qin, so he couldn't defend against that. He could only shake his sleeves barely, shooting out 2 faint silver glows. They formed a thin layer of silver shield around the body. However, for this unusually strange red light, this faint silver light protection shield was extremely fragile. With a few bangs, cracks emerged on the shield. With a muffled sound, Li Kuan threw up the stick in his hand, and several blood pillars spurted out of his body as he stumbled back. At this moment, the fish-head bird body monster suddenly shook its wings, and its huge body suddenly disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, with a bang, the giant beast turned into a blue afterimage and slammed heavily onto Li Kuan. Li Kuan was knocked back straight away and landed in the grass 30 feet away. Under the painful scream, Li Kuan spurted blood from his mouth, and his breath was diminished to the extreme. At this moment, Miss Lan and other sea creature clan people just saw it clearly. The figure that shot out the red glow behind the tree flickered and a woman in a red skirt appeared silently with a sneer on her face. It was Qi Li Red Carp, under the Siren King who came with Qin. It was just that no one knew how could she hide from Li Kuan and his party. She hid in such a near spot but no one noticed her. Thus there was this successful backstab. "Elder Li!" Miss Lan yelled. She suddenly jumped out. After landing on the ground a few times, she landed next to Li Kuan, helping him up. At this moment Li Kuan's face was extremely pale, and he looked exhausted as if he got older for a dozen years. "Ha Li Kuan, hands out the Tidal Shield obediently, then I will end your life swiftly." Seeing Chu Li's sneak attack was successful, and Li Kuan was seriously injured, Qin was naturally overjoyed. After the giant beast morphed into the human shape, he laughed right away, walking straight to Li Kuan and Antyu. After the red skirt woman laughed, she approached the sea creature clan woman from another direction. Seeing this scene, Antyu's face showed a little panic. However, after she immediately clenched her teeth, she suddenly turned her hand and took out a golden talisman. "Go!" After a shout, the gold talisman was burst by the woman after spurting out a few spouts of blood essences. The golden rune immediately danced wildly around Qin and Qi Li. In a blink of an eye, there was a golden shining talisman array around Qin and Qi Li. As this array appeared, Qin and Qi Li were immediately trapped in it. "Let's go!" Although Qin and Qi Li were trapped, Li Kuan knew that this was only a temporary expedient. It wouldn't be long before they broke through the talisman array. He immediately endured the wounds on his body and made a gesture. Hoo! The silver glow on Li Kuan danced wildly again, and it finally turned into a blaze of silver light and covered the other sea creature clan people among them. At this time, Li Kuan made a gesture again and the silver light shot to the sky, fleeing straight to the direction of Ironfire Valley. Just 15 minutes after Li Kuan and his party escaped back to the Ironfire Valley. Bang! At this moment, the golden array suddenly turned into golden light spots and scattered. Then Qin and Qi Li appeared from these golden light spots. "Let's chase, Li Kuan is seriously injured now, they must have gone back to the Ironfire Valley like a coward." As Qin said like this, A layer of blue halo shrouded his body, turning into a blue light that disappeared from the place. Qili also made a gesture and turned into a red light, following Qin. It didn't take long for the Qin and Qili to appear in Ironfire Valley. Qin took out a compass in his hand, and he was walking quickly in the direction of the pointer on the compass. After 15 minutes, they stopped in front of a seemingly inconspicuous house. "Li Kuan, see how you can escape from me?" Qin laughed. As he was about to break in, 3 dark shadows appeared in front of Qin and stopped him. Everyone was wearing an icy mask. They were the 3 Black Flame Palace's Crystallization period powerhouses who appeared in the auction house. "Qin, whoever comes to Ironfire Valley is a guest of my Black Flame Palace. I hope that you can give face to the Black Flame Palace and don't fight in the valley." A Black Flame Palace powerhouse slightly cupped his fist and said, "I will naturally give face to the Black Flame Palace, but if I can't complete my mission, I can explain to Siren King when I go back." Qin purposely emphasized the words Siren King. After all, Siren King was a true real pellet state strongman, and the Black Flame Palace was impossible to not be afraid of him. Sure enough, after hearing the words Siren King, the 3 Crystallization period powerhouses of the Black Flame Palace suddenly became silent. After that, they exchanged a look with each other before saying to Qin, "Let's take a step back. Black Flame Palace will protect them for a month. After a month, their life and death are unrelated to us. No matter what happens between you and them, we will not question you. Is Sir satisfied with this?" A Black Flame Palace's Crystallization powerhouse said slowly. Qin was astounded as he heard that. However, when he looked at the Crystallization powerhouses who were at the same level as him, he slowly nodded after his eyes flickered a few times. "Okay, I will give face to the Black Flame Palace and listen to your words." Although the woman in the red skirt frowned slightly after she heard that, she pouted without saying anything. Right now, Qin couldn't stop for long. He turned around and disappeared at the corner of the street not far away. Somewhere in the Ironfire Valley, Li Kuan's face was as yellow as wood, lying unconscious on the bed, and Miss Lan fell into a deep sleep due to mental usage overload for casting the Golden Talisman array. Miss Jia Lan, Elder Li and Miss Lan are now seriously injured. What if the 2 Siren King's subordinates come again? What should we do? A sea creature clan man was watching Li Kuan and Miss Lan. He said as his face looked uncertain. "Don't worry, for a short time, Qin shouldn't be able to find this place. And this Ironfire Valley is under the jurisdiction of the Black Flame Palace. Even if they come here, they can't be too aggressive. We should be safe in the short term. At the moment, the only thing we can do is ask for reinforcements as soon as possible." Jia Lan frowned slightly. There was a hint of anxiety in her heart, but she could still calm down and said that. After that, this woman turned her hand and a blue disc array appeared on her palm. After she made a gesture, she chanted in her mouth, and a line of tiny words went into the disc array. Seeing that the girl wasn't flustered and organized the matters well in a dire situation at this moment, the several sea creature clan people were slightly relieved. However, when they thought of the situation in the future, they couldn't help but feel very heavy in their hearts. Another day passed. In the sea creature clan house. At this moment, Jia Lan looked worried. She was pacing around the house. She looked at Li Kuan and Miss Lan from time to time. She saw that Li Kuan's eyes were still closed. There was still blood on his robe. His original thin face looked very pale. His breath was disordered and weak. There were no spiritual fluctuations on his body. He didn't seem to be able to recover soon. On the same day, he was seriously injured under the joint attack of the 2 Crystallization period powerhouses of Qin and Qili. He also forcefully cast an escape technique to come back to the Ironfire Valley that was 100 miles away. His injuries were extremely severe. It was even worse that he was backfired by his own cultivation. If the rescue was late, he would mostly be dead. The sea creature clan woman also lost a lot of true spirit under the crisis. She consumed a lot of mental energy to forcefully channel the Golden Talisman, which rendered her unconscious due to the mental exhaustion. Although she didn't have any life danger, she could no longer command the sea creature clan party. As Jia Lan thought of this, she suddenly gritted his teeth and turned back to the sea creature clan people as she informed, "You guys take good care of Elder Li and Aunt Yu. I will go out temporarily to see if I can find any way to save Elder Li." Later, a talisman appeared in Jia Lan's hand. She pasted it on her body. After 5 colors rune emerged, her look suddenly changed, turning into a thin girl with delicate facial features. Then she walked out of the room. Chapter 349, 9 Skulls Shield. At this time, Lu Ming, who was at the critical moment of sacrificial refining of the soul lock, didn't know what happened outside. He was covered in blue light, and a silver lock the size of a few feet was quietly suspended above his head. The rune above the small lock was still turning slowly, and it seemed to form a weak connection between Lu Ming. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Lu Ming could fully refine it. Deep underground in the Ironfire Valley, in a great hall surrounded by black iron ore. The hall was extremely spacious, and a trace of strange red mist permeated from all corners, covering the entire hall and forming a faint red curtain. This light curtain was a very powerful enchantment. At this moment, a figure in the middle of the hall was holding a crystal jade bowl, floating above an acre-sized pool. The man was wearing a red robe with ordinary appearance, but he was born with a pale red spirit pattern on both sides of his cheek. It was the Fire Mastery Clan Forge Master Yunju. And the pool underneath was all filled with crimson blood. The thick blood was sticky. An abnormally pungent bloody smell slowly diffused from this blood pool. These sights made those who saw it terrified, those who smelled it disgusted, those who thought about it shocked. How many soul essences were used to fill this pool of blood-red water? At the edge of the blood pool, there were black silk threads interwound with each other if one looked carefully, and they were linked together in a mysterious way, forming a black spirit pattern. The arrangement of these black spirit patterns was also quite particular. It faintly formed a huge magic array that surrounded the blood pool in the center. At this moment, over the blood pool, Yunju's gestures changed constantly. At the same time he was chanting. Shoop. In a sharp sound, Yunju condensed a dazzling gesture, then it fell into the jade bowl in his hand. Subsequently, the unknown, black, crystalline, viscous liquid in the jade bowl began to creep slowly as if it had life. At first, the creeping speed of liquid was relatively slow, but later, it became faster and faster. In the end, it danced wildly in the jade bowl. This scene made Yunju's eyes and pupils shrink slightly, but there was a hint of joy on his face. His right hand gesture changed slightly, then a black light went into the jade bowl. A weird scene emerged in the next moment. With two puff sounds, a black snake figure with several feet long suddenly appeared over the jade bowl. It was surging in the black light. His body gradually shrank. Finally, it fell into the jade bowl strangely, turning the wildly dancing viscous liquid into a black snake with a thumb size. As this black snake just appeared in the jade bowl, it started to twitch fiercely. It had a momentum of coming out of the jade bowl. Seeing this, Yunju changed his gesture. He slapped on the jade bowl and there was a black halo flash above the jade bowl. At this time, the faint scream of the black snake in the jade bowl could be heard faintly, but it didn't last long. After a few breaths, the black snake's body slowly dissipated and finally turned into the black crystal liquid again. There was a flash of excitement in Yunju's eyes. He flipped his wrist and poured the black liquid into the blood pool. Puff. The moment the black liquid was poured into the blood pool, the blood in the pool seemed to have life. It immediately rolled up turbulently and swirled madly, forming a bloody vortex. As Yunju saw this, his 10 fingers formed gestures without hesitation. After images of his fingers moving could be faintly seen. At the same time, the deep voice of Yunju's chanting could be heard from his mouth. Strangely, with the sound of this spell, rounds of ripples appeared above the blood pool, and they quickly spread out, some of which fell into the blood pool. The huge array outside the blood pool was buzzing loudly instead. Dazzling red lights rose from the array and quickly shot into the sky. The bloody vortex's rotation speed became faster again. Its speed was doubled for just a moment. At this time, a more evil scene emerged from above the blood pool. The thick black gas suddenly rolled out from the bottom of the blood pool. It danced wildly as if something was about to burst out of it. Less than 5 minutes. With a low whistle, the black gas dancing over the bloody vortex suddenly stopped rolling, then a black skull shield with 9 skulls imprinted on the surface slowly emerged from the vortex, and slowly rose into mid-air. This shield was dark with around the size of 10 feet. There were waves of black gas constantly permeating out of the 9 skulls image, and it vaguely formed a ferocious ghost face that seemed to roar endlessly. It was lifelike and it seemed extremely weird. The vortex in the pool stopped turning instantly. It became abnormally calm as the shield flew out. It's done. When Yunju saw the shield, he looked very delighted. The gestures in his hands that were changing suddenly stopped. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the black shield. After this point, there were gray waves appearing in the air. They enveloped the shield after they shook. With a bang on the surface of the shield, countless black runes emerged from it, and it quickly condensed into layers of ambiguous runes. There were as many as 34 layers. These 34 layers represented the 34 enchantments. This shield was a superb spiritual weapon, and its quality was far superior to that of the previous upper-rank superb spiritual weapon Tidal shield. It was only 2 enchantments away from the legendary 36 enchantments top-rank superb spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon with more than 36 enchantments could be called as true spiritual weapon with the overwhelming power. Providence does not let down a man who does his best. I finally forged the 9 Skulls shield in my lifetime. This shield almost depleted the precious materials I accumulated. I don't even know how much I spend to collect this pool of blood essence. If I wasn't a guest in the Black Flame Palace to exchange countless resources with my exquisite forging skills, I wouldn't be able to forge it. As long as I forge it into the 36 enchantments superb spiritual weapon and consume it. Through the power of this shield, I must be able to break through the bottleneck that made me stuck for dozens of years and advance into the crystallization period. Yanju's eyes glowed with enthusiasm, and he stared at the 9 Skulls shield without blinking as he muttered to himself. How would the clueless people who fought for the Tidal shield know that Tidal shield is nothing more than a test piece before the forging of 9 Skulls shield? But even so, its level is far from those 2 old brats can reach. What 3 forge masters? This is really ridiculous. Then he seemed to think something again and his face suddenly became excited. Fortunately, I got these 2 bristles with spirits from the kid. Otherwise, I couldn't forge this 9 Skulls shield into 35 and even 36 enchantments. However, I can barely forge it into 35 enchantments with this little material. If I want to improve it to 36 enchantments, I must get it from that young man again. Yanju murmured to himself again. He turned his hand and 2 black bristles he got from Lu Ming appeared in his hand. After a while, Yanju kept his rejoice in his heart. He threw up the black bristle and Ning's skull shield. His hands began to gesture continuously. Suddenly the 2 black bristles' size increased tremendously. In the blink of an eye, they had become the size of few 10 feet. They entangled with the 9 Skulls shield fanatically. At the same time, the black gas emanating from the black skull shield became denser. The original vague face also became realistic. In the next few days, Yanju never left the underground hall at all. He was forging the 35th enchantment of the 9 Skulls shield for day and night. 2 days later. Ho! There was a loud roar, coming from the black skull shield suspended above Yanju's head. After the roar, there were unusually fiendish ghost faces, shooting out one by one from the shield. They all hit various places in the hall, making a loud noise. The entire hall shook violently at this moment, and huge stones kept falling, stirring up some dust. The whole hall seemed like it was going to collapse at any time with such momentum. The power of this superb spiritual weapon that contained 35 enchantments was evident. Okay, very good. I really wasn't disappointed. I have started to look forward to how powerful this 9 Skulls shield is after forging the 36 enchantments. Yanju took back the black skull shield with one gesture. After grabbing it, he said in satisfaction. Later he made gestures again and again. After he experimented the power of this 9 Skull shield for a dozen times, he stopped reluctantly because of the lack of spiritual power. After Yanju carefully put the shield in his hand into the storage amulet, his eyes flashed as if he seemed to think of something. He took out a golden disc. After he made a gesture to send a line of tiny words into it, only then he slowly walked out of the underground hall. For a moment, Yanju came to a pavilion. A macho man was waiting in it. Oh, does the person have any movement? As soon as he entered the room, Yanju asked the macho man. His words were quite majestic. The person that Yanju mentioned was naturally Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming came here after he disguised his face and hid his breath, with Yanju's power in the valley, as long as he checked and ruled out the places, he could easily find Lu Ming's hiding place. And after the auction that day, he was very excited as he saw the black troll bristles in Lu Ming's hands. He even had ill intention about it. He never believed in Lu Ming's words. The reason why he let Lu Ming leave was because he was inconvenient to make a move in the auction. Moreover, he hadn't confirmed whether the bristles was the spiritual material in the rumor, so he didn't keep Lu Ming there. Now that he was certain that the black bristle was really a spiritual material, he would naturally take action against Lu Ming. Reply to Master: after the man left the auction, he has been staying in that house. He has never been stepping out. As the macho man heard the words, he immediately said respectfully to Yanju. Very well, it seems that he wants to sacrificially refine the soul lock. Anyway, you guys keep an eye on him. No mistake will be allowed. Once he leaves Ironfire Valley, report to me immediately. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Yanju's face flashed ruthlessness as he commanded the macho man. Chapter 350, Mysterious Tale? A remote corner in Ironfire Valley, in a pavilion built against the mountain. An array that was formed by countless silver runes was shining in a faint silver light, but the original looming rune at this moment seemed to be solid. It was turning slowly as time passed. At this moment, Lu Ming, sitting in the middle of the circle, opened his eyes. 2 flashes of light flickered from his eyes, then he made one gesture and grabbed the silver lock with only a few inches in the air. The silver lock instantly turned into a silver glow and fell into his hand. Although this soul lock was just an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon, it took Lu Ming half a month to refine all the enchantment. Seeing that soul lock's sacrificial refining was completed, there was joy on his face. During the refining process, he felt that this spiritual weapon was extraordinary. He made a gesture and there was a burst of black gas surging out of his body. Then, after the twinkling light flashed between the eyebrows, an amazing invisible energy surged out. After it made a turn, an invisible vortex was slowly forming in the air above his head. This was exactly Lu Ming's huge mental power. Now that this lock had been refined by him, he naturally wanted to try the power of this spiritual weapon. Next, Lu Ming had a thought and injected his mental power into Soul Lock. Hoo! The spirit pattern on Soul Lock seemed to come alive. It began to creep slowly, then a shocking wave suddenly burst out of the lock. The scene made Lu Ming overjoyed. The invisible vortex above him suddenly became bigger. Its volume was about 1/5 larger than its previous size, and it began to emit a looming faint white light. Yanju is right. This lock really has the effect of increasing mental power. After Lu Ming smiled, he made a gesture and the fuzzy vortex above his head slowly dispersed. Half an hour later, when he had understood the usage of Soul Lock and all the enchantments, he kept the small lock with satisfaction. It's quite a long time since the auction ended. I don't know what's going on outside. If there's a chance, I should also leave this valley early. After Lu Ming murmured to himself, he jumped down from the bed, exercised his hands and legs and walked out of the pavilion. As soon as he came out of the pavilion, he found that the Iron Blood Guard in the valley seemed to be twice as much as usual. After walking for a while, he even discovered that these soldiers were almost everywhere in the valley, and they kept patrolling back and forth. From this point, Lu Ming obviously felt a hint of tension. However, just when he was a little curious about what happened, he suddenly frowned. The expression on his face looked serious. Just now, he suddenly had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart, as if someone was secretly peering at him. It looks like I can't leave this place right now. Lu Ming thought so, but there was nothing unusual about the expression on his face. The following time he continued to go in and out of various stores. He seemed to be buying some common talisman, but he intentionally or unintentionally asked the shopkeeper about the recent incident in the Ironfire Valley. At the same time, he had already made a gesture with his right hand that was in his sleeve, casting his mental power mystic art to trace the source that made him feel uneasy. With the invisible release of mental power, he quickly locked down on a nearby vague mental surge. It didn't take long before Lu Ming walked out of a shop calmly, but his heart was a little sullen. After he used his mental power to glance at the surrounding, he found that this faint mental power fluctuation seemed to come from 8 directions respectively. In addition, the mental power fluctuations coming from each direction were abnormally similar. This also meant that he simply couldn't directly pinpoint the source of the disturbing factors. But with Lu Ming's nature, naturally he would not give up on this. His left hand, which had not been used, began to slowly gesture. He secretly activated the soul lock. There was a faint silver flash at the center of his eyebrows. A huge mental power was released at that moment. Under the buff of soul lock, he finally found that the spiritual fluctuations around him were actually disguised by a very clever method. Now that Lu Ming, whose mental power was at the same level as crystallization period, also needed the help of soul lock. It seemed that the person's cultivation and mystic arts seemed to be uncommon. After Lu Ming sneered in his mind, his spirit naturally locked on the real mental fluctuation and tracked it silently. Within a moment, Lu Ming's consciousness showed a clear scene. On a pavilion more than 100 feet away, a scholar-dressed man who was holding an old book was watching Lu Ming with interest. And this person was the one who peeped at him just now. The man did not seem to realize that he was exposed. He seemed quite confident in his tracking method. Next, Lu Ming didn't immediately go to trouble this scholar, instead he continued to shuttle between the major shops. It didn't take long for Lu Ming to hear a shocking news from the shopkeeper of a shop. A group of sea creature clan people who were more than 100 miles away from the Ironfire Valley were attacked by Siren King's 2 crystallization period powerhouses, Qin and Li. They were forced back to the valley after a fight. Li Kuan, who was in the crystallization period of the sea creature clan, was seriously injured, and he is still in a coma. Miss Lan is still unconscious, and the Black Flame Palace promised to protect the sea creature clan for 1 month. After listening to this news, Lu Ming was naturally amazed. He didn't have any thought to continue to hang out anymore, so he returned to his place without doing anything else. I didn't expect that this happened in just half a month. It's no wonder that the situation in Ironfire Valley is so tense. Li Kuan and Miss Lan are both seriously injured now. Qin and Li must be lurking nearby. It seems that it is not very safe in the Ironfire Valley. Lu Ming in the house paced back and forth. His face looked uncertain as he murmured to himself. I don't know who the man dressed as the scholar is. Ironfire Valley is crowded with a lot of powerhouses. It is difficult to determine his identity. Lu Ming was having a headache when he thought of the man who spied on him secretly. Fortunately, this Li Kuan is seriously injured now, so now he cannot pose a threat to me in the short term. I don't have to worry about being troubled by this old brat. Lu Ming muttered a few words and started to fall into deep thought again. In the following time, Lu Ming's thoughts flashed quickly. First, he analyzed the current situation of Ironfire Valley, and then analyzed his situation thinking about how to safely leave Ironfire Valley. The purpose of his trip had been achieved, but he didn't want this trip to become unfruitful. 1 day passed quickly. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned and sat on the bed. His expression didn't look great. After a whole day of observation, he found that the subtle spiritual fluctuations had been circling around his house. They never disappeared for a moment. He even discovered that this mental power fluctuation changed 3 times in a day, which meant at least 3 people were monitoring him in turn. Besides, the mental powers of the trio were quite extraordinary, which was enough to explain that the force behind them was extraordinary. This made Lu Ming even more disturbed. After all, no matter who it was, he wouldn't feel easy being stared at by such an unknown force for days and nights. No, I have to resolve the matter as soon as possible. This is too passive for me. Not sure how much time had passed, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He seemed to make a decision finally. In the early morning of the 3rd day, he didn't stay in the house and walked out of the pavilion. He walked seemingly casually on the street of Ironfire Valley Street, but he had released his mental power secretly. He spread it around him with a very skilled technique, exploring the movement around him. Suddenly, Lu Ming frowned slightly, but it soon returned to normal. Just a moment ago, he found that there was another person behind him not far away. An unfamiliar mental surge followed behind him. Lu Ming was a little surprised, but there was still no strange expression color on his face. Instead, he went around the lively area in the valley. Soon after, he was surprised to find that the mysterious man had been following him closely was completely fearless. This really puzzled Lu Ming's mind. The behavior of this newly appeared person was different from those of the previous ones. He didn't seem to care about being exposed. Is there anyone else eyeing on me? As Lu Ming thought about it, he could not help but feel a little helpless. Then he thought of something and walked slowly into a remote forest in Ironfire Valley. After 15 minutes. In a secluded grove in Ironfire Valley. A seemingly thin girl was walking slowly through the forest, but her gaze was constantly looking around as if she was looking for something. She was muttering in her mouth, "It's weird. He was obviously here just now." However, the next moment, just before the thin woman turned around, a dark shadow suddenly appeared not far from her. As this figure just appeared, a pair of sharp eyes like a knife stared at the woman. At the same time, a cold voice sounded in her ears. "Miss, you have followed me for so long, and you should give a reasonable explanation now. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place easily." The dark shadow was naturally Lu Ming. When he appeared, he released an astonishing breath and he instantly blocked the person in front of him. But the thin girl's following move surprised Lu Ming instead. Not only she wasn't in a panic, but there was also a trace of joy on her face instead. She waved her hand and a light curtain rolled out. In a flash, it enveloped Lu Ming and her body in it. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately made a gesture. If the girl in front of him had any strange move, he would attack immediately. But the next scene made Lu Ming astounded. After the thin girl wiped her face with her slim and delicate hand, a familiar and unrivaled beautiful face was revealed. Her facial features were exquisite and pleasant. She had thick eyebrows and a tall nose. Her face naturally exuding a charm that could hook one's soul. This girl was Jia Lan. Chapter 351, Secret Talk in the Wood. Lu Ming was naturally surprised as he was looking that the girl in front of him was Jia Lan. And Jia Lan's face showed a hint of joy. She said swiftly, "Brother Lu, I'm afraid I still need your help this time." Lu Ming was stunned slightly after hearing the words, but his face quickly calmed down. Instead, after glancing at the woman, he slowly said, "Sister Jia Lan, we haven't seen each other for quite some time since we last saw each other. I didn't expect to meet you far away from the Yunchuan continent here today." As Jia Lan heard the words, a slight peculiar fluctuation flashed in her heart, but she said with a slight smile, "It has been a long time since I met junior fellow apprentice. I didn't expect Brother Lu to break through from a spiritual disciple to the condensation state intermediate stage in these few years. It is quite an achievement. I'm just lucky. Isn't senior fellow apprentice Jia Lan advanced to the condensation period? May I know how you find me? Don't say that we meet by chance this time." Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said meaningfully. It should be noted that during this period, Lu Ming used a black-faced macho man to enter and exit on various occasions in Ironfire Valley. He also deliberately changed his voice in order to avoid from being detected. In theory, the party of Sea Creature clan was impossible to trace his identity as an outsider. To tell you the truth, I have a strange talent that outsiders don't know. I can easily distinguish others by sound and I can remember it for decades. And the person whose sound is marked by me, no matter how they change their voice through external force, they can't hide from me. When junior fellow apprentice bade in Yanju's auction, I easily recognized you. However, the situation was just inconvenient for us to meet." Jia Lan blinked and smiled sweetly. Obviously, she was quite proud of her special talent. "So that's the case. I didn't expect senior fellow apprentice to have such ability, but did senior fellow apprentice find the wrong person to ask me for help? Let alone the others, based on senior fellow apprentice's identity as the Sea Creature clan and the stealing of the Savage Demon King's head of our sect, I am already giving face by not attacking at first sight." Lu Ming nodded first, then he refused to help with a stern face. "Brother Lu doesn't have to rush to refuse. You can listen to the condition I offer before refusing. This time, as long as junior fellow apprentice is willing to help, I can let Sea Creature clan protect you to safely leave the Ironfire Valley." Jia Lan said disapprovingly. "What do you mean? If I want to leave this valley I can do it at any time. Why should he seek the protection of the noble?" As Lu Ming heard, his face suddenly turned gloomy. It seems that junior fellow apprentice is asking the obvious. If you can really leave the Ironfire Valley at any time, why would you keep staying here? Where do the monitors come from? These people who secretly monitor junior fellow apprentice. Although I don't know what their intention is, they don't look weak. If junior fellow apprentice wants to leave this place without being noticed, it won't be an easy task. Jia Lan raised her eyebrows and replied calmly. "Do you really think these people can prevent me from leaving?" Lu Ming was startled in his heart. After his expression became uncertain, he said with a sneer suddenly after a while. "Junior fellow apprentice is so famous in the great Shen Kingdom's border war. Even I heard of your story when I was in the Sea Creature clan. You may not be bothered by the monitors, but do you know who is behind them? Maybe there is a powerhouse from the crystallization period. Facing such a monster, can junior fellow apprentice still stay calm?" Jia Lan spoke slowly. "If it is a powerhouse of the crystallization period, I indeed can't fight back, but why would such a character make a move on me? Is it that just because of the intermediate grade spiritual weapon Soul Lock?" Lu Ming smiled slightly as if he did not believe it. "Then you have to ask yourself. Maybe someone really wants this Soul Lock or something else of your possession. But in short, you must admit that the person who can command so many condensation period cultivators may really have the chance to be at the crystallization period." Jia Lan pursed her lips and smiled. She said disapprovingly, Listening to your remarks, it seems that if I don't help you, I will never be able to leave the Ironfire Valley alive this time. In this case, I need you to tell me, what do you want me to do?" Lu Ming laughed as he asked Jia Lan while maintaining his composure. Presumably junior fellow apprentice Lu also knows that Siren King's crystallization period subordinates, Qing Qin and Qi Li, are hiding in the vicinity of our place. This situation is not good for us. But I have also sent a message to another troop in the Buyuan Island. Soon there should be reinforcements. However, the most important thing is that the elderly is now seriously injured and unconscious. He may even have life danger, so we need to save his life first. For our Yunchuan sea creature clan tribe, the existence of any crystallization period cultivator is indispensable. At this point, Jia Lan paused slightly, and her face became dignified. What do you mean, does senior fellow apprentice plan to let me help this elderly? Lu Ming's face suddenly became weird after listening to it. This Li Kuan of Silver Scale clan once pursued him for a long distance, and he even almost killed Lu Ming. Moreover, that holy beast's egg in his hands was probably related to this sea creature clan. Now this woman actually wanted him to save this elderly. This was naturally very ridiculous for him. Yes, I have found someone to diagnose Elder Li's injury. He is now not only seriously injured but also because of the backfire of his own technique, his spiritual sea and the meridians are now in a mess. I must find 2 people who have powerful mental powers to suppress his injury to save his life. I can be one of them. I can only ask junior fellow apprentice to be the another person. As long as you are willing to save Elder Li, we can bring you out of the valley after the reinforcement reaches. Jia Lan spoke what she wanted to say, then she stared at Lu Ming without blinking, waiting for his answer. After Lu Ming listened, he hesitated for a while, then he shook his head and said to Jia Lan, "To tell the truth, I had some conflicts with Elder Li previously. I will not tell you the specific. If I really save him, the first thing he does after he wakes up is killing me. As for the matter of leaving Ironfire Valley, I know what to do. I don't really need the help from the noble." Hearing Lu Ming said that Jia Lan's complexion changed slightly, knowing that this junior fellow apprentice had always been cautious. If so, he really wouldn't try saving Li Kuan. She frowned at that moment, then she no longer insisted on asking for his help. Since junior fellow apprentice and elderly had some misunderstandings, then I will not force you anymore. But if you change your mind, you can come to my residence at any time. As long as junior fellow apprentice really contributes to save Elder Li, I can definitely guarantee that you to be safe and sound. Thank you, senior fellow apprentice. If I really have no way, I will consider your offer. Besides, I will always remember senior fellow apprentice's kindness for giving me the soul cultivation bag. However, your identity and I are different now. We can be the same like last time. Due to the special circumstances this time, I will not do anything to senior fellow apprentice. If I meet you next time, I can't guarantee the same thing to happen again. Lu Ming nodded as he said with a sigh. As Jia Lan heard this, her face was slightly darkened. After a short while, she also sighed and said, "I gave you the soul cultivation bag last time was because of your kindness in saving me. As for whether to make a move or not, as long as junior fellow apprentice thinks that you can defeat me, you can try it. Right, last time when I stole the Savage Demon King's head, I'm afraid that I brought some troubles to my master. May I know, is she alright now? In the days of Savage Ghost Sect, Master really took good care of me. I'm still very grateful to her. I stole the Savage Demon King's head was for the survival of my tribe, but I, Jia Lan, couldn't bear to harm my master. Although, it wasn't hard for me to do that at the time. Moreover, junior fellow apprentice didn't know that I'm actually a half-blood hymen, otherwise I couldn't sneak into the sect so smoothly. That's it. Senior junior apprentice, please rest assured, although Master's junior Bing did get some punishment, she is fine now." Lu Ming was astounded for a moment as he heard the words, but he immediately replied honestly. His look seemed to be much relieved. "Fine, in this case I am finally at ease. Kiki, seeing that junior fellow apprentice Lu also called me as senior fellow apprentice, and told me the truth, I should also tell junior fellow apprentice a news. The people who follow you are mostly from the Black Flame Palace." Jia Lan nodded, then she suddenly said with a chuckle. "How do you know this?" Lu Ming's face changed when he heard this. "Junior fellow apprentice Lu, a few days before I came to see you, I have secretly approached these people who took turns monitoring your place. I also heard a few conversations of them. One of them, if I didn't hear the wrong voice, he should be the person of the Black Flame Palace, and he also appeared at the auction that day with another face. I believe junior fellow apprentice should know something without me saying further." Jia Lan said ambiguously. "So that's the case, then I know the intention of these people. I will return to this kindness in the future." Lu Ming's heart was moved when he heard it, but he looked a little enlightened. "This trip is worth for letting junior fellow apprentice owe me once. So, anyway, 1 or 2 favors don't matter as they are free. I will help you to get rid of the person who follows you. Lest junior fellow apprentice makes a huge movement that attracts the others." Jia Lan turned her beautiful eyes, looking at Lu Ming with a smile. After Lu Ming listened, he glanced out of the light curtain subconsciously, and his expression didn't reveal his intention. Chapter 352, Escape Plan. In fact, Lu Ming was a little stunned when he heard Jia Lan said that she could help finish off the scholar behind him easily. After all, the man behind him was also a condensation state intermediate stage cultivator, which was the same level as him. Even if his strength was above the general condensation state later stage cultivator, it will take a lot of effort to finish off this stalker without being noticed. If he wanted to make a move, he couldn't use powerful means as it could overreach himself, causing him unnecessary trouble. As for Jia Lan, although she disappeared for many years, her cultivation had already reached the condensation state early stage. It was obviously one level lower than the other. However, she had the physique of a succubus. She also practiced a lot of related mystic arts skills when she returned to her clan. Her strength couldn't be easily measured by the realm. Lu Ming heard from Miss Zhong and others a long time ago that this succubus physique could exert a lot of power in group battles and dealing with opponents of a similar level, but it couldn't provide many advantages when facing opponents with a higher realm that could suppress her. Moreover, the opponent's mental power also didn't look weak. However, with her character, she must have confidence for her to say that. Now that she was willing to solve the trouble for him, he was also happy. At the same time, he could also observe the true strength of the woman. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't speak, Jia Lan acted on his acquiesce. She chuckled and removed off the barrier, and the two figures reappeared in the grove. Jia Lan's slender fingers quickly made a gesture, and at the same time, a dazzling light burst out of her body. Immediately after that, Lu Ming only felt he was dazzled. Jia Lan's slender figure was blurred in his sight. When she appeared again the next moment, it was already a dozen hundred meters away. "Sir, have heard enough already, right? It's time to show yourself." As Jia Lan's crisp voice sounded, a slender jade hand lightly pointed at the space in front of her. The movement looked so light and graceful, like a butterfly fluttering in the flowers. But as her thin fingers swept across the void, it immediately set off ripples that spread to the surrounding. Buzz. Under an old tree about 100 meters tall in front of Jia Lan, the space suddenly fluctuated violently, and then a figure emerged. A yellow light flashed as he was trying to escape. A flash of cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He could see the person wrapped in the yellow light was the scholar who had previously tracked him at a glance. Just now when Jia Lan pointed her fingers, the scholar felt the space around him was tight. His every movement became stagnant, so his first thought was to escape. What surprised him, however, was that the ripples that spread in the air nearby seemed to separate him from the outside world. It followed closely behind the tracker. He was not weak. After discovering that something was wrong, he immediately made a gesture. He took out a jade pen and drew it in the air for a while, and then suddenly a yellow spirit pattern ejected from the pen like a storm. As soon as these spirit patterns touched that layer of ripples, they went directly into them silently. There wasn't any reaction. The scholar was shocked. He immediately stopped the escape technique, but he was surprised to find that he was only one step away from the old tree at the moment. It was as if he had never left half a step. As he was shocked, he knew that the woman in front of him had a strange mien. He couldn't get rid of her easily. He immediately said, "This friend, please stop. I don't have hostile intentions." This person naturally did not really ask for forgiveness, but he just wanted to use his tactics to slow down his enemy. However, Jia Lan didn't bother about the man's words at all. She suddenly put slender jade fingers on her chest. Her gesture was turning like wheels. Subsequently, the space around her became blurred as it seemed to form another space on its own. What was even more shocking was that at this moment, Jia Lan's slim figures suddenly became 8 more. The breath on the 8 figures was exactly the same. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he had an extremely powerful mental power, he could only lock down Jia Lan's true body only after a while. This also showed that if it was him who fought Jia Lan, he couldn't be sure to identify her real body quickly. Boom. The scholar did not even fight back and he was blown into the air by an invisible force. Its defensive aura was useless. At the same time, the phantasm of Jia Lan appeared around him at the moment. These phantasms were also different. There was frowning face, there was angry face, there was a sweet smiling face, but they all stretched out one finger to point at the scholar. A few light blue runes were shot out. They only flashed around the scholar, then they stuck onto him like a leeching worm. The scholar's body flashed in blue light suddenly. His eyes began to stagnate, his hands began to drop down, the jade spiritual pen in his hand also fell to the ground. The blue runes on his body was getting more and more. Suddenly, his body was burst in a moment of contraction and inflation, turning into a burst of blood mist. From the beginning to the end, Jia Lan's fighting style was extremely strange. Lu Ming was shocked looking at this scene. The phantasm that Jia Lan transfigured each faintly expressed a heavy feeling after he focused his gaze. It was very terrifying. It seems that even though this woman is one level lower than me, the weird succubus physique can still easily win by facing the opponent of a higher level. It seems that the rumor about succubus physique is not good at dealing with people of a higher level is really unreliable. After the 8 figures blurred for a while, they merged into one the next moment. Jia Lan's graceful figure appeared again in front of Lu Ming. She looked back at Lu Ming with an ambiguous smile, then she left without turning her head. After a few flashes, she completely disappeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up the jade pen that was dropped by the scholar and left the grove without stopping. In a remote house built on a hill in the Ironfire Valley, Lu Ming sat silently with his leg crossing. He frowned slightly as he seemed to be thinking about something. For a long while, his eyebrows stretched out while muttering to himself. It seems that the Black Flame Palace player who spies on me this time is probably Yanju, who is the guest of the Black Flame Palace. I really made a mistake to take out this troll bristle for this soul lock. As he was thinking, his mind gradually appeared Yanju's shocked and passion that couldn't be concealed when he saw the black troll bristles. Lu Ming only thought about it for a short while, then his uncertain expression became calm. He took another deep breath and said to himself, although this Yanju is not a powerhouse in the crystallization period, he has already reached the condensation state later stage, and he is also a forge master. His subordinates won't be a small number. Now that he is targeting me, it isn't easy to safely leave this Ironfire Valley easily. The following time, Lu Ming's mind had a lot of thoughts. They were all about the escape plan, but they were invariably rejected by him. He suddenly turned his hand and a red token appeared in his hand. This was the Yunchuan token that Yi Tianmei gave him that day. This token may have some effect on deterring ordinary forces. As for this Yanju, I'm afraid it won't work. Lu Ming stared at the Yunchuan token in his hand. There was no smile on his face at all. Later, he thought of Jia Lan's words that he could go to her after changing his mind, but he still shook his head subconsciously. With his character, how would he put his own safety on the hands of others? It seems that the only way right now is to wait for the Sea Creature clan reinforcements to arrive, and when they fight with Siren King, I will take the opportunity to escape. The Ironfire Valley will be very chaotic at that time. As long as I can get rid of the tracker, it won't be easy for Yanju to find me again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he was thinking. His face finally looked at ease a little, but he still had to carefully think about the specific details of some actions. And the scholar who watched him had been killed by Jia Lan. Yanju should already know that he had realized he was being watched. He held the crimson token with one hand and he fell into deep thought again. At the same time, an unknown land somewhere on Buin Island, a 100-meter-long flying boat shrouded in white light screen was traveling blasting at high altitude. The flying boat was clear and white. In its carved jade cabin, a woman in a white palace dress was lowering her head and playing a pale silver light guqin. Although the sound of guqin was gentle and pleasant, one could hear the hint of impatience in it when listening carefully. Suddenly, the woman in the palace costume 10 fingers paused, and the sound of the guqin stopped. She looked up, revealing a beautiful face. She was the Red Scale clan's saintess, Prophecy Fairy, who once appeared above the Xinjing Palace. The woman in the palace dress slowly got up and walked to the front of the flying boat, standing together with a thin middle-aged man with brown eyebrows. I don't know what's going on there? According to Jia Lan, they were assaulted by Siren Kings Qi Li and Qing Qin after leaving Ironfire Valley not for long. Li Kuan is now seriously injured and he even has a life danger. Miss Lan is still unconscious as well. The middle-aged man spoke suddenly, and his tone seemed worried. Third uncle, I'm afraid we need to speed up a little bit more now. Jia Lan just sent me a message again. Their situation is now very critical. It's only a few days from the 1 month promised by Black Flame Palace. If it is too late, once the high level of the Black Flame Palace no longer stops Qing Qin and Qi Li, not only Li elders will have a life danger, the Tidal shield will also be lost. Prophecy Fairy, Lu Mei frowned slightly as she said slowly. Chapter 353, Mysterious Young Man. Hong San was slightly startled as he heard it. There seemed to be a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he suddenly realized something. He asked with a happy face, Is it possible that Prophecy Niece has figured out the acceleration enchantment of these flying boats? To be honest with Third Uncle, I have obtained a lot of mechanic items during the Prophecy event in Highway in these years. There are a few flying boats of excellent grade. When I was bored, I tried to modify the Gale array that cultivators used in group battles and used this enchantment in the flying boat. After ruining a lot of flying boats, I researched a new temporary array called Hurricane Array. It can increase the speed of the flying boat 3 times. Prophecy Fairy hesitated for a while and nodded slightly as she said, "Wonderful, Prophecy Niece is really the first array mage of our Red Scale clan. Then let's hurry and use this array." Hong San was delighted as he heard it. But Prophecy Fairy's eyebrows frowned slightly. She looked a little difficult. After a while, she only nodded and said, "Third Uncle, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Although this array is good, if we want to maximize its effectiveness, we need a wind attribute spiritual stone of upper grade. I currently have only one intermediate grade wind spiritual stone, and its power is almost depleted. I'm afraid the effect will be greatly reduced, and I don't know if it can hold until we reach our destination. I have a piece of upper grade wind attribute spiritual stone. I exchanged it with one cultivator when our clan market was open. It's quite powerful, can you see if it works?" Hong San interrupted without hesitation. He immediately took a green color crystal with the size of a fist. "It's great. Then I start the array now." Prophecy Fairy took over the wind attribute crystal from Hong San. Her face couldn't help reveal a delighted expression. This crystal was gleaming with green light, emitting waves of spiritual waves. It was powerful than the usual intermediate grade wind attribute stone. Prophecy Fairy stepped back slowly, then she stood without moving, showing a hesitated face. She slowly glanced ahead as if she was calculating something. She suddenly hit the storage talisman at her waist with one hand and a few green lights shot out from the talisman. After it made a turn, it went back to her hand. The 6 green formation flags with some runes on it appeared. They had 2 to 3 meters long. Prophecy Fairy didn't think much. She spat blood on the flagpole. Suddenly the 6 formation flags were glowing. Then Prophecy Fairy's eyes were beaming and she shook her wrists. In his hand, the formation flags turned into 6 green mangoes and shot directly in front of the flying boat, and turned into the lower part, disappearing without a trace. At the next moment, Prophecy Fairy's eyes narrowed slightly and threw the fist-sized light green crystal in his hand in the air, then it suspended in the air. The crisp spell chanting coming out of the mouth of Prophecy Fairy in varying tone. Then an amazing scene appeared. The crystal suspended in mid-air flashed a circle of dazzling pale blue light. At the same time, the surface of the airship ahead had countless green runes emerging from the disappearance of the formation flags, and it quickly formed a 10 meters light array that enveloped the green crystal in the middle. The light array flickered in the sound of the spell, and the green light gradually wrapped the entire ship. In an instant, the crystal-clear white flying boat became pale green. As Prophecy Fairy saw this scene, her pale face became slightly loose, but the dignified expression in her eyes didn't reduce at the slightest. Her 10 fingers changed like a wheel. Her hand gestures were absorbed into the light array. After the flying boat shook violently, a whistling sound blasted forward. Its speed suddenly improved a lot. Hong San was a well-informed person, but he couldn't help being stunned as he saw this. He spoke to Prophecy Fairy after a while. "With this speed, we can get to Ironfire Valley in 2 days. We don't have to worry about the time being too tight." Prophecy Fairy nodded as she heard it. Her delicate face showed a hint of chillness as she spoke. "Qing Qin's and Qi Li's strength shouldn't be underestimated. We should be more careful when we reach Ironfire Valley. If it weren't for a sneak attack, even Qing Qin and Qi Li are powerful, they couldn't injure Li Qin. I brought the holy medicine of our clan. As long as we can arrive on time, we can keep him safe," Hong San said with a hum. "I hope so. On this trip to Buyuan Island, we have purchased enough ores from Thousand Treasure Mountain on this journey. When things Jia Lan's side is settled, we can report to the royal family." Prophecy Fairy's eyes flashed as she said, "When it comes to this matter, combined with what happened in the Crystal Valley not long ago, the human girl who killed my 3 nephews should be Yi Tianmei. This woman actually slaughtered my nephews relying on her sword cultivator status. This is really too much," Hong San said coldly. "Third Uncle, we still have to focus on the big picture. The most important thing at present is to solve the Siren King's matter first to avoid causing more trouble. We can deal with Yi Tianmei's matter later." Prophecy Fairy shook her head and persuaded. Hong San showed a thoughtful look as he hesitated. After a while, he exhaled a long breath. Never mind, there is always a chance to revenge afterward. It doesn't have to be done now. We just joined the Sea Region royal family not for long. We really can't afford to make any mistake. Seeing this, Prophecy Fairy was slightly relieved. With Hong San's love for his nephews, she was really afraid that Hong San would become hot-headed and provoke the unfathomable Yi Tianmei. If this was the case, they would be in huge trouble. In an unknown land on Buin Island, in the low-altitude air, a woman in white fluttering on a silver longsword was gliding quickly. The woman's face was pale and abnormal. There was no vigor on her face, but it couldn't cover her unparalleled beauty. However, there was a patch of blood on the clothes on her chest. It was Yi Tianmei who was pursued by Ma Shu all the way. Because of the serious injury, the woman could no longer keep the sword at high altitude. She could only barely glide at low altitude. Even so, its speed was still terrifying. She already appeared 100 meters away in just a blink of an eye. Yi Tianmei glanced back and she still could not see any figure, but by virtue of her powerful mental power, she could clearly feel that Ma Shu was still following calmly for more than 10 miles. He seemed to be afraid of her flying sword true spirit, so he did not dare to chase too close. There was a sneer on Yi Tianmei's face, knowing what Ma Shu thought in her heart. He was obviously thinking that she was bare casting her flying sword with her serious injury. He wanted to make a move when she exhausted her power. As she thought of this, she gnawed her silver teeth. The light in her dim eyes flashed again, and then she made a sword gesture. Her speed suddenly increased, flying away in long distance. Shortly after the disappearance of Yi Tianmei's figure, a square bronze flying car blasted out. Ma Shu was standing on it with a grim face. He looked coldly at the direction of Yi Tianmei's escape, thinking about something thoughtfully. This slut seems to be going in the direction of Ironfire Valley. Does she have any backer there? Or is she just panicking her way? But Yanju is still in the valley now. Now that Ryu was killed, he won't be unrelated. It's just right to seek justice for myself. Under a flash, the flying car dashed through the sky, chasing down Yi Tianmei. In Buin Island's inaccessible coast, the deep blue water was hitting the round boulders on the coast. The loud sound of waves seemed to be able to tear the eardrums of people. The sound was extremely astounding. At this moment, a blue light suddenly flashed from the sea not far away. After looking closely, a young man was wrapped in this light. The man was extremely handsome. His skin was fair. His white robes swayed like the wind in the sea breeze, giving people the weird image of extreme peace. The young man in white robe had a faint smile on his face. His feet lightly stepped on the sea surface, and a clear blue water mass condensed out under his feet. When he stepped on it lightly, he suddenly traveled for 1,000 meters away. His behavior was abnormally leisure, as if he was strolling on the sea. Just when he stepped on the shore, he suddenly turned around and glanced at the direction where he came, and he said lightly, "You have followed me for so long. Shouldn't you come out now?" But the waves on the sea still looked normal, but there was no abnormality. Seeing this, the young man in white robe frowned slightly. He stretched out a finger and pointed to the direction of the sea arbitrarily. A blue light flashed away and it disappeared into the sea. It caused a ripple in the air nearby. At this moment, a boom sounded suddenly. A strange roar came clearly from the water. Suddenly there was a violent wave in front of the young man. The deep blue water rolled up and down, boiling continuously. A hurricane swept through and rolled up the boulders on the shore, blasting toward the young man. However, the boulders burst into dust as they got close to him. As a huge red light burst out of the sea, a giant object appeared in midair. It was a giant sea beast with a height of more than 500 meters. Its body was red all over. It was covered with layers of lantern-sized scales. It shone brightly under the sun. This sea beast was not only huge in size, but it was also quite weird in appearance. Its body looked 90% similar to the turtle. It had a thick hard shell, a head like a python, and a tail like a sea dragon. A few explosions sounded. As soon as this giant beast appeared, the 4 feet gently stepped in the air, and bursts of sound immediately sounded. It was enough to cause a distortion in the space below its feet. The strength of this stomp could be imagined. The tortoise beast of the crystallization period early stage. It should live for 1,000 years at least. Interesting. The young man looked faintly at the giant beast in front of him, and a casual smile slowly raised at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 354, Group Battle in the Ironfire Valley 1. but as his sleeve seemed to move, it brought an impact to the air nearby, causing a violent gale. A huge blue fist phantasm condensed in a flash above the monster's head, and there was a circle of blue shockwaves rippling in all directions. Suddenly, the space where the tortoise beast was at had layers of waves under the loud bang. Circles of blue light interacted with each other, sweeping away in all directions. It seemed to contain some unknown strange power. After the giant tortoise's body was rolled over by these blue waves, its whole body trembled suddenly as if it was stuck in the mud. At this time, the huge fist in the air just flashed, hitting the beast's huge body heavily. In a loud noise, the surface of the turtle's body flashed. It immediately fell to the sea, and the ocean waves were splashed up to a few hundred meters high. A tragic howl sounded. The tortoise turned into a red shadow flashing from the sea to the sky. Its red eyes showed strong anger when he looked at the youth. The beast roared twice at this moment. Its tail hit in the air behind him. After the sound of bursts in the space, it then turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the young man again. His body was really huge. This tail whip's impact was like a mountain dashing through the sky. The smile on the face of the young man in white robe didn't diminish. There was a playful expression in his eyes. Afterwards, he calmly raised his arms, and his finger gently pointed at the huge sea beast that was charging him from the sky. The dazzling blue light suddenly condensed out. In a blink of an eye, a huge finger with a length of more than 100 meters appeared above the giant sea beast body out of thin air. After a slight tremor, it struck at the sea beast body. In the continuous explosion, the space passed by the giant finger was occupied by the dazzling blue. It fell silently on the body of the giant beast in an incredible way. In the rumbling loud explosion, the giant body crashed into the sea again, and there was a crisp sound of scales breaking in it. When the tortoise emerged from the sea again, its breath was weakened a lot. Its hard and sturdy scales were broken in different places, and there was a trace of blood. With the beast's 1,000-year wits, now it finally knew that the strength of this opponent wasn't something it could fight against. He was just hiding his breath when it was tracking him. Immediately, the tortoise beast looked at the young man in white on the shore. It was full of fear. It didn't dare to soar into the sky. Instead, it made a weird whining sound. After it turned around, it actually tried to run away. The young man in the white robe didn't move his hands and feet, but suddenly an astonishing breath burst out of his body. At the same time, a huge blurred phantasm flashed away, charging against the tortoise beast. Boom! As soon as the giant beast touched the huge phantasm, it shuddered in its heart. It involuntarily knelt in the air. Although its head was shaking desperately, a kind of pressure from the higher-level bloodline made its limbs unable to move at all. Seeing this, the young man smiled faintly. He flicked his sleeve and another blue flashed by. At the next moment, above the giant tortoise's giant body, a blue ring appeared. As the ring contracted and expanded, it slowly covered the tortoise beast's serpent head. When the tortoise saw it, it didn't dare to move at all. It was still making a weird whining sound. When the ring fell on the tortoise's head, the blue light suddenly disappeared. Then, a light blue snowflake-like mark appeared on the tortoise's forehead. Seeing this scene, the young man nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his sleeve, the tortoise turned into a red light and disappeared into his sleeve. Subsequently, he turned to look at the shore where he couldn't see in the distance. After his figure fluttered, he flew away without looking back. Time passed quickly. In an instant, the 1-month agreement between the Black Flame Palace and Qingqin and Chili was coming. In an attic in Ironfire Valley, Meng was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of joy on his face. Now the date should be coming soon. I should prepare for it so I can grasp this opportunity. After Meng said this, his body jumped to the ground. He opened his 5 fingers, and there were a few blue exquisite formation flags in his hand. He threw them lightly at the corner of the attic. As he was chanting, a small green array immediately covered the attic. After doing all this, Meng was relieved. He then turned his one hand, and there was a talisman emitting soft glow in his palm. Talisman had a 5-color halo circulating on itself. As the light slowly circulated, the halo shrank and flickered every time it turned as if it had life. Looking at Talisman, Meng's pupils shrank slightly. He slightly pressured with one hand, and the talisman was burst. Immediately, a strong mental wave swirled on top of him under a 5-color glow. This day the sky was not yet bright. The mountains, rivers and pavilions in the valley were covered with a light mist. From afar, such a scene was like an ink painting by a master artist. At this moment, a sharp screeching suddenly came from outside Ironfire Valley. This sound came very quickly and it spread 1,000 meters away in an instant. Later there was 100 meters long flying boat covered in white light shield. It immediately expanded over the Ironfire Valley's sky. It was Prophecy Fairy and Hong San of the Sea Creature clan who were rushing all the way. After Hong San broke through the anti-air enchantment over the Ironfire Valley, the flying boat broke into the Ironfire Valley all the way. At this time, the Black Flame Palace guardians in the valley were as if they did not see all this. They were still patrolling the street on their own, but they inadvertently avoided the vicinity of this flying boat. Hong San's face was solemn. He was standing quietly at the front of the flying boat, but his consciousness swept continuously underneath. We are finally here. The Prophecy Fairy glanced over the dense buildings below, then he flipped with one hand, and a golden disc appeared in her hand. Suddenly, her slender jade hand made a gesture and pointed at the golden disc. There were golden runes on the disc. A golden arrow was condensed, pointing at the street far away in the Ironfire Valley. Third Uncle Elderly and the others are there. Let's go down. Seeing this, Prophecy Fairy said with a happy face. Hong San nodded. Prophecy Fairy immediately drove the flying boat to the position pointed by the disc and flew away. Inside a quiet and spacious stone chamber under the Ironfire Valley, 3 black-robed men in masks sat cross-legged. Sea Creature clan's reinforcements seem to have arrived in the valley. The 1-month period agreement seems to still have half a day. One of the black-robed men suddenly said. Qin and Qili will not allow them to meet each other. They will initiate an assault early. Should we come forward to stop them? Another black-robed man said slowly. At this time, why do we still want to help out? Let's wait and see how it changes. A black-robed man in the middle hesitated for a moment, then he waved his hand and said to the other 2. After hearing the words, the 2 nodded silently. The stone chamber returned to silence again. After 15 minutes, Sea Creature clan people such as Hong San and Prophecy Fairy had landed in front of the house where Jia Lan stayed. However, at this moment, suddenly a green light blasted out from a side house. After it landed with an impact, it transfigured into a semi-bald green-robed macho man, blocking in front of Hong San and Prophecy Fairy. Just shortly after the appearance of the green-robed macho man, another red glow shooting from the house where Jia Lan was located. After it swirled in the air, it fell beside the green-robed macho man and turned into a beautiful woman. Hong San and Prophecy Fairy were not surprised as they expected them to appear. Qin and Qili finally showed up. I originally planned to visit you 2 in person, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Prophecy Fairy gave a coquettish laughter, but there was no hint of smiling in her eyes. There was only a flash of cold killing intention. It turned out to be Sea Creature clan's thief. I'm already waiting impatiently in this damn Ironfire Valley. Very good, now that all of you have arrived, then let's solve it together. Qin said with cold snort. He didn't plan to talk nonsense anymore. With a scream, his gesture formed. Suddenly, the green beast with a fish head and bird body appeared again. With the beast's slight movement, the surrounding space immediately showed a distortion. The monster body that Qin transfigured was 30% bigger than the last time he summoned to fight with Li Kuan. These days he saw Jia Lan and other people at all times, but he couldn't attack them. Now was naturally the good time to vent it. A beastkin dared to be pretentious in front of me. I, Hong San, will let you know the consequences of offending our people. Hong San snorted coldly. He swung his sleeve, then a crimson light flashed out from his body. It condensed above his head and transfigured a giant palm. The palm was more than 200 meters long. There were golden threads interlaced on it, forming a very complicated large array. It was obviously blessed with some special functions. Subsequently, in the loud booms, the powerhouses of the crystallization period, Hong San and Qin fought. Aside, Qili did not rush to make a move. Instead, she stared at Prophecy Fairy with a smile. She said with a somewhat playful tone, I see that you are still a junior at the condensation period. If you are willing to end your life yourself, I can give you a quick end to reduce your pain. Otherwise, it is not that simple to just lose your life when you agitated me. When she first appeared, she clearly perceived that the Prophecy Fairy in front of her and the Sea Creature clan people behind her were merely at the condensation state later stage. With the strength of her early stage crystallization period, she could easily trample upon them. Even though your strength is amazing, since Junior dares to come here, I'm naturally well prepared. Prophecy Fairy said after feeling the red dress woman's horror spirit pressure. However, she said indifferently. She waved her hand to the back. Chapter 355, Group Battle in the Ironfire Valley 2. As she spoke, the 4 sea creature clan cultivators behind Prophecy Fairy suddenly flickered, and their bodies turned blur as they ran at great speed. After waiting for the 4 people to stand on their feet again, a formation was formed vaguely. Everyone already had an exquisite spiritual weapon in their hands. From the appearance, it seemed that they were all made of some kind of flawless jade. They were a jade flute, a red jade drum, a pair of black jade gongs and a green jade pipa. Do it. The smile on Prophecy Fairy's face suddenly disappeared. With a light command, there was a white jade guqin with a pale silver glow in front of her chest. Her 10 jade-like fingers on the guqin playing or caressing non-stop. Her fingers were changing every moment, and it was so fast that it dazzled the eyes of others, but it contained a strange rhythm. The melodious music of the guqin sounded. The 4 sea creature clan cultivators behind the Prophecy Fairy also threw up the spiritual weapon in their hands, and they suspended in the air in front of them. At the same time, they began to chant as their fingers were making gesture that could bring out the spiritual power in their body. But seeing various runes continuously blasting out from the hands of the 4, and the runes immersed in each of the spiritual weapons suspended in front of them, the 4 spiritual weapons suddenly became brighter, and some milky white unknown runes began to appear nearby. Different rhythms trembled as the flutes, drums, gongs and pipa were playing. They seemed to echo with the guqin music played by Prophecy Fairy. 5 different rhythms intertwined together, and it was as pleasant as listening to the heavenly melody. It made people feel indulged as if they were in a fairyland. With the sound of music, rays of light spurted from the spiritual weapons in front of them and went into the white jade guqin in front of Prophecy Fairy. The guqin and the 4 spiritual weapons were flickering at the same time. The rhythm was a bit disordered at the beginning, but with the rhythm of the guqin, all the rays of light gradually lighted up and contracted at the same time as if they were one object. Interesting. 5 sea creature clan juniors who overreached themselves. I want to see what you can do. Qili laughed charmingly as she saw the amazing scene. She looked interested, but she didn't seem to make a move. However, in the next second, the smile on Qili's face suddenly solidified, and then it became abnormally solemn. At this moment, she found that the breath of Prophecy Fairy soared in the sound of the fairy music. She broke through the condensation period later stage to the early stage of crystallization period. Qili realized something was wrong. She immediately acted carefully. A ruthlessness flashed through her eyes as she made a gesture. Her right hand was waving against Prophecy Fairy. With her wave, there was a whistling sound in the air immediately. A round of sun-like dazzling red light clusters were condensed out, spinning steadily over the top of Prophecy Fairy's head. It exuded an intense energy fluctuations which were about to fall. Prophecy Fairy's eyes flashed coldly. Her hand's action didn't delay for 1 second. Her fingers were dancing quickly. In a moment, colorful runes flew out of the guqin in front of her, and they quickly merged with the red light cluster that was about to fall. The original dazzling light was dimmed a lot. Jia Lan, who was in the middle of the room, was walking back and forth in the house because of the 1-month agreement was about to end. As soon as she heard the sound of fierce fighting outside, she simply commanded the few sea creature clan subordinates to make them take care of Li Kuan and Antu. After that, she didn't stay in the house and jumped out of the door. But at the next moment, the woman's face suddenly changed. Her body twisted, and she suddenly left for somewhere far away. A cry. Just after Jia Lan dodged, a sharp knife suddenly sliced through the space where her body was. The sharp breath on the blade immediately shook the space, making the cold air surge. If she didn't react in time, she would likely be sliced into half. Looking forward, there were 8 tall men in front of Jia Lan, surrounding Jia Lan in the middle. They looked ugly. From the breath, they were between the condensation state early stage to intermediate stage. They were uniformly dressed, and a blue snowflake was embroidered on their chests. Jia Lan recognized that this was a peculiar mark of the Sea Beastkin clan. Although Qili didn't show up in these days, she didn't sit idle in the dark. She had been walking around in the Ironfire Valley and took the opportunity to subdue some beastkin. The 8 macho men in front of Jia Lan were the condensation state cultivators that Qili subdued during this period of time. Miss Jia Lan, we are here to help you. As the sentence was spoken, the 2 remaining sea creature spiritual masters of condensation intermediate stage on the Prophecy Fairy's side had rushed to the direction of Jia Lan. The Sea Beastkin clan leader saw it, and his eyes flashed a murderous intention. He glanced at the several macho men next to him, then the 4 macho men immediately spread out to stop the 2 Sea Creature clan men. In an instant, the 2 Sea Creature clan spiritual masters battled against 2 opponents each. Jia Lan breathed a sigh of relief secretly when she saw this. She looked faintly at the 4 tall macho men as the coldness on her face became more and more intense. Her jade hand suddenly raised and lay flat on her chest. Hand gestures came one after another under the trembling of her 10-finger. In an instant, the nearby space buzzed and the space was twisted again. A vague illusory world flashed out again, immediately enveloping the 4 Sea Beastkin clan cultivators. The 3 Sea Beastkin clan who were weaker felt a stun in their mind. An illusory scene emerged from their minds. The leader macho man at the condensation state intermediate stage naturally knew that the situation was bad. He hurriedly struggled to get out of this illusory world, but it was too late. After his face muscle twitched, it began to become dull after a while. Under the influence of these illusory scenes, the 4 Sea Beastkin clan men each showed different exaggerated expressions suddenly. One was laughing, one was roaring, one was feeling happy. Jia Lan sneered when she saw this. The gestures on her hands changed lightly. She pointed one finger at each of the 4 Sea Beastkin clan men. Suddenly, the ripples began to expand from Jia Lan's hands, and they swept the 4 men together in a flash. At the next moment, Jia Lan's phantasms flashed out, dancing wildly around the several men. The strange thing was that Jia Lan's phantasms also had different expressions on their faces, changing constantly. However, this scene did not last long. Afterwards, all the phantasms of Jia Lan were disappearing into the 4 macho men's bodies. Bang bang! After 4 muffled sounds, the bodies of the 4 men exploded, turning into a blood mist in the air. This made the suffocating atmosphere have a bloody smell. Qin and Qili on the side, despite being in a fierce battle, were amazed when they saw Jia Lan killing the condensation state Sea Beastkin clan cultivators so easily. Hong San, Prophecy Fairy and the others of the Sea Creature clan were overjoyed. At this moment, 2 huge noises sounded at almost the same time. Qin's condensed fish head and bird body beast and Hong San's crimson palm were colliding against each other. Under the huge impact of the collision, the 2 were forced back in the air. After a few muffled sounds, Qili and Prophecy Fairy were also separated by the burst of red light. Qin and Qili stared at each other and exchanged glances, then their gestures were formed quickly. Appear. With a loud shout, Qin's body was suddenly full of blue light, then it flashed into the mid-air. After spinning for a while in the air, there was a blue light that was extremely blurred shot out from his waist. It was creeping slowly. At the same time, Qili made a gesture with one hand as she opened her mouth and spat out a black flag. The black flag was floating in the air. This flag looked rather strange. A thick black gas was surrounding it, circling and flying continuously. Afterward, Qili shouted. Her right hand made a gesture and pointed at the flag. In the whoosh sound, the black flag seemed to have spirits at once. The black air lingering around quickly spread quickly, and it instantly enveloped the radius of a few dozen meters. After a loud roar, a black monster stampeded out of the space enveloped by the black gas. This giant beast was 60 meters tall, but it had a lion's head and bull body. There were black hurricanes in the body constantly gushing on it. It was actually a rare wind attribute beastkin. But as this giant beast just appeared, and the blurred light mass in the mid-air of Qin began to gradually solidify, and it finally formed a round blue liquid. Strangely, this blue liquid was constantly changing its shape during its descent. It first became the look of a strong human race, then it became a fierce beast roaring at the next moment, and then turning into a giant bird again. It looked very peculiar. After Qin and Qili summoned these giant beasts, they pointed at Jia Lan's direction without communicating. Just when Jia Lan stood still and before she could help the 2 Sea Creature clan spiritual master, she was surprised to find that the 2 new beastkins appeared not far away. They were rolling silently. After a strong wind, they roared and charged toward her. Jia Lan was shocked, staring tightly at the 2 approaching beastkins. Her face dignified. Based on the terrifying breath from the opposite side, she could clearly feel the strength of the 2 beastkins at the condensation state later stage. By virtue of her succubus physique, she could only contend with a powerhouse of the condensation state later stage, but now she was facing 2 beastkins of the condensation state later stage. And generally speaking, beastkin was stronger than the same rank human because of its strong physical strength. Chapter 356, Group Battle in the Ironfire Valley 3. A roar. At this moment, the black lion head and bull body monster became blurred and leaped at Jia Lan, who were far away as a strong wind raised under its feet. This beast's head tilted up, and a black light flowed down, then there was a black rune with the size of basin glowed. After a poof sound and a tremble, a black hurricane with 100 meters appeared from the rune, surging toward Jia Lan. While the monster was controlling the hurricane to attack Jia Lan, it opened its big mouth, shooting a few black wind blades at Jia Lan. Seeing this, Jia Lan's face suddenly changed. Her slender jade hands changed quickly, and one by one mysterious runes ejected from her palm. It spun around her body, seemingly mysterious. With the anti-rotation of these runes, a layer of blue light emerged from it. After the blue light scattered, it formed a durable light shield. Boom! The black hurricane hit the light shield first. The runes inside the light shield were trembling. Different kinds of light were flickering, but the light shield could still sustain it. But at the next moment, the dense wind blades approached. In the crisp collision sound, countless black lights exploded. The momentum was extremely shocking. The light curtain immediately made a whining sound and the light was dimmed a lot. Seeing this, Jia Lan did not dare to hesitate. Her jade hand made a gesture. She pointed at the space in front of her, then waves of ripples spread toward the black giant beast. After they condensed, they formed dense black threads. Jia Lan's 10 fingers shook and stopped. The black threads turned into a big net that enclosed the giant beast after it turned blur. Just when this woman made a gesture with one hand, she heard a whistling sound. The blue liquid had turned into a blue giant spear, shooting at her. Before the giant spear reached the target, the air it went through had a blur trajectory. At the same time, it made a sharp air burst. Jia Lan was shocked when she saw this. The strength of the two beastkins was far beyond her expectations. Her jade hands changed slightly, and the phantasm surged again. The surrounding air began to twist. She even exhibited her succubus technique again. In a sharp cry, the spear suddenly penetrated through Jia Lan's chest. A strange scene appeared. Jia Lan's body that was pierced by the blue spear turned blur. After a twist of the space, it actually disappeared completely. This was just a residual image left by this woman. At the next moment, in another void of several feet, the space fluctuated. Jia Lan appeared with a dignified face. After a clapping sound, her hand turned and there was a round ring with a meter size. After she threw it up, it hit heavily on the blue spear. In an instant, there were phantasms flashing on the surface of the ring. It turned into waves of translucent ripples and quickly wrapped the blue spear in it. A muffled growl. The trapped giant spear vibrated violently. Not long after, it reverted to a pale blue liquid with the size of a wash basin. It was tumbling in midair, desperately trying to break free, but it was of no avail. The ring body reappeared in Jia Lan's hands after Jia Lan raised her hand. But on the other side, a broken sound could be heard. The black giant monster that were previously bound by Jia Lan's black thread, tore the thread after its body shone. It turned into a black gas which dissipated in the air. The beast roared as it was spouting demonic flames. Its eyes were red, it seemed very angry. After the black rune lit up 5 times in a row, and under a flash there were 5 black hurricanes swaying out. They each had a light gray tail like the comet, flying toward Jia Lan. As Jia Lan saw this, her one foot gently tapped on the ground. She suddenly retreated quickly, and her hand was forming a gesture rapidly, pointing at the round ring nearby her. Immediately the spiritual weapon formed a circle of light, and it spread to the surrounding like shadow. After these light circles traveled in the air, they rippled and swelled rapidly, and they were connected together in a very strange way which turned into a crystal clear chain. Jia Lan Xiu raised her eyebrows and her gesture changed again. These chains immediately appeared in countless crystal runes, then quickly began to blur, and finally disappeared without a flash. At the next moment, the ringing sound on the giant beast sounded loudly. Crystal chains emerged silently, and they bound the giant beast unexpectedly. But at this time, 5 black hurricanes also hit Jia Lan's light shield one after another, and they turned into clouds of black halo that burst open. After an explosion, the light shield finally turned into crystal spots and disappeared after a violent shake. When the black hurricanes finally disappeared in a flash, Jia Lan reappeared unharmed on the spot, but her face was slightly pale. However, she immediately gritted his teeth and threw the ring up to the sky, she spurted blood onto the ring as she chanted. "Who? The ring released a blue light in the sound of the spell. It became dazzling as if a round of blue sun appeared in her hand. Go. When the halo above the ring was extremely bright that it started to tremble, Jia Lan shouted softly. The object in her hand immediately blasted out. It became bigger in the air. It was already 100 meters in an instant as it descended from the sky. Boom boom. The ring hit the black giant beast first, then it bounced off like a lightning bolt and slammed heavily at the blue liquid beastkin. The two beasts screamed in pain almost at the same time, but after being hit by this, they each twisted their own bodies. They easily broke free of their restraints and charged at her again. Although succubus technique was weird, it obviously could only trap the two beastkins for just a few moments. As Jia Lan saw this, she channeled the giant ring in the air. Circles of ring shadows fell from the sky, instantly blocking the two beastkins on the outside. However, at this time Jia Lan was already panting. She looked like her spiritual power was gradually depleting, but she bit her silver teeth and took out a talisman. She stuck the talisman on her, then there was a layer of yellow light flashing. Her pale face was rejuvenating in an instant. In the following time, Jia Lan did not dare to spend a lot of true spirit power to channel her succubus technique to directly trap the enemy, but she only transfigured a few phantasms to battle for her using the power of the round ring and her succubus technique. Fortunately, two beastkins had previously suffered a big loss in the hands of this woman, plus they were already injured, so the later stage beastkins were held back by Jia Lan. On the other side, the battle between Hong San and Qing Qin was obviously more intense than that of Jia Lan. After Qing Qin and Hong San shouted one after another, rumbling sounds resounded loudly in the sky like thunder. Qing Qin previously condensed the fish head and bird body giant beast, and at this moment she once again collided with Hong San's crimson palm. For a time, the space near the two was occupied by the blue and red light rune. In the sound of slashing through the air, the blue and red shock waves overlapped and shocked each other, then it turned into a wave of turbulence that spread to the surrounding. The whole sky trembled. Then, the gestures in their hands were constantly changing. They each pointed at the giant beast and giant palm in the air respectively. Suddenly, the blue and red trembled, and they rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. Then with a boom, blue and red separated as they exploded, turning into countless light spots and slowly dissipating in the air. Under the sweep of this energy ripple, Hong San and Qing Qin each went back a dozen steps. Qing Qin snorted coldly. He turned his hand, and there was already a blue trident of palm size in his hand. He made a gesture, threw up the trident into the air and chanted. Suddenly, the runes engraved on the trident in mid-air began to creep slowly. The dazzling blue light flashed out of the middle, and it grew to 100 meters instantly. Go! Qing Qin shouted, and a gesture was formed as it flashed into the trident and disappeared. Whoosh! The trident, which had been swaying for a long time, suddenly converged its light and flew out in a 10 meters thick blue light. It was penetrating the crimson palm ferociously. Seeing this, Hong San did not dare to delay. He tapped his storage amulet with one hand, and took out a black and red short stick from it. It was the same short stick as Li Kuan used. Then he waved with one hand and the short stick in his hand was thrown up. As the gestures changed, he also chanted. Suddenly, the short stick grew bigger in the air, and in a moment of few breaths, it had risen by more than 200 meters. Up. Hong San pointed at the giant stick. The object whistled, its body surface immediately glowed red, smashing ruthlessly at the trident. Boom! The sticks collided with each other, striking and chasing each other in the air. It burst into an indescribable loud noise. The surrounding ground of the house collapsed, and the whole area had a tragic change for a time. This made people feel terrified. Afterward, under the violent spirit weapon of the two powerhouses of the crystallization period, the sticks separated and collided again and again in the air. The striking sound was endless. A group of black flame palace guards patrolling in the distance saw this, but they turned around immediately and went straight back in the same direction where they came from. Chapter 357, Group Battle in the Ironfire Valley 4. In another battle group, Prophecy Fairy and Qi Li also fought to a critical moment. Shortly after Qi Li and Prophecy Fairy battled, they discovered that the white jade guqin held by Prophecy Fairy and the jade spirit weapon held by the four people behind her were extremely rare sets of spiritual weapons. Not only the materials to forge a complete set of spiritual weapons were rare, but even the number of enchantments of the same set of spiritual weapons must also be the same. Moreover, Every layer of the enchantment must echo with each other so that the spiritual weapons could exert terrifying power when they were channeled. Not only does this require very high levels of forging skills, but ordinary cultivators simply do not have the financial and material resources to do so. Therefore, the complete set of spiritual weapons couldn't really be forged by ordinary forgers. This was one of the reasons why the complete set of spiritual weapons was extremely rare in the outside world. Even if it happened by accident, it would more likely be the flying knives or flying swords such as sun and mother swords, long and short swords which form a pair. Of course, the larger the number of spiritual weapons included in the complete set, the better, and the higher the mental power requirement of the cultivator, the higher the power was. This prophecy fairy was just a condensation state cultivator. It was surprising that she could take out a set of spiritual weapons, and this set of spiritual weapons had 5 pieces. This was really incredible. However, for the general condensation state cultivator, it was not easy to use 2 spiritual weapons at the same time, and it was impossible to use 5 spiritual weapons at the same time. However, Prophecy Fairy had created this formation surprisingly, allowing 4 cultivators of the same cultivations to use one of the spiritual weapons. Under her own array, she used spiritual weapons to combine the spiritual powers together, and it actually promoted her to the crystallization state early stage. It seems that I really underestimate you at the condensation state. Qi Li murmured solemnly while making a gesture with one hand. She suddenly swung her sleeves and 8 red light clusters appeared in front of him. After a tremble, they shot at the other 4 condensation period sea creature clan cultivators. As long as the 4 people are beheaded first, Prophecy Fairy will have nowhere to borrow. As Prophecy Fairy looked at this scene, her face turned dark. She changed her gesture without saying anything. The white jade guqin in front of her immediately shone in white light. Countless white threads shot out from the guqin, forming a translucent white shield on top of the 5 people. From a distance, the position of the 5 people was covered by this white light at the moment, just like they were covered by an upside-down giant bowl. A few collisions sounded, all 8 red lights hit the shield hard. But the shield just shook slightly. It withstood all the damage forcefully. Seeing this scene, Qi Li couldn't help but change her face. Her wrist shook, then a fist-sized square cauldron imprinted with a red rune on it, immediately appeared in her hand. She tossed up the square cauldron without saying a word. As her 10 fingers moved, a dozen red lights inserted into the square cauldron. Hoo! The square cauldron trembled violently, and then it grew up at an incredible speed. After a few breaths, it had reached around 300 meters high. The rune radiated a strange red light. And there was a pungent bloody smell swaying out of it, filling the sky. Later, Qi Li stomped one of her feet, suddenly jumped up, and extended her finger and pointed at the cauldron. Bang! The square cauldron suddenly whistled and soared through the sky. After a turn, it went straight toward the Prophecy Fairy and the Sea Creature clan people. This square cauldron was intimidating. There were bursts of muffled tears wherever it passed. Moreover, the space underneath was also distorted and blurred. Prophecy Fairy naturally also felt the cauldron's terrifying power from her side. Her expression was dignified. She spat out a feather shining in 7 colors. She made a gesture and pointed up. Suddenly, the feather shuddered in the air. It swept past the Prophecy Fairy's head. The 7-color radiance rolled up and immediately collided with the square cauldron. With a loud noise, the feathers shot back into the light curtain below. After the square cauldron flickered randomly, it flew up for a few 10 meters. At this time, in the light curtain below, the steps under the feet of the 4 Sea Creature clan cultivators also began to rotate around them at the same rhythm. After the 4 figures turned blur for a while, and their footsteps stopped again, the array was changed. Prophecy Fairy's fingers were playing swiftly, the melodious guqin sound was rising like a waterfall under the rhythm. The other 4 people also changed their gestures. Waves of rune of different colors shot out from their hands, and the runes went into the spiritual weapons in front of them. If you look closely, you can find that there were thin crystal lines connecting them to Prophecy Fairy. And along the 4 thin lines, there was a continuous source of spiritual power injected into this female body. Prophecy Fairy, who had depleted her spiritual power due to the several moves exchanged with Qi Li, regained her power. She closed her eyes under Qi Li's surprised eyes, and her 10 slender fingers were dancing on the guqin. The 7 colors feather was flickering rhythmically in the air according to the rhythm of the piano sound. This situation was undoubtedly regarded as a provocative move by Qi Li, who was a powerhouse of the crystallization period. Her face turned gloomy. A red light flashed, then her body appeared above the square cauldron. Qi Li only stepped lightly with one foot, then the square cauldron boomed. It suddenly dived down while emitting countless red runes. Its momentum was shocking. At this moment, Prophecy Fairy's closed eyes suddenly opened again, and a pair of star-like beautiful pupils reflected the image of the seven colors feather. Suddenly, the colorful light of the feather in the air suddenly flourished. After a quick whirl around the top of the Prophecy Fairy's head, then it went toward the cauldron that was diving down. The feather was light and flexible, and the place it passed had a rainbow of 7 colors. POF. This time the feather and square cauldron collided with each other. There was no pungent, sharp sound as expected. There was just a very low muffled noise. The strange thing was that the seemingly slender and soft feather actually forcefully held up the descending square cauldron after its 7 colors shone. For a time, the various colors of light under the square cauldron intertwined and overlapped together. After a sharp tearing sound suddenly sounded, the nearby space immediately shook violently. Waves of shockwave were spread to the surrounding. As Qi Li saw this scene, an incredible color appeared on his face, then she stepped 1 foot light, her body jumped up gently. After she became blurred, she appeared upside down above the square cauldron and hit a few palms on it. After each palm, there was a red wave above the square cauldron. After several palms fell on the square cauldron, which was originally still in the air, was slowly pushed down after a burst of red light. For a time, the 7 colors feather suddenly shuddered and bent. Its lights finally flickered randomly as it could no longer hold against the pressure. Prophecy Fairy's complexion changed slightly, and the image of the feather in her pupil appeared again. Her hands and fingers were continuously playing on the white jade guqin. A continuous white ray shot out at the sky. After the 7 colors feather turned blurred, it suddenly transfigured another feather. One of them continued to support under the side of cauldron, and the other one flew toward the side of the cauldron. With a puff, 7 colors feather penetrated Qi Li's body. However, before the Prophecy Fairy could smile, the pupil shrank slightly. Qi Li had already appeared 100 meters away. The figure that was penetrated by the feather on the cauldron was just her illusion. Qi Li made a gesture with one. After the square cauldron spun, it rose into the sky. Then, the square cauldron whistled and descended rapidly again under the push of her palms. Seeing this, Prophecy Fairy 10 fingers danced wildly on the guqin. The 7 colors feathers above her head were transformed into 3 after a blur. 3 white rays shot out from the guqin and went into the 3 feathers, which made the 3 feathers suddenly shine brightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 feathers grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were already 100 meters long in a blink of an eye. Their surface was shiny, and they intertwined in the air. Puff. When the feathers intertwined, they collided with the square cauldron. After they rolled and shrank, they immediately wrapped the square cauldron. Prophecy Fairy was overjoyed. She turned one hand, and she threw up a shiny sleeve-long sword of palm size into the air. After she made a gesture at the long sword suddenly became 100 meters long. Go! Under Prophecy Fairy's command, a giant sword flew out. After it went above the cauldron like a specter, it struck with powerful might after it trembled. With the great sword strike, the surrounding space suddenly dimmed. A sharp sound like paper being cut by a sharp blade sounded. And just before this giant sword was about to strike on the square cauldron, a layer of red glow was raised on it. The runes continued to circulate on it. It was obviously a defensive enchantment imprinted in the jade cauldron. However, this enchantment was extremely fragile in the face of the giant sword. After being struck, the twinkling of light shattered into pieces, turning into light spots. Dang, a loud noise. The great sword hit heavily on the square cauldron. At this moment, the woman in the red dress, who had stood still in the space above, grinned instead. Her 10 fingers flicked at the giant sword, then a dense crimson ray burst out like a storm. After the giant sword was hit by these crimson rays, its surface was burning. After the light on the giant sword became dimmed, it actually seemed to melt. Seeing this scene below, Prophecy Fairy couldn't help but take a breath. At the same time as the Sea Creature clan people fighting fiercely with Siren King's subordinates, Qi Li 5 shadows were quietly sneaking into a quiet environment attic that was built on the mountain. It was Lu Ming's residence in Ironfire Valley. Chapter 358, Being Intercepted. The 5 black shadows that climbed up to the attic had now appeared to be surrounded. If one looked carefully, he could find that the enchantment fluctuations faintly outside of the attic. It seemed that a magic array enchantment had been set up. Seeing this, the leader black-shirt man raised his hand without thinking, and immediately a green talisman blasted out of his sleeve, turning into a green ray which went into the enchantment. At the next moment, a circle of light green halo emerged from the enchantment. With a violent spatial fluctuation, the enchantment finally burst open in a loud explosion. A black shadow rushed into the attic, and then the 4 black shadows also appeared in the attic like a ghost. When these 5 people entered the attic, they found that the person in the house was calm and abnormal. He was sitting with his leg crossed and eye closed on the bed as he didn't realize someone suddenly broke in. As the leader saw it, he raised his hand without hesitation. A large net came out, and at the same time an obscure spell sounded in his mouth. Suddenly the big net lit up a layer of blue light, then it grew to a few 10 meters. It flew forward and covered the person sitting in the cross-legged position. These people saw that they succeeded so smoothly, but there was no joy on their faces. After glancing at each other, they were angry at the same time. But they saw that the body of the man who was covered in a flash of 5-color light dissipated into bits of aura. Damn, we let him run away. The black-shirt macho man gritted his teeth and groaned. His face looked extremely ugly. After that, he turned over with one hand and took out a green disc. He made a gesture and a line of tiny words flashed into the disc. After doing all this, 5 black macho men hurriedly withdrew from the attic and disappeared quickly. At the same time, Meng was already in the jungle of the Ironfire Valley dozens of miles away, and he was rushing in a certain direction. As soon as he heard the sound of the sea creature clan fighting with Qin and Qi Li in the valley, he slipped out of the enchantment gap that he quietly broke the other day, leaving only a shadow talisman in the house. This symbol was a kind of upper-grade talisman that he purchased in the early years at a large price. Although it has no fighting power, it had an amazing effect on deceiving people. Even if only one phantasm remained, it could temporarily exude the same breath and spiritual fluctuation as the main body, which made people hard to distinguish. After leaving the Ironfire Valley, Meng immediately took out a yellow talisman from the storage amulet and put it on his body. Suddenly, a yellow mist scattered away and he felt his body lighter. He stomped his feet and dashed toward the jungle. Meng could have activated the flying boat to rush, but that was too conspicuous. It was easy to be discovered by Yanju's men. So he could only retreat by borrowing the power of the talisman and sprint under the cover of the jungle. He continued to scan the rear with his mental power on the way. He was finally relieved when he saw that no one was following him. However, after sprinting for around 10 kilometers, his pupils shrank. His figure stopped abruptly, and he didn't dare to take another step forward. A middle-aged man in a red robe and some natural faint red spirit patterns on his cheeks was staring at him with a smile. There was a hint of playfulness in the face. It was like the proudness of a hunter seeing his prey stepping into his trap. It was Jianghu, who was named as the 3 Forge Masters in the sea. And beside him, there were 2 golden puppet soldiers that were 200 meters tall. "You are so eager to leave this place, are you going to get the bristle material?" Jianghu asked with a smile after winking. "Master is right. I want to try my luck overseas so that I can exchange the Master's top-grade spiritual weapon." Meng glanced at Jianghu, and his expression quickly recovered. As he said this in his mouth, he was wondering how Jianghu traced his whereabouts. He had been exploring the surrounding movement through his powerful mental power. In the process, he had not found any signs of suspicious people following him. Naturally, he did not know that Soul Lock, which Jianghu had originally handed over, was soaked in oil by a beastkin named Muskrat. As long as Meng carried the spiritual weapon on his body, he could not escape the tracking of the another muskrat he kept in 3 months. "Oh, looking at your expression, you seem to be quite sure about getting this material." Jianghu's face showed a few smiles again as he asked with concern. "Master must be joking. How is it easy to find bristle? Otherwise I wouldn't just get these 2. I might get something else if I go forward this time. If Master has nothing to do with me, then I won't stay here for long." Meng's eyes moved and his eyes fixed on Jianghu. "It seems that you are choosing the hard way. I just want a spiritual material on you. As long as you obediently hand it over, I can not only guarantee you to be safe, but I can also exchange it with many rare materials." As Jianghu heard this, his face dimmed and the smile in his eyes was gone. As Meng heard those words, his face sank too. He was too lazy to talk to Jianghu again. His sleeve flicked and he took out the golden moon sword. With a slight sway, the sound of slashing through the air appeared immediately. Seeing this, Yanju's face changed and he also quickly formed a gesture, pointing at the two puppet soldiers beside him. Two golden runes blasted out of his hands and flashed into the puppet soldier's forehead. Suddenly, the two puppet soldiers began to radiate dazzling golden light. The light shone from their eyes fell on Lu Meng at the same time, locking at him completely. Go! As Yanju shouted, the two puppet soldiers began to take a big step toward Lu Meng. Thump, thump, every step of the puppet soldiers made the ground tremble slightly. Footprints that were a meter deep appeared clearly on the ground. Lu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the puppet soldiers are quite powerful. He lightly touched the ground with one foot, and his body flew up as he was holding the golden moon sword and slashing at the puppet soldiers. Dang! A golden light came out and hit heavily on the puppet soldiers. However, out of Lu Meng's expectations, this superb spiritual weapon that contained 28 enchantments could only leave a shallow sword mark on its surface. This showed that its defensive power was incredibly strong. Seeing this situation, Lu Meng turned his wrist, and the golden moon sword in his hand slashed horizontally again. The strike was as quick as the snow dancing in the wind as it turned in waves of threatening cold light and slashed at the puppet soldier's neck. After a clear crisp sound, the result was exactly the same as before. The golden moon sword left a white mark on the neck of the puppet soldiers. Lu Meng was secretly surprised. But his attacks didn't stop. A fireball appeared when he raised his hand, launching at one of the puppets. When the fireball contacted the puppet, it exploded. At this moment, the two puppet soldiers raised their golden right arms and launched them at Lu Meng. The muffled sound came immediately from the space when the golden fists passed through, and waves of 5-element ripples spreading out. Although this soldier looked bulky, its punching speed was as fast as lightning. It was almost just a golden flash, then the two fists had reached Lu Meng's chest together. Lu Meng was shocked and it was too late to dodge. Immediately, he could only use his golden moon sword to parry those golden fists in front of his chest. Boom, boom. Two golden fists hammered on the golden moon sword. The sword bent, then Lu Meng borrowed the force to retreat. Great power. Lu Meng took a breath. Just at the moment when the golden moon sword was smashed in his hand, he immediately felt that an overwhelming power surging to him from the opposite side. Lu Meng's first impression was as if he was smashed by a mountain. Fortunately, he responded promptly and chose to retreat quickly without resisting the powerful force. If he blocked the fists forcibly, the golden moon sword would have been broken. Yanju, who was on the side, smiled smugly when he saw the situation. He was obviously satisfied with the power of the two puppet soldiers. After smashing Lu Meng back, the two soldiers' figures flicked and rushed forward again. The next moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. After the two puppet soldiers moved each of their golden arm, countless runes on the surface suddenly brightened. After they turned blurred, they actually transformed into a few meter-long sword and a blade. Whoosh! One of the soldiers, whose arms turned into long swords, somehow appeared beside Lu Meng after its figure blurred. The long sword flickered and struck down at Lu Meng's head. Lu Meng shouted. He moved the short sword without thinking, then a sword shadow rose into the sky immediately. After a blast, it immediately blocked the soldier's long sword in a burst of sound. But it was at this time that the puppet soldier, whose arm turned into a blade, also reached nearby. As the long blade swept, layers of golden blades surged against Lu Meng immediately. Lu Meng couldn't think much about it. He flickered as he transformed into 8 different afterimages. After the golden blades surged over, they eliminated half of the afterimages. However, only one afterimage flickered and went to the back of the puppet soldier with a long sword. He moved his arm and launched a punch. Boom! The puppet soldier flew out and it happened to collapse with the other puppet soldier. After the golden light of the two puppets shone for a while, they then fell to the ground. The spot where they collapsed even had a pit on it. However, this did not have any effect on the puppet soldier with super defensive power. After the golden light flashed in their dull eyes, they stood up one by one and locked on Lu Meng again. To Lu Meng's slight surprise, the golden arms of the two puppet soldiers changed into a hammer and a dagger after they blurred just now. Lu Meng was almost certain that the arms of these two puppet soldiers could transform into various weapons at will. Chapter 359, Golden Fallen Sand. Lu Meng looked at the weapons that were transformed by the two puppet soldiers in front of him, and he was surprised in his heart. He frowned and he focused on the puppet soldier whose arm turned into a hammer. This puppet soldier's power was already very strong. If it was matched with this heavy hammer, its attack power would never be lower than the full blow of a condensation state later stage cultivator. Who? The golden light of the two puppet soldiers shone. After they turned blurred, Lu Ming was sandwiched in the middle. The dagger and the hammer suddenly struck toward him. Yanju, who was watching from the side, also moved at the moment. He turned his hand and a golden sand appeared in his hands. He sneered as he rubbed both his hands and threw up the sand. At the same time, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to chant. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. As a whistle sounded, the golden sand in the sky disappeared in mid-air after a flash. Lu Ming, not far away, was about to launch an attack at the two puppet soldiers, but after a golden flash, he was wrapped in the sky of golden sand. He was taken aback and hurriedly injected all of his spiritual power on the golden moon sword in his hand. The sword body was suddenly gleaming with gold. It swept out and struck at these golden sand. What shocked Lu Ming was that the golden moon sword, which was called the superb spiritual weapon, was like striking on an iron wall. And those sands were unscathed. The superb spiritual weapon golden fallen sand, that I man carefully forged can cover a few thousand meters once I cast it. It is like an inescapable net that renders the person being caught unable to escape, and it is indestructible. Your short sword is one of the superb spiritual weapons, but it is impossible to destroy this sand. Stop your wishful thinking. At this moment, Yanju, who was sitting in cross-leg position while casting the golden fallen sand, opened his eyes and looked at the current situation. He smiled faintly. Lu Ming's heart was cold, but he didn't reveal any expression on his face. He was just injecting his spiritual power into the golden moon sword in silence continuously. Seeing this, Yanju sneered even more. He said calmly, "If you are tactful, I can let you die and reincarnate quickly. If you are still stubborn that you make me angry, I will let you know what living hell is like." Lu Ming still had no expression on his face, but the golden moon sword in his hand began to tremble. The golden light on it gradually dazzled. As he shouted, a cold light flashed. Golden moon sword transfigured into layers of golden sword shadow, slashing in all directions like a huge tide. Boom, a loud noise. The sand curtain formed by the golden fallen sand waved just like a wind blew past the lake water, and it resolved the golden moon sword's strike. At this moment, there was the sound of a sharp object slashing around Lu Ming. It was the two puppet soldiers who came near the golden sand, and their arm once again transformed into other sharp weapons, slashing at Lu Ming. Those golden sands didn't block their attack at all. It was as if the golden sands weren't there. Lu Ming's face sank. His wrist shook. Then the golden dagger once again turned into waves of sword light to resist against the approaching sands and blades while he suddenly patted his waist pocket with one hand. Pooh! A leather bag was opened and a black cloud rushed out from it, swirling in the air. After a few weird laughs, it transformed into a green-haired demon skull. Since the recuperation after his advancement, the small skulls on the left and right sides of the demon flying skull were now bigger, and the brightness of the demon flame was much better than before. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming patted another black leather bag around his waist. After a black haze flashed out, a bone scorpion covered with reddish scales and bean size also appeared as it hissed. He used his thought to command the demon flying skull and bone scorpion. After bone scorpion heard it, it suddenly jumped up and charged at a puppet soldier. At the same time, after a twitch of the snake head on the back, it made a ch sound that flew across the air. Many black lines appeared immediately, shooting at the puppet soldier. At almost the same time, the demon flying skull widened its mouth, and it exhaled a green gas. As the green gas surged, it wrapped around another puppet soldier. Its green hair was blasting green silk which turned into a dense silk net and covered the soldier. The two puppet soldiers also showed their might. They immediately fought back as their thick hands turned into various kinds of weapons. 4 of them battled together. The defense of these two puppet soldiers was really terrifying. Even the powerful weird attack of Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull couldn't do anything to them. They couldn't really damage the puppet solider. They could only distract them, which gave some space to Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming felt a little relaxed in his heart, then he focused his attention on the golden fallen sand in front of him. He suddenly withdrew the golden moon sword in his hand. As he clenched both of his hands into fists, a black gas suddenly surged out. He punched at the golden sand as he shouted. A buzz sound sounded. In the space passed by the fist, there was a burst of low muffled noise immediately, and the nearby space was also slightly shaking. Idiot! Yanju sneered. Just now, you could do nothing against the golden sand using the power of the superb spiritual weapon. Now you want to break free from the imprisonment? This is really ridiculous. Boom. A black halo suddenly scattered on the golden sand. After an earth-shattering noise, the initially stable golden sand suddenly shook violently. It actually had the sign of collapsing. Such a scene made Yanju's smile suddenly stiff. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His weird gestures were formed continuously. Golden fallen sand was a spiritual weapon specially forged by him, and it had a very close connection with his consciousness. Just when Lu Ming's fist just landed on the golden sand, he could suddenly feel a sound in his head. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and his face looked abnormally pale. Although the golden fallen sand was extremely hard and dense, even the golden moon sword couldn't slash it open. It couldn't withstand the brute force of the fist. Lu Ming was originally just trying to break the imprisonment. Unexpectedly, it was really useful. He was happy immediately. He charged his physical strength once again. His two fists were wrapped in black gas, and they suddenly turned into multiple fist shadows which smashed ruthlessly at the golden sand. Another loud noise sounded, and the golden sand shook again. But when Lu Ming raised his fist again and wanted to smash it, he suddenly saw the golden sand in front of him start to spin rapidly under the golden light. It formed a golden bucket that surrounded him tightly. While the golden sand was spinning rapidly, sharp thorns emerged in it. As it was spun rapidly by the powerful force, it had already formed a golden sharp blade. Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand immediately. A thick black gas surged out from his body surface. After he tapped himself with one hand, countless red runes danced out from the black gas. As the runes turned, it faintly formed a rune shield which was protecting Lu Ming in it. This was exactly the upper-grade spiritual weapon Crimson Hydra leather armor. The next moment, the countless golden blades approached him who was in the middle. Lu Ming could not help but feel that he couldn't dodge it anymore. Fortunately, the rune shield cast by the Crimson Hydra leather armor was also extraordinary. After a piercing shriek, the golden blade struck on the crimson rune. The impact stirred up a heavy shock wave between them. After the rune shield flashed a few times, it was not torn apart. At this moment, after Lu Ming snorted and he moved his arm, layers of crimson scales appeared. They formed into two layers and they actually wrapped his whole arms as well. After Lu Ming's expression turned fierce, his arms moved, and immediately a mass of crimson fist burst out. It was a loud noise that could tear the eardrums. Lu Ming's fists landed heavily in the middle of the golden sand, and it even made a big hole in the size of a wash basin. The golden spikes did not hurt Lu Ming at all, they only left some pale traces on his arms. The reason Lu Ming dared to do this was naturally because he had full confidence in these crimson scales. He also used the golden moon sword to slash the scales on his arm previously, and it only left a white sword mark on it. Now that the scales on his arms were overlapping, its defense would naturally increase exponentially. As Yanju outside saw this, there was a trace of greed and surprise in his eyes. The scales on Lu Ming's arm were so hard. According to his judgment, it couldn't be forged by ordinary materials. It seemed that the person Yanju wanted to deal with had a lot of treasures on him. However, this forge master was not an ordinary master as well. He soon calmed the distraction in his mind. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After the blood touched the wind, it turned into a blood mist and permeated into the golden sand. After the hole on the golden sand shrank, the golden sand actually wanted to bind the crimson arms. Lu Ming was shocked. He immediately withdrew his arms. At this moment, Yanju made a gesture with his left hand while his right hand was pointing at the golden fallen sand. In the whistling sound, the golden light scattered all over the sky, and the sand particles suddenly dispersed. After that, they quickly gathered together at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and formed a golden hurricane of more than 100 meters. It immediately shrouded Lu Ming in it. The golden fallen sand that absorbed Yanju's blood was really more powerful than before. At the moment when he was shrouded, Lu Ming only felt that the surrounding air was tight, and waves of powerful force surged at him. The rune shield immediately made a wailing sound. Its surface turned dim as if it would be torn apart any time. What made Lu Ming a little more shocking was that with the rotation of the golden fallen sand was still increasing rapidly. It seemed that he would most likely be dead if he was still being trapped inside this sand. Immediately Lu Ming no longer hesitated. He made a gesture with one hand. He clenched his 5 right hand fingers, and layers of black gas flowed out from his body. After it swirled on top of his head, it quickly condensed into a black dragon phantasm. It dived down after it hovered for one round and it finally wrapped around his right arm. Chapter 360, Counterattack. At the next moment Lu Ming's eyes flickered, then he moved his arms without saying much. He drew a big circle in the air, and when the layers of black were swirling, he punched ruthlessly at the golden sand. A tremendous loud noise. On the golden sand curtain where Lu Ming's fist hit, an indescribable force surged out, and it turned into black waves that spread to the surrounding quickly. The surface of the golden sand curtain glimmered, and it dimmed quickly. At this moment, Jianghu sitting cross-legged in the distance couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. His face looked pale. Jianghu was also very abnormal. After taking a breath, he quickly hit himself with a few palms. After his face regained its vigor, his hands kept forming different gestures, pouring all his spiritual power into the golden fallen sand. However, the golden sand power surged madly again after the golden light shone in the sky. The next moment, a golden punch of a few 10 meters smashed down at Lu Ming with a strong wind. Lu Ming had just launched the first level of Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. When he saw that it worked out, he couldn't conceal the excitement in his mind. Immediately afterward, another golden punch launched at him, his pupils shrank slightly, and he moved his arms without hesitation. After the black dragon phantasm slightly looked up, he launched another punch. Boom boom boom. 3 astounding loud sounds came one after another, and Lu Ming and the golden giant fist made by the falling gold sand fought 3 punches. After a click sound, there was another burst of ice-breaking sound. When the last punch hit, the golden giant fist in the air was finally broken under the layers of black gas. It scattered into the sky of sand and fell to the ground. At the moment, Jianghu had spewed out some black blood one after another, and his face was so pale that it almost looked transparent. His breath was extremely weak. He was obviously seriously injured. Lu Ming looked as usual, but he didn't bother about Jianghu. He looked at the puppet soldiers who were fighting with Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull instead. His sleeve flicked, and he held the golden moon sword in his hand again. As he swung, countless rays burst out from the golden moon sword. The power was obviously different from the previous one. Under a flash, the 2 puppet soldiers were covered under that strike. The crisp sounds were endless. After a few breaths, after the golden light surrounding the puppet soldiers dispersed, the spiritual ray on the puppet soldier was dimmed a lot, and there were countless bean-sized pits on the surface. After Jianghu was injured, his divine thought was greatly damaged. Even the power of the 2 puppet soldiers was greatly weakened, so their defense was no longer as good as before. During this chance, Demon Flying Skull who was entangled with the puppet soldier turned into dozens of ropes after its hair grew longer, and it bound the puppet soldier firmly. Lu Ming was delighted as he saw this. He threw up the golden moon sword in his hand without hesitation and made a gesture to cast the sword. Whoosh, a sharp sound. After the golden dagger shone, it turned into a rainbow after a tremor. With just a flicker it went through the forehead of the puppet soldier. Bang! After the golden moon sword penetrated through, there was a small hole in the thickness of a finger on the forehead of the puppet soldier, and a broken golden crystal was faintly visible in it. The golden color above the puppet's body suddenly dimmed. Then the crystal light slowly dissipated too. Finally, it crumbled to the ground as its body trembled. After that, Lu Ming made a gesture and pointed at another puppet soldier that was fighting with Bone Scorpion. The golden moon sword in the air flickered, and turned into a ray of light blasting away at this puppet. This puppet soldier's eyes flashed, then its hand turned blurred as it became a thick golden shield that blocked in front of it. However, after the sound of something penetrating, the light went through the golden shield and came out from the back of the puppet soldier's head. It crumbled to the ground as the previous puppet soldier. In this way the 2 seemingly very powerful humanoid puppets were both easily destroyed by Lu Ming's flying sword skills. Of course, half of it was due to the injury of Jianghu, the controller, and the other half was that Lu Ming had finally relied on his powerful mental power to find the place where 2 puppets were inlaid with gem, only then he was able to defeat it in one hit. The whole process was like lightning. It was almost completed in one breath. After doing all of this, Lu Ming's expression was slightly relaxed. He glanced at Jianghu on the other side. After a flutter, he slowly approached Jianghu. Jianghu saw the 2 humanoid puppets that he had spent a great deal of money on actually lost so easily, and there was finally a trace of fear on his face. He endured the pain on his body and fluttered without saying much, trying to escape. Gaga, hiss hiss. there were two strange voices. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull appeared behind him out of nowhere, staring at the Forge Master ferociously. Yenju's figure stopped, and his face looked extremely ugly. After slowly turning around to face Lu Ming, he bit his teeth and said, "Friend, your ability is so exceptional. I'm really impressed. However, I am the guest of the Black Flame Palace. If you dare to kill me, this is provoking the Black Flame Palace openly. You should know the consequences of it." As Lu Ming heard him, he smiled slightly. The golden moon sword shook gently in his hand. Immediately, sword shadows were cast from it, whistling in the air. Seeing this scene, Yenju's face muscle twitched. He quickly waved his hand. "Never mind that, as long as you promise to let me go. Just tell me whatever condition you want. I still consider myself to be quite rich." "It's not necessary." Lu Ming's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. As his arms moved, the sword turned into countless golden rays which burst out. Yenju was shocked by this. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue bead. After it swirled around in midair, it transformed into a blue cocoon that wrapped around Yenju. At the same time, another yellow talisman on his sleeve was crushed by a pinch. Later, Lu Ming felt that his vision turned blurred, then Yenju's figure disappeared into the ground. "Trying to run? How can it be so easy?" Lu Ming snorted. He released his huge mental power. He flipped his hand, took out a yellow talisman and put it on his body. Suddenly, a green light flashed and held his body up, then he blasted away towards the east. At the same time, black gas rolled out from Bone Scorpion, and it entered the ground in a flash. After Demon Flying Skull laughed, it then turned into a green light that followed behind Lu Ming. After 15 minutes. Suddenly a bang. There was a tremor in front of the earth. The black gas suddenly emerged from the ground, and it condensed into Bone Scorpion. At the same time, in the snakehead tail, the unconscious Yenju was curled up by the tail. His face was covered in black gas. His body was twitching. He looked like he was going to be poisoned to death without the need to do anything on him. Obviously, Bone Scorpion finally showed its power underground. Yenju, who was already seriously injured, was poisoned until he was unconscious. After Lu Ming's figure became blurred, he rushed here like a breeze. The golden moon sword slashed through Yenju's neck without hesitation. With a puff, a skull rolled on the ground. The muscles on his face were twisted together because of extreme panic. Lu Ming waved one of his hands and a few storage talisman flew up from Yenju's body one by one, and Lu Ming caught all the talismans. After Bone Scorpion's tail moved, the headless corpse was thrown away a dozen meters away. Lu Ming's sleeve shook and two red fireballs blasted out. Boom boom, two fireballs hit the skull and headless body, and they instantly became into a rolling flame. At this moment, a bang sound. Yenju's head suddenly burst open, and a mass of black gas brought an egg-sized crystal ball out of the flame. After a flash, it flew out a few 10 meters away. It was Yenju's soul. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He wasn't too surprised. After all, after one achieved the condensation state, some cultivation or godly skill of each clan could allow one's soul to live for quite some time after his body was destroyed. As long as the soul could escape to the proper body that one had arranged in advance, then his life could be saved through soul stealing. Of course, this approach also had a lot of hidden dangers. Not to mention the resistance of the flesh itself, soul stealing itself would also cause the cultivation and mental power to be greatly reduced, and even reduced one's lifespan. Of course, there were very few condensation state cultivators with this ability. Generally, only one or two among the dozens of condensation state cultivators might know. But after the crystallization period, almost everyone could learn this kind of mystic arts. Lu Ming had killed many powerful enemies. Of course, he knew everything about these things. He flickered his wrists and another golden sword ray swept out, blasting toward the black gas. It went through the black bag in the next moment. After a painful scream, Yenju's soul was shattered in the golden light, leaving only a crystal ball with a mysterious golden light crystal ball on the ground. Lu Ming waved his hand and retrieved the crystal ball. In this way, this forge master of the sea region really disappeared from this world. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He flipped his hand and the golden moon sword disappeared in a blink of an eye. After that, he looked at the few storage talismans in his another hand. Layers of golden energy slowly flowed out of these storage talismans, and there was a kind of invisible elasticity looming out, wanting to shake off his fingers. Obviously, these storage talismans had been specially enchanted by Yenju for mental power. Ordinary people couldn't use it under normal circumstances. But now that he was already dead, this was easy to handle. Lu Meng sneered as he made a gesture with one hand. He threw up the storage talisman and runes kept coming out of his hands. A black light swept through, and it was accompanied by the sound of woo woo. After a while, Lu Meng withdrew his hand, and the storage talisman in the air went into his hand again. The light circulated above the talismans had disappeared, and his spiritual power could easily be injected into the storage talismans. Lu Meng was overjoyed. He immediately transferred his spiritual power into the storage talisman. When he checked the first two talismans at the beginning, he did not find anything special. There were just some commonly used talismans and some fairly good forging material. However, when Lu Meng injected his spiritual power into the third storage talisman, a smile gradually showed on his face. This storage talismans had a lot of upper-grade spirit stones with different attributes, and there were even some higher-grade spirit grass and some rare ore. In the end, he naturally turned his attention to the crystal ball with mysterious golden light. Lu Meng put it on his forehead. After making a gesture, his spiritual power immersed into it. He slowly closed his eyes. As time passed, his expression also changed. After a while, he took the crystal ball away from his forehead with his eyes wide open. He could hardly hide the excitement on his face. Chapter 361, Blood Beast Crystal. Under the inspection of his mental power, it was found that there was only a bone shield and a thick red book in this crystal ball. The surface was written with 3 light silver characters, Flame Cultivation Scripture. This crystal ball was also an uncommon rare treasure, and the space inside was a little bigger than Sumru's snail. As he was surprised, and he used his divine thought to move the 2 items out of it. This bone shield was the size of a palm. It was dark in color. There were 9 skulls imprinted on the surface, and there were layers of black gas lingering on it. There were actually ghost faces on it, which made it seem strange. As for the Flame Cultivation Scripture, after reviewing it, he found that the first half of the book recorded some cultivation and mystic arts suitable for the Fire Mastery clan people, while the second half recorded Yanju's knowledge in forging, and it recorded the way to forge a few kinds of powerful spiritual weapon. Through the introduction of these spiritual weapons in the Flame Cultivation Scripture, Lu Meng finally knew that the Black Bone Shield turned out to be a superb spiritual weapon called 9 Skulls Shield. Seeing this, Lu Meng couldn't help but rejoice. He immediately made a gesture and transferred his spiritual power into the shield. Pooh, pooh. As a burst of black gas erupted from the shield, many black runes appeared on the surface, and they formed layers of vague black array after they swirled around. At first glance, there were actually 35 layers. This spiritual weapon has 35 enchantments. Lu Meng took a breath. This really shocked him. The 35 enchantment spiritual weapon was already an upper-rank spiritual weapon. It had 7 more layers than the only superior spiritual weapon, Golden Moon Sword, in his hand. As the grade of the spiritual weapon increased, its enchantment also increased, and its power also increased by multiple times. This Yanju deserves to be a forge master. This 9 Skulls Shield is only one step away from the rumored magic weapon prototype of 36 enchantment. According to this Flame Cultivation Scripture, it turns out that the last 2 enchantments of this spiritual weapon need to have spiritual materials to bless it. No wonder this Yanju was so obsessed in getting these troll bristles. Even if I were him, I would do the same. However, does this shield have the chance to be inscribed with the 37th enchantment and become the true legendary magic weapon? It can't only be achieved with spiritual materials. It also depends on luck. However, he has such a magic weapon, but he didn't sacrificial refine it. This is really weird. Otherwise he wouldn't be dead so easily. As Lu Meng thought of this, he stared at the shield in his hand without blinking. He was unable to hide the excitement of his face. What he did not know was that Yanju originally intended to forge the 36th enchantments on the shield before sacrificial refining it. After that, he would use some kind of mystic art to borrow the spiritual weapon's power to help himself break through the bottleneck to the crystallization period. And if he wanted to forge the 36th 9 Skulls Shield, a large amount of spiritual material was essential. When Yanju was planning to steal his troll bristle, he would never expect that he would die in the hand of an intermediate stage condensation state cultivator. After all, this time when he came out, not only did he have the 2 puppet soldiers, each of them had the strength that was stronger than the ordinary condensation state later stage, and he even brought such a superb spiritual weapon like golden fallen sand. Lu Meng put away the bone shield, then he reread the part about the 9 Skulls Shield in the Flame Cultivation Scripture again. He also remembered the forging method of the 36th enchantment in detail, and he still needed other rare auxiliary materials except for the spiritual materials to forge this enchantment. Purple Sunstone, Filth in Liquid. After Lu Ming read, he remembered the names of these auxiliary materials. He retrieved this red scripture. Then his eyes flashed and he looked at the Yenju's body that had turned into ashes. He just clutched his hand in the air. 11 soybean-sized golden sands flew out of it, and all of them fell into his hands in a flash. Lu Ming grabbed it and carefully assessed the 11 golden sands. He couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He had personally experienced the might of the golden sand just now. Now that it was his hands which gave another superb spiritual weapon in his collection. He was of course delighted about this. Lu Ming flipped his palm and all these things disappeared. After that, he retrieved Bone Scorpion and Flying Skull and left without staying any longer. His sleeve flickered and a green flying boat was condensed. Lu Ming lightly touched the ground, then his figure appeared on the flying boat with a flicker. He made a gesture, and the flying boat below him turned into a green light that flew away. As Lu Ming was escaping, there was a whistling sound in the air in the distance from Ironfire Valley. With a silver rainbow shining from the faraway sky, it had already appeared 1,000 meters away with just a flash. If one watches from a close distance at this moment, he would find that a silver woman dressed in white was wrapped in a silver rainbow, and her eyes had some dim light, but the breath on her body was still unusually strong. It was like a powerful sword that was unsheathed. It was Yi Tianmei who was chased all the way by Ma Shu. On this way, Ma Shu did not dare to be too close to her because he was afraid of the power of Yi Tianmei's sword cultivation. He just kept the distance between them within the range that his mental power could lock her trail. At the moment Yi Tianmei, because she cast a flying sword escaping skill, her spiritual power was long depleted. Her speed wasn't as fast as she escaped initially. Ma Shu, who was far behind Yi Tianmei, felt the change and he was overjoyed. According to his guess, it would not take long for Yi Tianmei to exhaust the spiritual power. At that time he could easily kill her. 15 minutes had passed. The space behind Yi Tianmei suddenly shook violently, only to see that the huge flying sword on her feet slowly dissipated after a slight tremble. Yi Tianmei hurriedly waved her sleeve, and a shuttle-shaped craft appeared in front of her. She made a gesture and jumped up to the flying boat. Yi Tianmei, now that your spiritual power is exhausted, I want to offer your head as a sacrifice to my wife in the heaven. Ma Shu, who was 1,000 meters away, took back his divine thought, and he knew about Yi Tianmei's situation now. He immediately laughed crazily. He made a gesture, and the square bronze flying car suddenly accelerated by more than half. Yi Tianmei, who was standing on the flying boat, no longer controlled the flying magical weapon at this moment, but slowly turned around, looking solemnly at the flying car behind him. After a few breaths, a green light flashed, and it had already appeared within 200 meters away from Yi Tianmei. After the light disappeared, Ma Shu was standing on the square bronze flying car with a ferocious face. Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows. There was a trace of coldness flashed on her jade-like face. Her slim finger pointed at the opposite instantly. There was a ray of silver rainbow shot out from her sleeve, targeting Ma Shu. Swish swish. Although Yi Tianmei was seriously injured, the power of her sword skill didn't seem to reduce. There was an ear-piercing explosion wherever the sword rainbow passed through. The surrounding space was vaguely distorted and as if it was directly influenced by the silver rainbow. Seeing this, Ma Shu was so shocked that he didn't dare to neglect. The old man's hand suddenly pressed the bronze car, and a green light appeared on the car immediately. At the same time, the flying car under him retreated at full speed. He didn't expect Yi Tianmei to attack at this time, and her attack was still as sharp as before. He hesitating for a while, and he still planned to exhaust her remaining spiritual power first. How would Yi Tianmei not know Ma Shu's thoughts? She sneered, and her sword skill changed. She drew a circle in the air at Ma Shu. Suddenly the silver light around Ma Shu suddenly flourished. The silver rainbow began to dance around his body indefinitely. It had already sealed off all his way out. This woman was actually forcing Ma Shu to fight her head-on. Seeing this, Ma Shu was shocked. He didn't want to perish together with her. He could only flip his hand in a hurry and panicky took out a palm-sized golden disc. After he transferred his spiritual power into it, it suddenly rose to the size of a few 10 meters. After it blurred, it transformed into countless round disc phantasms to protect himself. At the next moment, a silver rainbow and the round disc phantasms were colliding at each other. The sharp sword lights were overwhelming. Ma Shu, who was on the bronze flying car, was forced to retreat bit by bit. Ma Shu was frightened in his mind. He retrieved his flying car without giving a second thought, then he took out a diamond-shaped crystal after his sleeve flickered. The crystal was crimson all over the body. It was inscribed with ferocious bloody patterns. A very strong bloody smell emerged from it. Ma Shu's expression sank, and he flicked the crystal into the air with his fingers. Suddenly there was a strong wind in the air, and a fierce beast like goshawk phantasm condensed out of the wind. There was a loud and high-pitched noise. A goshawk phantasm quickly hovered in the air, and the red-crimson feathers on its body were flowing with a peculiar light, emitting a burst of red ray. The indescribable dazzling red rays instantly filled the sky. Looking from a distance, there seemed to be a crimson-red sun above his head. Seeing this situation, Yi Tianmei's complexion suddenly changed, and the silver rainbow she cast was getting more powerful. However, it couldn't deal with the golden round disc phantasms. Ma Shu sneered slightly. The gestures in his hand kept changing, which looked extremely mysterious. The body of the goshawk phantasm grew in the dazzling red light, and the image became more realistic. The only strange thing was that the thing on the head shone brightly, which was exactly where the diamond-shaped crystal was before. As Yi Tianmei saw the situation, she knew that she must focus on the crystal to defeat this goshawk phantasm. She immediately made a gesture. The edge of the sword trembled as it flew straight at the goshawk's single eye. Immediately there was a loud chirp sound, and the countless silver sword shadows suddenly blasted off at the crystal on the head of the goshawk. But at this time, the fierce beast phantasm had grown to about 100 meters. It was lifelike, like a living creature. Just listening to it uttering a sharp tweet, the space was actually distorted by it. It stirred up waves of ripple. The sword shadows were all bounced off. Some of them even turned into the opposite direction, shooting straight at Yi Tianmei. Chapter 362, Sudden Change. Yi Tianmei was stunned, but she immediately responded with a quick action. She actually retreated more than 100 meters, barely dodging the sword shadows which were going to penetrate her. She frowned. The goshawk transformed by this diamond crystal was quite strange and unpredictable. Its strength didn't seem like lower than the early-stage crystallization period. "It is your pleasure to be able to die under my blood beast crystal." Ma Shu glared coldly at Yi Tianmei in the distance and said eerily. When Yi Tianmei heard the words blood beast crystal, Yi Tianmei couldn't help but be slightly shocked even with her character. The so-called blood beast crystal was refined from the blood essence of the dead crystallization period level beastkin and a special material called beast crystal. The beast phantasm that it transfigured had the strength that was slightly lower than when the beast was alive. However, most of its strength before death could be reserved. It was really a rare treasure. Fortunately, this blood beast crystal was also a consumable, and the beast it transfigured could only be maintained for a very short time. Coupled with its preciousness, the holder would never use it easily unless he encounters a life and death situation or a strong enemy. But in this way, Yi Tianmei was equal to dealing with two crystallization period opponents at the same time. Even if her strength was intact, she wouldn't be able to cope with it. Yi Tianmei didn't say anything nonsense. After biting the silver teeth, she took out a silver-white talisman and shredded it. Then her 10 fingers were forming different gestures constantly. Countless lines of silver spirit patterns surged into the silver flying sword of Yi Tianmei. The previously dimmed sword ray flashed and grew bigger again. A sword shadow of 100 meters was condensed. It formed a connection with the surrounding countless sword shadows, faintly forming a sword array. Yi Tianmei's gesture changed. The image of the giant flying sword immediately solidified, and it quickly dived down at Ma Shu. At the same time, the surrounding sword shadows changed their direction again, blasting out together at him. As Ma Shu saw this, he looked ruthless. He made a one-hand gesture, and his another hand pointed at the goshawk as he chanted. The goshawk's wings fluttered suddenly, and countless red feathers immediately turned into red rays which burst out, attacking the surrounding sword shadows. After that, the goshawk opened its mouth and shot out a 100 meters tall red hurricane at the falling giant sword. The countless red rays contacted with the sword shadows. It actually made a weird sound of metal colliding at each other, then it turned into dimmed light which disappeared slowly. Immediately after the ear-piercing burst of noise, the silver giant sword and the red hurricane also hit together. The silver sword light penetrated straight into the wildly whirling hurricane, and the silver light suddenly burst into countless silver sword rays. However, they were swallowed by the hurricane the next moment. It shook the nearby air that it buzzed. Although the two were fighting fiercely and abnormally, if one looked closely, he could see that Yi Tianmei's face was already very pale. She definitely could not last long. How smart Ma Shu was. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart when he saw this. He couldn't bother much at the moment. He just wanted to kill this woman as soon as possible. Therefore, after he hurriedly cast a layer of shield using a defensive talisman, he controlled the goshawk to charge at Yi Tianmei. His left hand kept forming gestures as a crimson punch ray charged straight toward Yi Tianmei. Goshawk was extremely fast. It instantly rushed to the front of Yi Tianmei. It opened its mouth and bit cruelty. But the woman had no fear. She showed a hint of sneer instead. When Ma Shu saw this, his heart stopped for a moment. As he wanted to do something, he suddenly heard a puff sound. Although it wasn't loud, it was like a thunderstorm as Ma Shu heard it. A blue ray blasted behind him without any warning. After a flash, it even ignored and went through the layers of golden disc phantasms and protection shield beside Ma Shu, piercing right into his chest. His body trembled, then he staggered a few steps. Blood immediately spouted out from his chest like a blood fountain. His four limbs became powerless. The feeling of dizziness rose from his heart. An enfeebled feeling was surging out from inside his body. It's poisonous? Ma Shu yelled in panic. He quickly tapped a few times near the wound, reached out to a purple medicine bottle in the storage amulet, poured a handful of pale green elixir out of it, and put them into his mouth. At the same time, the goshawk who had received his order, but it could return in time, had lost the spiritual connection with him, turning back into the diamond-shaped crystal again. After a light breeze, a gray figure flashed and appeared around the crystal with no signs. He instantly grabbed the blood beast crystal in his hand. After the person sneered, he shook his 5 fingers, and the crystals in his hands turned into powder and flew away with the wind. Blood beast crystal was a one-time consumption. Once activated, even if the energy inside was not exhausted, it could no longer transfigure a beast phantasm. At this moment, this crystal had no value anymore. The man who appeared out of nowhere was also an old man with an ordinary face, but the long green eyebrows on the small eyes gave people a deep impression. Feeling that this person's strength was not under him, Ma Shu's heart sank to the bottom. He ignored the injury and toxicity in his body and forcefully channeled the remaining spiritual power in his body. He grabbed with one hand and a pale green talisman appeared. But before waiting for him to smash the talisman, the old man with blue eyebrows only waved one hand to stun Ma Shu's fingers. The blue talisman was immediately sucked away by a great force, and it flew into the hands of the old man with green eyebrows. I'm Crystal Valley Deputy Valley Master Ma Shu. I don't know, sir. As long as sir can let me. Ma Shu's words shuddered slightly. The old man with green eyebrows didn't bother Ma Shu, but he just slightly bowed to Yi Tianmei aside. I have encountered a little trouble on the way, so I came a little late. I hope the fairy won't blame me. You don't have to be polite. You came at the right time, but now let's finish off this person first. After that, we will talk about other things. Yi Tianmei obviously knew Elder Lu for a long time, so she wasn't polite in speaking to him. Oh, I'm really old and confused. You can meditate to rest first. I will deal with him. The old man with green eyebrows smiled at Yi Tianmei apologetically. Yi Tianmei knew his temperament, so she didn't bother about him. She took out a few pills of medicine, and she immediately sat cross-legged to adjust her breath. The old man with green eyebrows turned to the other side and said faintly to Ma Shu, Sir Ma Shu, what is the taste of my prismatic ice soul cone? Unfortunately, after fully using this treasure this time, I'm afraid I need to train for 1 or 2 years before I can use the same attack just now. As he said, he waved his right hand. The space in front of him had a fluctuation. A blue prismatic cone floated in the air quietly. There was even a trace of blood on it. It was this thing that had just penetrated Ma Shu's defense and injured him severely. Listening to his tone, he had performed some kind of powerful mystic arts to get through Ma Shu's defense as a crystallization period powerhouse. However, at this time Ma Shu couldn't care more about that. After seeing no expression in the eyes of the old man with green eyebrows, he knew that the other party would never let him go. The words that he wanted to say were held back by him again. At this moment he had been seriously injured and poisoned, but this person was still with his full strength. He was most likely not going to get out of here alive. As soon as he thought about it, a trace of despair flashed on his face. There was a burst of redness in his eyes. He apparently planned to cast a kind of life-sacrificing forbidden art to try to bring the person in front of him to hell. But before he finished his gesture, He felt that a coldness spread like an ant from the heart to the limbs and bones. His spiritual sea instantly fell like it had fallen into an ice cave, then his body slowly formed a layer of frost. He felt strangely numb all over his body. Ma Shu's face suddenly looked blue, and his eyes were full of despair. Hee, I see your face flushing. It seems that your spiritual power is disrupted. It is contrary to my cultivator's dedication. This prismatic cone was tempered in the cold ice real flame, which is good in reducing your heat. Isn't it wonderful? The old man with green eyebrows didn't take it seriously, and he laughed softly. Yi Tianmei on the side frowned slightly after hearing the words, but she did not speak. Okay, you're good. Today it's either you die or I die. Ma Shu's eyes were blood red. Before he had completely lost consciousness, he suddenly spat a blood-red talisman. After it blurred, it turned into a red small bell phantasm. As soon as this phantasm appeared, a dazzling blood ray was released from the surface. Countless blood-red runes flew out, and at the same time exuded a bloody atmosphere. Ma Shu opened his mouth and spat a blood arrow on it. Boom! As soon as the little bell rang, pieces of blood-colored waves emerged, surging ferociously at the old man with green eyebrows. Ma Shu desperately used the life-saving ultimate treasure. Seeing this scene, the old man with green eyebrows changed his face. His figure shook suddenly and he retreated back for more than 100 meters. At the same time, his hands were forming gestures quickly. He suddenly spat blood on the prismatic cone that was spinning in front of him. The prismatic cone grew in size for a few times and turned into an afterimage that collided at the approaching crimson-red waves. The crimson-red waves were resisted by the blue light, and they couldn't break the blue light at once. However, under the attack of the crimson waves, the light on the triangular thorn gradually dimmed, showing a state of collapsing. At this time Yi Tianmei, who was sitting cross-legged, saw that the situation was not good. After she bit her silver teeth, she jumped and made a gesture to cast her sword skill again. A silver sword ray shot out from her sleeve. After it flew in the air, it had hit Ma Shu, who was half frozen in a lightning speed. Ma Shu was caught off guard. His frozen body parts were shattered into pieces, but the another half was still struggling in the silver ray. Yi Tianmei changed her gesture and let the silver sword ray spun. It minced the other half body into pieces. Blood was splashing all over the sky. A black and red gas flew out from it. Ma Shu was obviously trying to escape from this place, but it was completely extinguished as the sword ray pierced through the gas back and forth. The blood-red bell phantasm that suspended in mid-air collapsed bit by bit instantly. It turned into crystal lights that disappeared in the air. Chapter 363, Another Sudden Change. Seeing this scene, the old man with green eyebrows suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. After the prismatic thorn in the air turned blur, it shrank to a few inches in size and disappeared into his sleeve. Then he turned around to Yi Tianmei and said while cupping his fists, I haven't seen Fairy Yi for so many years, your swordsmanship has really improved a lot. With the great power of the sword cultivation, if you are not injured, let alone Ma Shu this old, even I will lose to you without a doubt. Old Lu has overpraised me. I have just advanced to the early stage of crystallization period for only 10 years. How can I compare with Elder Lu, who is at the intermediate stage of crystallization period? Although the sword cultivation is strong, it is much more difficult to advance than the general cultivation. If I want to go further, I don't know when will it be. Yi Tianmei replied with a slight smile. Fairy Yi is really a forthright person. In recent years, I also heard on the island that the fairy is now the elder of Yunchuan Alliance. I want to congratulate you on that. The old man with green eyebrows suddenly turned the thread of discussion and congratulated. You are making it too serious. I was just forced by the formality. Yi Tianmei said lightly. Fairy Yi is too humble. You are hurt now. If you don't mind, you can go to my cave house to rest. It is only 100 miles away from here. After Elder Lu laughed, he suddenly thought of something, then he pointed at a direction and said, Thank you Elder Lu for your good intentions, but I still have something to do here. It is not appropriate for me to stay here for long. I think. As Yi Tianmei heard those words, she glanced subconsciously in the direction of the old man, and gently refused. However, before she finished her words, she felt a spine-chilling sensation that came suddenly from the old man's position. Yi Tianmei was shocked in his heart, but she responded fast enough. Her figure bounced off abruptly at the same time the sudden change happened. But unexpectedly it was still a little late. A blue prismatic thorn appeared in the space in front of her body, and it pierced through her right shoulder. A freezing numb sensation desensitized her right arm, and it started to spread through her body. After Yi Tianmei's body trembled, she appeared in another place that was a few hundred meters away from Elder Lu. She tapped a few times at her right shoulder immediately to seal off the meridians on her shoulder, then she stuck a green talisman on it. A green light flashed immediately, and the wound on the woman's shoulder quickly healed. At this time Yi Tianmei looked coldly at the opposite Elder Lu, and asked without any expression, "Speak. Why do you do this? Don't tell me that you suddenly attacked me because you are on a whim. You are really worthy of being Yunchuan continent's first female sword cultivator. You can still be so calm at this time. Unfortunately, I'm not convenient to tell you the reason. However, Fairy Yi, please don't be worried. I will keep you alive. Moreover, this matter may even be a chance for you." Seeing that the old man with green eyebrows still praised her after seeing this situation, and he looked like a kind-hearted person. The person who didn't know him might really think that he was a kind person. "Elder Lu assaulted me but you still said that it is my chance. So, should I still be grateful to Elder Lu?" Yi Tianmei said with a frown. "Speaking of which, I have some profound relationship with your sect, and I have a little friendship with you, so Fairy Yi doesn't have to be flustered. As long as you follow as I said, I can guarantee you to be safe." Elder Lu still said calmly. "Really? Elder Lu really has a wishful thinking. However, do you really think that you can capture me by this hit?" Yi Tianmei suddenly said with a strange look on her face. "Fairy is seriously injured now. I advise you to not simply make a move." As Elder Lu heard it, he immediately took back the smile on his face. His expression became somber. Yi Tianmei didn't say much anymore. She suddenly shattered a light silver talisman that was in her left hand. Waves of rune patterns spread out. Her cultivation actually recovered until her heyday. Seeing this, the old man with green eyebrows was shocked. Yi Tianmei even raised her right arm at the next moment. After making a gesture, the silver flying sword shone brilliantly, turning into a silver flying rainbow hanging that swirled on top of her head. It even made a sharp air blast. "Body and sword fusion, you are obviously injured seriously, and your spiritual power has been exhausted. How can you still have such a magical power?" Elder Lu's face looked fearful. He muttered to himself, "No, this powerful breath. You recover all your spiritual power in such a short time. How is it possible?" Yi Tianmei would not answer him naturally. She changed her gesture, and the flying sword returned to her hand. As her body fused with the sword, a silver ray piece blasted at the old man with green eyebrows. The old man's green eyebrows twitched for a while. His face was extremely ugly. He quickly stuck a speed buff talisman on himself, and he turned into a cloud of green light which flew away, dodging the powerful silver rainbow. However, when he showed up again, his face was full of hesitation. If Yi Tianmei really still reserved some of her strength, and his crystallization period sword cultivator's power was used to the max, he definitely didn't want to fight head-to-head with her. However, in his view, Yi Tianmei now used some unknown method to recover her spiritual power, so she was just a spent force. As long as he pulled the distance and waited for her spiritual power to exhaust, then he could capture her alive easily. It was just that his face changed again when he thought about it. After the silver crystal rainbow swirled, drawing a beautiful arc of semicircle in the air, it blasted at him again. Moreover, after it turned blur in the air, it transfigured into countless giant sword shadows. The sword chi could even be felt at the edge of the world. How did she look like she had exhausted her spiritual power? The old man's face turned a little gloomy. Suddenly, he made a whistle and turned into a green afterimage that blasted away in a direction. After a few flashes, he disappeared at the end of the sky. After the silver rainbow was withdrawn, the countless sword shadows disappeared. Yi Tianmei's figure reappeared in the air again, and she sneered at the direction which the old man disappeared. Just now, she didn't care about the injuries in her body and used the unique mystic art of the Tianyue sect. It stimulated her inner potential which made her seem to be fully recovered. However, this power was just a spent force. It couldn't hold for long at all. If Elder Lu stayed for 1 second longer, he could notice this. It was just that most of the cultivators cherished their life very well. Especially for the powerhouse who had trained to such a level, he paid great attention to his own life. He would never take the risk. But for her, if she didn't take the risk, she would have no choice but to wait for her death. Moreover, sword cultivation was a way to keep breaking through one's limit, letting a person experience death and live through it. However, Yi Tianmei was also very clear that this little method could only buy her a little time. After taking a few pills of medicine, she once again exerted her flying sword escape technique without hesitating to spend her spiritual power. She immediately traveled for a few thousand meters. Within just a few seconds, there was only a light spot left by the flash of silver light. But after 15 minutes, the figure of the old man with green eyebrows appeared again in the air of this place. After looking around the area, his face was full of annoyed expressions. Earlier he was temporarily suppressed by Yi Tianmei's momentum, thinking that she would use some sort of mystic arts to suicide with him, so he could not distinguish it at that moment. He was actually fooled by such a simple means. She actually dares to trick me? Fortunately, I have just injected my own breath into the prismatic thorn in advance. With your severely injured body, where can you escape? I will definitely take you down so that I can get what I want, the old man said to himself. Then he settled his mind and suddenly murmured with a stern face. I have been trapped in this realm for 200 or 300 years, my lifespan only has little left. If there is no breakthrough, it will most probably be dead after a few decades. Now the only person who can help me among the sea region is her. I don't know if this is a chance given by God or it is my good luck. As long as I capture this girl alive, with her crystallization period female sword cultivator identity, her body will be the best boost to recover one's heyday strength. Not only I can break through my current realm, it is also possible for me to advance to the real pellet state in the future. As Elder Lu finished speaking, he couldn't help but lick his lower lip, and a passion revealed from his eyes. It turned out that this old man with green eyebrows intruded the practice ground of Siren King inadvertently in pursuit of a crystallization period beastkin on the sea a few years ago. The only real pellet state powerhouse in the sea region was cultivating in a closed door because he had just advanced not for long, so he was in a good mood. He didn't use any harsh means on the human cultivator. Instead, he promised that as long as the human joins his force and helps him to recover his peak strength, then he would teach him how to advance to the real pellet state. At that time, the old man was looking for opportunities because he was stuck at the bottleneck of the later stage. He was naturally surprised to hear this incident. He almost immediately pledged allegiance to Siren King without much thought. After the Siren King set some enchantment on him, he returned to the Yunchuan island again. He had been thinking hard about how to please Siren King so that he could get his secrets to advance to the real pellet state. A few days ago he suddenly received the news of Yi Tianmei. As a result he was overjoyed. For the pure spiritual power of a female sword cultivator like Yi Tianmei, wasn't she the perfect body for Siren King to cultivate? In this way, it involved the secret of advancing to the real pellet state and his lifespan. Elder Lu would naturally no longer care about the previous friendship. Therefore, after he helped her to eliminate Ma Shu, he suddenly backstabbed Yi Tianmei. Of course, as a result of his doing, as long as a little news was spread, he would no longer be able to return to the human clan of Yunchuan continent. Thinking of this, the old man with green eyebrows did not rush to track her down, but he stood on the spot. His face looked uncertain for a while. Chapter 364, Essence Pearl. Fire Cloud Summit was a mountain more than 100 miles north of Ironfire Valley. In this continuous mountain range, this summit was originally unremarkable. It was just that there were a lot of red trees on the mountain, and the summit had a strange shape. From a distance they looked like a mushroom-like red fire cloud, which was why it got the name. At this time, Lu Ming's flying boat came to a place more than 100 feet above the mountain peak. He suddenly frowned. He felt the Yunchuan token given by Yi Tianmei in his sleeve suddenly shook lightly. He immediately shook his sleeves and the crimson token flew out, hovering in front of him. The token surface flashed a red light, and a line of small silver characters appeared. After Lu Ming saw it, he immediately looked serious. He made a gesture, then the green flying boat accelerated to a direction after it took a turn. At the same time he released his huge mental power to search the nearby area again and again. After 15 minutes he saw a silver flash in the distance. A silver spot appeared there, then it flew toward his side. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but rejuvenate. He immediately made a gesture and controlled the flying boat to fly over. After a moment, Lu Ming felt the silver light spot enlarged a little at a time, and there was a slender figure dressed in white in the silver light. She was controlling a flying sword to rush to his side. As the distance got closer and closer, the silver light suddenly became dimmed. Lu Ming flew a short distance again, then he stopped the flying boat because the silver light glimmered and stopped a short distance ahead, revealing the person inside. It is Yi Tianmei. Masters Junior Yi. Lu Ming shouted in surprise, then he could no longer speak the following words. He saw that Yi Tianmei, who usually looked cool and solemn, looked pale. There was no vitality on her face. She was clearly injured seriously. After the woman saw Lu Ming, she just nodded. Then she stumbled as the giant sword turned into light spots and disappeared in the air. Her weakened body fell straight down to the ground. Lu Ming was shocked and he hurriedly made a gesture. After the green flying boat trembled, it dived down in the falling direction. When the distance from Yi Tianmei was less than 20 to 30 meters, his sleeve shook. A black gas surged out of it, turning into a black rope that extended forward. Poof! The rope immediately wrapped around Yi Tianmei's waist and pulled her onto the flying boat. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He controlled the rope to lay the woman on the deck of the flying boat. At the moment, Yi Tianmei barely opened her seemingly heavy eyelids and said to Lu Ming intermittently, "Someone will pursue me again." Elder with long eyebrows, intermediate stage of the crystallization period. We should stay long at this place. Need to leave this place hurriedly. Buy me some time. Before Yi Tianmei finished her words, she finally couldn't stand it and fainted directly. As soon as Lu Ming heard the words intermediate stage of crystallization period, he felt shock in his heart. He immediately made a gesture and turned around the flying boat, blasting away in the original direction. Then he shook his sleeve robe again, took out several medicine bottles, poured out some pills of different colors, and fed them to the unconscious Yi Tianmei. As a result, Yi Tianmei's face finally regained its vitality, but she still didn't look like she would wake up in a while. After Lu Ming's heart sank, he realized that the woman's injury was out of his expectation, and the person who injured her was most likely the person chasing behind. As a result, the current situation was much worse now. As Lu Ming thought helplessly, he scanned the area behind him with his mental power, always paying attention to the movement behind. After 15 minutes. 1,000 meters above the fire cloud summit. An old man with green eyebrows and gray robe was floating in the air, thinking about something alone thoughtfully. I didn't expect this woman to have someone to take her here. Now she has most likely escaped for 100 miles away. He was now staring attentively at a crimson disk with a little white light on it, and it was slowly moving towards the edge of the disk. Since they are running hurriedly, this person shouldn't have high cultivation. The person should most likely be Yi Tianmei's junior. If that's the case, don't even think about escaping from my hand. Elder Lu frowned slightly, then he sneered as he said. Then the old man with green eyebrows' sleeve flicked, and the square bronze flying car that originally belonged to Ma Shu suddenly appeared at his feet. I really want to see how far you can run. After he spoke, he made a gesture with both hands, the bronze flying car under his feet spun and became a green afterimage that blasted away. Just as Lu Ming brought Yi Tianmei to escape from Elder Lu's pursuit in the 100 miles distance, the battle in Ironfire Valley had entered the climax. Between the fierce battle of Prophecy Fairy and Qi Li, a tremendous loud noise was evoked from time to time. This Prophecy Fairy was just a condensation state cultivator. Although she forcibly powered up through the set of spiritual weapon in the array, she was not a real crystallization period cultivator after all. At this time she was clearly in a disadvantageous situation against Qi Li. But she wouldn't immediately lose for a while. She was still in a stalemate with Qi Li. However, the woman took a brief glance at the situation on the field while fighting and she frowned. She knew very well that the key to this victory was not on her side, but it was on Hong San and Qing Qin. And these two powerful crystal players were constantly changing the gestures in their hands. In midair, the club and halberd were fighting, causing spirit explosions in the space around. The sounds of metal collision could be heard constantly. The fight couldn't be finished in a while. The two Sea Creature Clan spiritual masters who were fighting the Sea Beastkin Clan soldiers, after killing one Sea Beastkin Clan soldier respectively, were all covered with blood and bruises. They were forced to retreat under the offenses. They looked like they were going down in any second. Jia Lan, who was not far away, seemed to have exhausted everything at the moment. She could barely handle the two condensation state later stage beastkins. If the two beastkin clan muscular men joined the fight, then the victory would be decided in the blink of an eye. No way, if this keeps on we will be defeated. Not only we can't secure the Tidal shield, but we will also be dead here. After Prophecy Fairy thought about it, her face looked decisive. She clenched her teeth as she prepared to use her last resort. Boom! The colorful feathers transfigured by Guqin once again resisted the attack of Giant Cauldron, and there was a roar when the two collided. At the next moment, Prophecy Fairy's jade-like hands suddenly crossed in front of his chest. Her fingers quickly changed their gestures. After that she spat out a blue glittering tiny talisman. The female made a gesture and spat several mouthfuls of blood on it. Talisman burst open and a blue light flew out of it. After flying in the air, a half-man half-fish old man phantasm gradually emerged. The old man phantasm was wearing a red coral crown and emerald green robe. His lower body was covered with pale gold scales. His appearance looked majestic. When he just appeared, his arms moved without any expression. He pointed at the space where Qili was at. Poof! In the sky above Qili, a 10 meters long light blue finger. It just trembled slightly, then it slammed down with an overwhelming vibe. Qili's pupils shrank slightly, but after she made a cry, she lifted her right hand freely and threw the crimson square cauldron into the air. The square cauldron grew into the size of 100 meters. Qili chanted as her 10 fingers flicked in the air. Countless runes appeared out of thin air, and they all went into the square cauldron. The square cauldron shone in bright red light. After a tremble, it went to the blue finger. Boom! A loud noise spread out, and a terrible breath surged through the world. After the red giant cauldron sank downward, the surface light instantly dimmed. The blue finger phantasm also took the opportunity to press it down. Qili was shocked when she saw the situation. She looked fierce as she opened her mouth and spurted out a white light cluster. This light cluster was just the size of a thumb. Its surface had a soft white halo, and there were countless light red runes around it. Its interior was even crafted by unknown materials which made it look crystal clear. It exuded an amazing spirit. Hong San, who fought against Qing Qin, couldn't help but be attracted by this loud noise. He anxiously took a look at it, but at the next moment he was immediately shocked. He could not help but exclaim, "It's an essence pearl. Prophecy Fairy, quickly retreat now. This is not something you can fight against." But when he said that, it was already too late. Qili sneered. She had already made a gesture. The light cluster turned from white to crimson. After it soared to the sky, it jumped once, then black-red flames appeared on its surface. It was Qili's life flame that she had been cultivating for many years. Prophecy Fairy was naturally even more shocked. She hurriedly made a gesture to call back the blue fingers. As a result, after a bang sounded, the black-red flame hit the blue finger. Then, it burst open, turning into a black-red sea of fire with a few hundred meters in size. The blue finger phantasm gradually faded in this flame, and it finally turned into a little crystal light and collapsed. At this moment, Qili shouted again. She stretched her left hand and pointed at the sea of fire in the sky. The black-red flame immediately turned into a huge wall of fire more than 100 meters and surged forward right away. For Qili, since she had already spent her most important treasure, so she naturally had no reason to let her opponent live. As Prophecy Fairy saw this, she was naturally terrified. She hurriedly controlled the feathers in the air and immediately transfigured layers of phantasm to temporarily block the fire wall. However, under the surges of this black-red fire waves, these feather phantasms burst apart like bubble bursting. Seeing this, Hong San couldn't help it anymore. After pushing back his powerful enemy Qing Qin again, his figure flashed and rushed to the side of Prophecy Fairy. Chapter 365, An Escape. Want to go? Qing Qin on the opposite had already seen his intention. After a cold snort, she changed her gesture. Her figure blurred, and her body surface flashed a green light. She actually transfigured 3 identical green phantasms. They quickly blocked in front of Hong San. When the 6 arms moved, countless wind blades blasted at him. Hong San's eyes turned cold and he was furious. However, he could only stop and cast a spell to resist the phantasms. After being pincered by Qing Qin and his phantasms, it wasn't easy for him to escape from this battle. But after this delay, the phantasm light curtain in front of Prophecy Fairy finally broke apart instantly. The woman snorted and her body fell straight from the air. As for the 4 people behind her, their bodies exploded directly after making a painful scream, turning into a large blood mist. Qili was rejoiced to see this. She made a gesture with one hand, and the black flames surged forward, trying to burn Prophecy Fairy into ashes. After Prophecy Fairy's array was gone, her cultivation suddenly dropped back to condensation state later stage. She didn't dare to resist the black flame in such a situation. She just lifted her hand and launched a talisman. It turned into a golden light and wrapped her up, letting her dodging all over the sky. Prophecy Fairy. Seeing that Prophecy Fairy was going to die, Hong San couldn't put still anymore. As Qing Qin became sloppy, he took the opportunity to spat out a cluster of green light as his eyes flashed red. The green light was wrapping around a green small bowl. After it flew around, it went back into his hand. Hong San held the small bowl. His other hand made a gesture, then a green ray flashed in the bowl. Countless runes were flickering, then a weird dark green liquid gushed at Qinzhou's phantasms. The liquid exuded a disgusting odors as if it had a very strong corrosive power. As Qinzhou was caught off guard, the three phantasms were dissolved by the liquid instantly. The layers of body protection aura couldn't even stop it at all. As a sizzling voice sounded, three green smoke scattered and disappeared. You dare to break my phantasms. Qinzhou's real body was linked to the phantasms. She felt a sweet sensation in her throat immediately. She opened her mouth and spurted a black blood. She seemed a little furious. The phantasms she cast just now weren't normal mystic art. Each of the phantasms 30% to 40% of her actual strength. It was very useful in some special circumstances, but now it was actually broken by such an inconspicuous liquid. This sudden change not only caused Qinzhou a serious injury, her three phantasms were even gone. They were cultivated by her using her own blood essence since she advanced to the crystallization period. Only then they could be linked to the real body in her mind. However, Hong San was ignoring it. After he eliminated the phantasms, his face looked mad. He didn't bother about Qinzhou as he turned into a red ray that blasted toward Prophecy Fairy. On the way, the small green bowl in his hand shook again. Then a large patch of dark green liquid surged out, turning into two dark green anaconda. One aimed at Qinzhou and the other rushed to Qili. The process of using poisonous venom to break the phantasms and blasting forward was only a few seconds. The speed was extremely fast. After Qinzhou saw the power of the green liquid, she didn't dare to let this green anaconda get close to her. She could only dodge it. When Qili saw another dark green anaconda pouncing at him, he could not help but insult Qinzhou for being useless. He immediately chanted as he used both of his hands to call back the black in the air slash. The black flame suddenly turned around and turned into a black firewall to resist the approaching dark green anaconda. At this moment, Hong San no longer continued to manipulate the two dark green anacondas. After he retrieved the small bowl in his hand, he suddenly spewed out a patch of blood, and it turned into a blood-red flag with a few inches tall. After a blood mist spurted out from Hong San's mouth, he grabbed the small streamer and shook it violently, and suddenly disappeared in a piece of blood. At the next moment, Hong San's body became blurred, then he appeared in front of Prophecy Fairy. As the blood on his body surface rolled, it wrapped around Prophecy Fairy. After it soared to the sky, it turned into a blood rainbow that shot away. Jia Lan, who was fighting with the two beastkins near the residence of Sea Creature Clan, was also brought along by a flash after the blood rainbow passed by. Not only that, this blood rainbow passed through the attic where Sea Creature Clan lived in a flash. Then it circled again, it went out of the valley without hesitation. After watching Prophecy Fairy and others rescued by Hong San from under their watch, Qili was furious. She glanced at Qinzhou who was sitting cross-legged not far away and looked pale, then she turned into a red rainbow trying to stop Hong. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared at the end of the sky. Qili followed tightly the blood-red light of Hong San. When she was only a few feet away from Hong San, she said with a smile, "Let's see where you can run." With that said, her speed became faster. Feeling Qili's breath behind him, Hong San felt anxious. He desperately channeled his spiritual power to get rid of the other party. However, he had gone through a fierce battle after all. There were even 4 people in the blood rainbow that Hong San cast. The 2 of them were even unconscious. Under such circumstances, how could he fight with Qili's speed? In this way, the distance between the two had shortened to 100 meters. Qili looked at the 2 people in front of him, and her arm that was holding the square cauldron suddenly waved forward. Then Fang cauldron turned into a red light, exuding a faint temperature. It rushed toward Hong San's blood rainbow. Hong San could naturally feel a high temperature approaching behind him. As he was helpless, he clenched his teeth and stopped abruptly. He threw the small flag in his hand, and it turned into a blood rainbow that brought the 4 people moving forward. Then at the moment when the Fang cauldron was approaching, he turned around and moved his palm. Suddenly there was a black-red short stick in his hand. His other hand was making gestures instead. The short stick instantly glowed in red light, and it became a 200 meters long giant stick. Under the constant spiritual power channeling of Hong San, the giant stick emitted a dazzling red light. It collided with the square cauldron fiercely the next moment. Dang, a loud noise. When the two collided, A huge air wave was suddenly set off, and it spread to the surrounding. At this moment Hong San had an idea. He retreated a few hundred meters away using the knockback force caused by the collision of the giant red stick in the square cauldron. Afterward, as he just landed, he did not turn around and leave immediately. Instead, he slapped hardly on his chest with his right palm. Puff! He spat out a green mist that was wrapping around a small green bowl. After it hovered in the air, it fell into his hand. As Hong San made another gesture, the hand that was holding the small bowl shook. After a green light flashed, a green liquid surged out from the bowl and went toward Qili. At the moment when the venom flew out, Hong San chanted as he made a gesture, then he spurted a blood arrow into the venom. Condense! Hong San shouted. As the venom kept surging, it instantly turned into a dark green anaconda. It circled around the square cauldron in the air and bound Qili. Then he flickered, dodged the square cauldron, and fled toward the blood rainbow that was not far away. Feeling the stench from the body of the anaconda, Qili's face changed slightly. Her body retreated for several 10 meters, then she lifted her hand and waved lightly. The square cauldron circled around and shot back as it turned into a light, then a big flame surged over. It turned into a sea of fire in front of the anaconda. It was just that after everything was gone, Hong San was long gone. Qili recalled back her square cauldron. After her face's complexion changed, she could only leave dejectedly. Qin was sitting cross-legged on the ground at the moment. He whose appearance became a bald muscular man looked very terrible. There was a black gas circling between his brows as if a poisonous snake was crawling on it. It looked very hideous. Qin endured the pain all over his body and spurted out a cluster of green light that was wrapped around a green crystal bead. It floated in front of him after it swirled around. At this moment, Qin, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly had his meridians burst out, and he made a low growl. The crystal bead in front of him flashed in a pale blue light, and it entered Qin's forehead to battle with the black gas inside. This pale green light was extracted from the crystallization period's Beast King core in Qin, but the toxin was so strong that it couldn't be expelled for a while. Qin opened his right hand, and there was another crystal clear medicinal pill in his palm. The pill turned into a light and disappeared in his mouth. It became a pale green spirit that went into his meridians. At the same time, he made gestures to control the spiritual power in his meridians and the pale green spiritual power to resist the toxin in his body. Gradually, the toxin was forced to his mouth, and then the toxin turned into a condensed substance. It transformed into a dark green viper which hissed. Qin's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and murderousness flashed in his eyes. As he made a low roar, his body trembled slightly. Poof! The dark green blood turned into a mist and gushed out. However, when Qin's mind was slightly loosened, the blood mist seemed to possess spirituality. It suddenly condensed in the air, and turned into the dark green snake again, opening its mouth wide and assaulting Qin. Qin's pupils shrunk, and his heart was horrified. I didn't expect this toxin to be so difficult to deal with. Die! A fierceness flashed in his eyes. He opened his right palm and a flame burst out of nowhere, then it surrounded the poisonous snake. The toxin screamed painfully in the flame and finally disappeared after a while. Phew! Seeing this, Qin was relieved. I didn't expect there would be such a horrible poison. Just when Qin closed his eyes again and was about to recover his body's lost vitality, Qili suddenly appeared beside him with a blank expression. Chapter 366, Pursui? Where are the people? Did you let them get away? Qin's eyes looked ferocious, looking at the beautiful woman in the red dress in front of her, then he looked gloomy. He must have guessed something. His words were full of anger. Hong San does not hesitate to greatly spend his spiritual power to release this mighty venom. I think you also have a taste of that venom. Let's not talk much, I'll protect you until you heal yourself. When you are recovered, we will discuss our next move again. The woman in red snorted coldly. After she said a few simple sentences, she turned into a shadow and disappeared. Qin's complexion looked bad for a while, only then he closed his eyes again and started to heal himself. In the sky hundreds of miles away from the Ironfire Valley, a bronze flying car flew out of an inconspicuous white cloud far away along with a whistle. In the car, a green eyebrows old man was dashing forward in a long green light. More than 100 miles in front of him, Lu Ming's hands continued to form gestures. He desperately tried to let the flying boat dash forward. There was a white round disc that kept changing its size hovered in front of him. The silver light spots on the surface were quickly disappearing one by one. These silver light spots were some of the detection talismans he dropped along the way. Now that they were being triggered one by one, stating that someone was chasing him with great speed. Lu Ming's face gradually sank. After a simple calculation, he found out that he would be caught up after a while. By then, if the other party was really a powerhouse in the intermediate stage of crystallization state, he was by no means an opponent. He sensed the faint fluctuations on the disc. Suddenly, his heart moved and his right hand opened slightly. A talisman appeared in his hand, then he injected his spiritual power into it. The talisman shone, and the light covered him and Yi Tianmei. When all the golden light disappeared, two figures appeared. However, this time there were two Lu Ming and two Yi Tianmei in the same place. Their breath remained unchanged and their appearance was exactly the same. Even the shape of the flying boat under their feet was exactly the same. Afterward, the two Lu Ming each took Yi Tianmei and turned into two afterimages, fleeing in different directions. After an hour, the figure of the green-browed old man standing above the bronze flying car appeared in the air. He frowned as his eyes showed hesitation. How come there are two breaths in different directions? The old man with green eyebrows looked at the mirror in his hand as he muttered. He didn't know which direction he should go for a while. After a while, the old man's eyes flickered. He made a gesture and confirmed which direction to go. The bronze flying car immediately turned into a green rainbow, chasing over. At this time, Lu Ming in the other direction was continuing dashing in the air with the unconscious Yi Tianmei. Above the flying boat, Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. He looked at the fluctuations in the disc array in his hand. After confirming that the other party was really far away, he was slightly relaxed. It seemed that the other party must have followed the phantasms. Then it would take at least a few hours until the other party returns again. Good boy, he actually can come up with this method to deceive me. The old man with green eyebrows smashed the phantasms of Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei on the green flying boat. The hatred from his eyes was endless. He cast a prismatic thorn again, freezing the green flying boat, then he burned it with a blue flame. This talisman is strange. It can cheat my secret tracking art. But such rare things, I think he only has a few of it. Otherwise there won't be only two phantasms. Now that I want to see what trick you can pull out. The old man with green eyebrows talked to himself as he controlled the bronze flying car under his feet to turn around and flew away in the other direction he sensed. At the same time, Lu Ming glanced at Yi Tianmei who was lying in the light shirlet. He couldn't help but frown. The woman's breath seemed vague. It seems that she will not be able to wake up in a short time. But even so, the seemingly unconscious Yi Tianmei still exuded a dangerous breath, so he didn't dare to simply approach. Lu Ming's eyes moved, then he looked at the red patch on the girl's shoulder and the few drops of blood on the deck. Yi Tianmei only used talisman and pills to control her injury, and just now she burst her inner potential to ride the sword, so it made her wound open up even more again. However, after all, she was still a powerhouse of crystallization period. With her powerful physical strength, her injury was healed when Lu Ming was controlling the flying boat. But looking at the blood stains, Lu Ming thought of a way to delay time again. He took the risk to land the flying boat. He took out a stack of blue flags from the storage bag, then he made a gesture to condense a talisman. It turned into a golden light and merged into these flags. Run! Lu Ming shouted as his gestures changed. The flags in his hand emitted a soft light. It spread to the surrounding and formed a mysterious array on the ground. Hide! As Lu Ming spoke again, the array on the ground was instantly hidden, leaving no trace. Seeing that the array was completed, Lu Ming waved his right hand. A ball of clear water appeared on the airship deck out of thin air. It collected the blood that coagulated on the deck. It turned into a red water ball and dived into the array. He looked at the place where the blood disappeared, then his eyes flashed coldly. He threw out several talismans newly purchased in the Ironfire Valley, then he completely dispelled the traces of the array before he flew up again. After half an hour, a green rainbow flashed over. A bronze flying car was floating above the place. The person in the car was Elder Lu in a gray robe, but Lu Ming was no longer there at the moment. Elder Lu floated quietly in the air and cold light flashed in his eyes. He kept assessing everything around him but he couldn't find anything. How can it be? I clearly feel that the woman's breath is here. Elder Lu frowned, murmured in his mouth and looked at a disc array in his hand. Just when he wanted to turn around and leave, his face suddenly changed greatly. His breath suddenly burst out. A prismatic thorn turned into a faint ray that circulated around his body. At the next moment, the array set by Lu Meng was activated. Black mist instantly surrounded him, and it was exuding a shocking, amazing spiritual aura. Damn. He actually arranged such a hidden array here. When I catch him, I will crush his bones into ashes to vent my hatred. In an instant, Elder Lu's eyes flashed with anger, and he began to control the prismatic thorn in his hand to deal with the array in front of him. As soon as the other contacted, they immediately understood that the formation was a purely trapped method, without any attack power. But the more so, it takes some means to get out of trouble. But after all, he was a powerhouse of the crystallization period. As he lifted his hand, he released cold ice real flame into the prismatic thorn, which turned into a sea of fire, scorching his surroundings. After 15 minutes, the black mist had become thin under the surge of the cold ice real flame. The materials that were set started to disintegrate. The figure of Elder Lu also flashed out of the array. He glanced sinisterly at the disc in his hand. He took out the bronze flying car immediately and turned into a green rainbow blasting in the air. Lu Meng, who was adjusting his breath, suddenly felt a fluctuation on the disc. He suddenly panicked as he looked at it. When I previously set the array, I also continued to set some hidden detection talismans at the route of the flying boat, and these talismans are detonating at a faster speed than before, making the disc fluctuate for a time. It seems that the old man with green eyebrows is quickly chasing in my direction. It seems that the other party is worthy of being a powerhouse of the intermediate stage of crystallization period. He can actually notice my phantasms, break my binding array, and chase me up in such a short time. The look on Lu Meng's face was uncertain for a while. He finally gritted his teeth and took out a talisman from his storage talisman. There was a faint light on the talisman. The arrangement of spirit patterns was very regular. It didn't look like a normal grade talisman at a glance. The unwillingness flashed in Lu Meng's. His gaze fixed as he bit his tongue and spew a blood essence on the talisman, then he clutched it in his hand. A few hurricanes surged out immediately. The flying boat was slightly trembling, and its speed was increased by numerous times. Lu Meng let out a slight sigh of relief, only then he felt a slight dizziness now. He couldn't help laughing. After all, he lost a bit of his blood essence and he also cast an array just now. But before he even sat down to adjust his breath to restore the spiritual power he had just consumed, he once again felt the indomitable crystallization period cultivator's breath behind him. It was just outside the space of 7 to 8 miles from him. This discovery immediately alerted him. He made a gesture again as he tried to speed up the flying boat. But what made Lu Meng puzzled at this moment was that although this breath still made him feel pressured, it seemed to be a little softer than before. Before he had figured out the intentions of Elder Lu took the initiative to pass through his voice. "Friend, why should we chase and run like this? I see that you are so young and your cultivation is so extraordinary, it seems that you are a genius. I'm really impressed. Why don't we stop and talk about it?" At the moment when he heard these words, he felt a pressure in his mind. He felt that the way the man spoke was kind and amiable, making Lu Meng slowly believe in his words. Not good, this old man is actually proficient in mystic arts. I almost got baited. But the next moment, Lu Meng relied on his powerful mental power to wake himself. He couldn't help but look terrified. Chapter 367, Earth Burrowing. After realizing that the old man behind him might have used some kind of mind-confusing secret technique, Lu Meng clenched his teeth, and his left hand started to make gestures, secretly channeling the soul lock. There was a silver light faintly flashing in his forehead. After releasing a huge mental power to protect his mind, his gestures kept changing again after protecting his mind. He focused on driving the flying boat forward to pull some distance from the bronze flying car. Seeing that Lu Meng did not seem to be affected by it, Elder Lu's eyes flashed murderousness, but his tone was more peaceful than before. There was even a hint of concern. "Friend, your flying boat is not a common stuff as well. It can actually continue to fly for such a long time, and his speed can actually go faster and faster. However, let me advise you, just take a look under your feet." As soon as Lu Meng heard this, he was shocked. He used consciousness to scan the flying boat, and his heart suddenly tightened. At this time, the flying boat was indeed flying for a long distance, but after forcing it to accelerate through the talisman, there were some cracks on its surface. Obviously, it couldn't hold for long. If he still continues to drive the flying boat forward regardless of the consequences, the flying boat will disassemble directly in the air. After thinking about it, Lu Meng thought for a moment, and the gestures on his hands also paused a little. The The flying boat's speed was a little slower than before. Upon seeing this, Elder Lu was overjoyed. He immediately made a gesture to speed up the bronze flying car while continuing to persuade Lu Ming. It seems that you are also a smart person. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to fate. Moreover, Fairy Yi and I are actually friends. This time I wanted to ask Fairy Yi to do a small thing for me, but she was just proud and arrogant. I made a few more mistakes when I was anxious, so there was a misunderstanding that caused her to fight me. As I was helpless, I knocked her out mistakenly. Forgive me that I stayed for a long time in the mountain, so I have forgotten some of the ways of the world. Elder Lu felt that Lu Ming seemed to put off his guard a little, so he hurriedly added the condition, please be rest assured that as long as you are willing to stop and let me bring Fairy Yi to a place, not only I can guarantee you and her safety, I can also give you a superb spiritual weapon as a reward. Seeing Lu Ming's speed seemed a little slower than before, Elder Lu secretly felt proud of his mind-alluring mystic arts. With his crystallization period intermediate stage strength, and the mystery of this mystic arts, it was naturally easy to deal with a condensation state junior. But at the next moment, his smile froze, then his face became as gloomy as water. The flying boat in front was quickly landing on the ground. Obviously, he had not been really affected by Elder Lu's words. Elder Lu was also surprised. Although this man doesn't have high cultivation, his mental power is actually so strong. The intention of killing off Lu Ming was even stronger in his mind. I should never let this man live, otherwise he will be a huge trouble in the future. The place where Lu Ming landed was deep in the dark forest. When the flying boat was 30 to 40 meters above the ground, Lu Ming waved his sleeve and retrieved the flying boat. Elder Lu watched his movements in the air. He was first stunned, then his anger immediately turned to delightful. A sneer appeared on his face. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just overreaching himself by doing this. You can't outrun me in the sky, and you think of using the complicated mountainous terrain to get rid of me? With his powerful mental power of crystallization period, no matter where Lu Ming went, it would be a piece of cake to trace him. What's more, he could not leave Yi Tianmei. Now that he came out from the flying boat, he naturally had to escape with her. In this case, it was even impossible to run from Elder Lu. As Elder Lu thought so, he also landed the bronze flying car into the jungle. During the process, Lu Ming continued to monitor Lu Ming's every move through mental power. However, although his killing intentions were strong in his eyes, he just followed along calmly as if he had confidence in this. But after seeing Lu Ming holding Yi Tianmei jumping down from mid-air, he quickly took out a talisman and put it on his body. After that, he reached out and slapped the black leather bag around his waist. Bone Scorpion appeared along with a hiss. After that, he made a gesture and pointed at Bone Scorpion in the air a few times. The Bone Scorpion's pincers crossed and its tail turned up. There were red scales appearing on its surface, and a black gas surged on its body as well. Then it brought Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei to dig into the ground like a fish swimming in the sea. After a series of explosion sounds, there was a big pit where Lu Ming dug into the ground. After the dust tumbled for a while, there was a figure of an old man with green eyebrows. I really underestimate you. You are so young, but you have so many good stuff on you. Let alone the Burrow Talisman, I didn't expect him to have the Bone Scorpion that has the Earth Mastery. This is a little difficult now. Elder Lu's thoughts turned quickly, and finally he made up his mind. Although I'm not proficient in Earth Burrowing technique, I can't just simply let such an important item get away. So what if you have the Bone Scorpion's Earth Burrowing technique? With my intermediate stage crystallization period cultivation, will I really be afraid of you? After speaking, Elder Lu's two green long eyebrows fluttered without wind. He flipped his palm and cast the prismatic thorn. He made a gesture, and the prismatic thorn emitted countless blue light in an instant, wrapping around him. Then he pointed a finger at the ground with one hand, and the prismatic thorn shot out of his hand. The blue light on its surface suddenly became brighter. As an explosion sounded, a hole that was about the size of a human erupted on the ground. It had 100 meters or so. Elder Lu frowned and jumped without hesitation, carefully tracking the breath of Yi Tianmei. At the moment, Lu Ming was half holding Yi Tianmei's body as he was sitting on the back of a huge bone scorpion that was 70 or 80 meters long, moving forward swiftly in the depth of hundreds of feet underground. Bone Scorpion's body surface glowed with a layer of yellow light, covering both Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei. Wherever the yellow light passed, it passed through all the sand directly as if there was no hindrance. In just a few breaths, Bone Scorpion had escaped for 100 meters more. Its speed under the ground was comparable to the flying boat in the air. Bone Scorpion's ability to carry people deep into the ground was also discovered accidentally by Lu Meng after this creature mutated and advanced to the condensation period. He had been hidden it to keep it as a life-saving trump card. He was now in a crisis. He summoned Bone Scorpion, and it really stretched the distance with the old man with green eyebrows in an instant. And behind him, more than 10 miles away, Elder Lu also traveled quickly in the ground that opened up by the blue light of the prismatic thorn. However, he couldn't catch up with Lu Meng immediately, and he was almost shaken off according to the situation. At this time, the old man with blue eyebrows couldn't help but startle and anger. He was surprised because the opponent's spirit beast was actually so good at earth burrowing technique. He actually couldn't catch up with it for a while. He was furious because he kept letting a condensation state spiritual master escape as a crystallization period powerhouse. But he also understood in his heart that the earth burrowing technique was originally a technique that cost a lot of spiritual power. Although this scorpion was running fast, it definitely couldn't hold long. Thinking of this, the old man with green eyebrows settled his mind. He kept channeling his prismatic thorn to follow unhurriedly. After 15 minutes, Bone Scorpion had dragged the distance between the old man for a dozen miles, but Lu Meng's face began to turn pale. Under the mind connection with Bone Scorpion, he obviously felt that his spiritual power was almost at its bottom because he had spent it on the full-speed earth burrowing technique, and his speed was getting slower bit by bit. He turned his palm and there was a yellow talisman in his hand. After he stuck it onto the Bone Scorpion, it turned into a yellow light and disappeared into its body. As he moved his one leg with a single move, he directed a lot of spiritual power directly into the body of Bone Scorpion. After Bone Scorpion was charged, its body surface was shining bright in yellow, and its speed increased again. Lu Meng felt the spiritual power in his body was surging out, and his face looked very dignified, knowing that if this goes on he could never hold it for too long. But there was no better way for him right now. Immediately after taking a medicinal pill, he could only bite his teeth and continue to supply spiritual power for Bone Scorpion. As Bone Scorpion's speed slowed down again, Lu Meng clearly felt that the distance between Elder Lu and himself was shortening. Bone Scorpion, whose mind was connected with Lu Meng's mind, was also quite anxious, and its speed accelerated again. Elder Lu, who had felt the slowdown of Bone Scorpion's speed, was completely depressed, but he was not in a hurry. Although the speed of his prismatic thorn was not as fast as that of Bone Scorpion, he had more spiritual power than Lu Meng. Using pills and talismans couldn't let him escape for the long run, and it was a matter of time for Elder Lu catch him. So the two were one behind the other for half an hour. At this moment, Lu Meng looked extremely pale because he had lost a lot of spiritual power. His eyes became quite bleak. And at this time, the old man with green eyebrows was within 10 miles of Lu Meng again, and he again harassed Lu Meng through his mind mystic arts. Under the soul lock blessing, Lu Meng didn't need to bother the old man's alluring sound. But at this time he had little spiritual power in his body, and the recovery medicine in his storage talisman was too late to make up for the consumption. Do I really have to fight against an intermediate stage of the crystallization period powerhouse this time? Lu Meng's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was very clear about his own strength. If there was a crystallization period cultivator with his peak strength, he could still have some chance to escape through various means. But if there was an intermediate stage of the crystallization period powerhouse, there was almost no chance for him to escape. What's more, his spiritual power at this time had almost at its bottom. Lu Meng thought deeply in his mind. He had no choice but to use his mind to scan for the small sword phantasm in his spiritual sea. Chapter 368, Fever Snake Venom. Under such a desperate situation he could only use this Tai Gang, Gang means yang, positive, powerful force etc. in Chinese, extreme sword embryo to give his opponent a final blow, but as to the consequences, Lu Meng was uncertain in his mind. Why is that old man still chasing us? Just as Lu Meng's face looked uncertain, suddenly a faint voice came from behind. Lu Meng was shocked first, then he immediately turned around with great joy. Masters Junior Yi, you are awake. Yi Tianmei, who was lying on the back of the scorpion, sat up. Although she still looked a little pale, her gaze was still chilling as ice. And you're doing well, I'm fine for the time being. This old man is actually still unwilling to give up. It seems that I really have to do something to make him give up. Yi Tianmei glanced at the rear of the flying boat, then she sneered as she said slowly. Lu Meng looked thoughtful as he heard it, but he didn't interrupt her. Nephew disciple Lu, you let this scorpion go to the surface and try to buy some time. Leave the rest to me. Yi Tianmei said as her beautiful eyes were glittering. Although Lu Ming had some doubts in his heart, he still nodded and agreed. He made a gesture. The bone scorpion changed the direction and went to the ground above. At this time Yi Tianmei turned over one hand and took out a meter-long green jade box with a silver talisman on the surface. She shook her sleeve, and the talisman immediately fell down. The lid also opened instantly. Whoosh! A blue shadow shot out from the jade box and it went straight to Yi Tianmei's face. Yi Tianmei moved her arm and caught the blue shadow in her hand. It was a weird little green jade snake with a meter long. Its eyes were golden, its head had two little crimson horns, its mouth was square and there were red tentacles that were swinging. Except for the absence of 4 legs in the abdomen, everything else was like a miniature real dragon that was shrunk countless times. Yi Tianmei used 2 fingers to pinch at the 7 inches from the weird snake's head. After a little hesitation, she bit its head with her silver teeth, then pressed it on her wrist. The weird little snake showed its venomous fangs and bit her, and it injected all its venom into her mouth and wrist. Lu Ming was a little surprised to see this scene. With just a few seconds, the weird little snake biting Yi Tianmei's wrist hissed as the scales and horns were quickly shedding. When Bone Scorpion finally dived out of the ground, the weird little snake had turned into a seemingly ordinary green snake. Yi Tianmei suddenly threw the little snake from her wrist and stood up from Bone Scorpion's back. There was a layer of greenish-blue color on her face, but the breath of her body skyrocketed at an extremely rapid speed. After just a moment, her face regained vitality. Her eyes were flashing as if her spiritual power had recovered. Yi Tianmei just kicked her toes, and Bone Scorpion immediately felt that its body sank. It was stopped involuntarily, but at the same time, it turned around and glared angrily at the woman as it hissed. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. He hurriedly communicated Bone Scorpion in his mind to comfort it. Yi Tianmei turned a blind eye to Bone Scorpion's reaction. She looked at her back with a blank expression. At this time, not far away from the ground, a blue light flashed, and a blue prismatic thorn rushed out from the ground. An old man with green eyebrows appeared too. He spun and hovered in the air, but he looked at Bone Scorpion's side with a surprised face. Seeing this, Yi Tianmei only sneered slightly. She spurted a silver light without saying anything, and it hovered in front of her. In the light cluster, a silver small sword phantasm was being wrapped in it. It slightly trembled as it appeared. It seemed to be quite spiritual. It was the spirit of the sword embryo that Yi Tianmei had been cultivating in her for many years. At the moment when the silver sword appeared, Lu Ming on the side felt a sudden shock in his dantian. There was a scorching sensation coming from nearby. His face couldn't help but change slightly, but when he thought about it, he knew it should be the Tai Gang sword embryo in his body being attracted by the sword embryo spirit cast by Yi Tianmei. The girl just pointed her jade finger lightly in front of her, and the small sword phantasm suddenly burst out with a dazzling silver gleaming sword light. It disappeared into the distance with a flash. At the next moment, there was a fluctuation in the space near the old man with green eyebrows. A silver flying rainbow flashed out of it, and the silver light turned into the sword shadow that covered almost half of the sky, bursting out of a majestic breath that surged to the surrounding. It reached the front of the old man with green eyebrows at a lightning speed. Seeing this scene, the old man with green eyebrows sucked in a cool breath. Without giving much thought, he suddenly spewed out a spit of blood. It turned into a mist in the air and merged into the prismatic thorns. After absorbing the blood of the old man, the prismatic thorn suddenly burst out an astounding breath. After a gesture was formed, it suddenly grew into a huge phantasm with around 70 or 80 meters. It shone in great blue light and let out an ear-piercing shrill. Pooh! The huge sword shadow slashed on the prismatic thorn phantasm, and it immediately knocked it out for a few 10 meters. The prismatic thorn's phantasm on its surface dissipated. Under the crack was the original body. However, the huge sword shadow was still unstoppable, and it went straight to the old man with green eyebrows. Explode! The old man with green eyebrows couldn't help but look pale as he saw that Yi Tianmei's sword embryo spirit was so terrifying. However, his eyes looked ferocious again as he made a few gestures. After the prismatic thorn that was knocked back trembled, its size changed uncertainty. After countless blue runes appeared, it turned into a light cluster and blasted. After seeing a tremendous loud noise, the surging blue shockwave shot at the giant sword shadow and overwhelmed it. Just as the old man's face looked slightly relieved. Suddenly a silver light burst out of the blue light, and the silver sword shadow transformed by the sword spirit embryo reached the old man in the blink of an eye. It slashed without hesitation. The old man was frightened. He could only take out a talisman and lifted it up to block, but after it turned into a flame, it was immediately eliminated by the sword shadow. Elder Lu screamed in pain. The body protection chi and the black spiritual weapon inner armor were all smashed in an instant. Half of his body turned into blood mist and dispersed into the air. No! The old man with green eyebrows whose half of his body got wounded shouted unwillingly, then he retreated for 100 more meters away. This Elder Lu was a powerhouse of the crystallization period intermediate stage, but he still underestimated the horror power of the sword embryo spirit. He was actually in serious injury after taking one blow. He stared at Yi Tianmei in front of him. A ruthlessness showed on his face for a moment as he spat out a patch of blood. It dispersed as it touched the wind, merging into the blood mist around Hai. At the same time, his both hands and face became exceptionally red. It turned red like fresh blood in an instant. The old man ignored the changes. He formed gestures at a faster speed. He spewed out 2 patches of blood essence to cover the other half of his body into the blood mist, making him look vague. At the next moment, after the space covered by the blood mist was distorted for a while, the old man with green eyebrows suddenly turned into a blood rainbow and soared to the sky. After a few flashes, he went beyond 1,000 meters or more. After another blur, he disappeared completely. At this moment, the huge sword shadow that shattered the body of the old man with blue eyebrows only shone and turned into a pale silver small sword phantasm again. However, the sword embryo dissipated into little crystal light spots after a wailing sound. From Yi Tianmei casting the sword embryo spirit to the old man with blue eyebrows being cut off half of his body, and then to the display of blood escaping mystic arts, the whole process was just a flick of a finger. Lu Ming looked stunned on the side. After a while, when he looked back at Yi Tianmei, he was shocked again. He saw that this woman actually collapsed on Bone Scorpion's back again. Lu Ming laughed helplessly. As he wanted to hold her, he found out that the green weird snake that was thrown away had turned into a normal green snake and quickly climbed down Bone Scorpion. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't plan to chase it. He swung his sleeve and took out a palm-sized flying boat. The flying boat grew longer in the wind and became a few 10 meters in size in the air. The cracks on the boat indicated that the boat could only be used for a few more times. Lu Ming took back Bone Scorpion, picked up Yi Tianmei and turned into an afterimage that disappeared into the flying boat. After half a day. In a mountain hundreds of miles north of Ironfire Valley. In a cave house of 100 meters in size, somewhere on the flat ground in the cave house, Yi Tianmei was lying on a stone bed with her eyes closed. She still looked unconsciousness. Lu Ming sat on the ground not far away. After his spiritual power recovered slightly, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Tianmei on the stone bed with a frown. Yi Tianmei's forehead was sweating heavily. Her face that initially looked pale after she cast the sword embryo spirit had become rosy and refreshed. Her breathing was quick and her body was slightly trembling. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he slowly came over. He grabbed Yi Tianmei's wrist, and slowly released mental power as he started to chant. After a while, Lu Ming slowly withdrew his hand, then he showed a thoughtful face. After the investigation just now, he found that Yi Tianmei's situation was very bad at the moment. Not only were her meridians disrupted, and her true spirit power was severely damaged, he also found a hot energy that was slowly corroding her organs. If it weren't removed, the consequence would be unimaginable. Without giving much thoughts, Lu Ming also knew that this poison was the snake venom of the mystic art previously before. But he didn't expect this toxin to be a fire attribute, and it was exceptionally powerful like a toxic sore on the bone. With Yi Tianmei's sword cultivation strength, she actually couldn't force the toxin out of her body. Now she could only rely on her remaining spiritual power to forcefully suppress it. After Lu Ming felt it, his heart moved. An aura flashed out. It was a round elixir like a jade crystal, radiating a fragrant. As he waved his sleeve, the elixir in his hand shot into Yi Tianmei's mouth. After the elixir went into her mouth, it instantly melted and turned into a pure aura, wandering in the body and meridians of Yi Tianmei. Afterward, Lu Ming fixed his eyes, stretched out his palms, and channeled his spiritual power. He tapped a few times at Yi Tianmei's body, helping her to draw the medicine to where the toxin was. Chapter 369, Detoxification. Originally, the remaining spiritual power in Yi Tianmei's body maintained a subtle balance when resisting the toxin, and this balance was instantly broken by the addition of Lu Ming elixir. Poof! Mei, who was still in a coma and looked pale, couldn't but spurt out a black blood that had a pungent smell. It seemed that most of the toxins in the body should have been forced out of the body by the combination of two forces. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was relieved, thinking that there should be no problems for the time being. Afterward, Lu Ming turned around, crossed his knees not far from it and sat down to recover spiritual power for himself. Just as Lu Ming's eyes closed for less than 5 minutes, a soft hum came suddenly into his ear. This voice came from Mei's mouth. "Is she awake?" Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, murmured in his mouth, and looked up to where Mei was. It was at this time that another change happened. The moment Mei just opened her eyes, a wave of spiritual force suddenly broke out in her body. In its meridians, the remaining fever snake venoms were little, but it burst out abruptly when the effect of the elixir disappeared. After her body flashed in red light, waves of red halo surged out, turning into clusters of flame that wrapped around Mei and burned wildly. The flame was red and blue, exuding a chilling breath, but it also gave a burning sensation which was very strange. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw this. Unexpectedly, this snake venom was actually full of spirit. Its last counterattack was so terrifying. However, at the moment of the flame eruption, the white dress on Mei's body instantly turned to ashes, and her pure body was exposed. Looking at the delicate body like white jade in the flames, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He could not help swallowing his saliva. The stunning face with white skin like jade, coupled with the smooth straight legs, slender waist, this scene was actually full of endless temptation under the comparison of the red-blue flame. Lu Ming's heart beat a little faster. His eyes were deeply attracted and he couldn't control himself for a while. Even his breathing became unconsciously rapid. Faced with this sudden change, Mei also glared with her beautiful eyes. She was also stunned on the spot. She actually forgot to cover her body for a while. Lu Ming took a deep breath and channeled his spiritual power. A cool breath spread within his body, and the feeling of heat in the heart was instantly suppressed. But it was this slightly deeper breath that finally made the naked lady in front of him sober. After a hint of humiliation and annoyance flashed across her face, she suddenly waved one hand, and immediately a white wind blew past. Not only it put out the blue flame on her body, it also pushed Lu Ming away for 10 meters. When the wind disappeared, Mei not only stood up, but she also had another exquisite and unusual white palace dress on her body. Her gaze looking at Lu Ming suddenly became a little murderous. An overwhelming atmosphere of terror suddenly erupted from this woman. It was just like the severe winter, causing the temperature in the cave to suddenly drop and forming a layer of frost. Lu Ming's heart sank. He knew that it was useless to explain anything at this time. After he made a bitter laugh, he was about to turn back and exit the cave. As Mei saw this, her jade suddenly looked gloomy. Her sleeve flickered and a silver rainbow immediately swept out. Among the silver lights, there was a silver sword of several inches long. There were only a few 10 meters between Lu Ming and Mei. After the tiny silver sword flashed, it reached to the front of Lu Ming. The blow was as fast as lightning. As Lu Ming was shocked, he tried to release his Gang Qi and other spiritual weapons to resist, but it was too late. He simply crossed his arms in front of his body and let his spiritual power surge out madly. In an instant, the red light flashed on his arms. A dense red-crimson hydra scale was born. This scale was very sturdy. It was like a layer of armor covering his skin, glittering a metallic luster, and there were several layers of it. Poof! Silver sword instantly passed through several layers of scales on his arm, leaving a bloody hole. Then it pierced Lu Ming's chest after another flashed. A sharp metal collision sound echoed in the cave, and the small silver sword bounced off immediately. Lu Ming only felt as if he was heavily hit by a giant object on his chest. He snorted immediately, then he was knocked back involuntarily and hit heavily on the wall behind. This made the cave house slightly tremble. Fortunately, at this time, the enchantment distributed in the previous cave trembled slightly, emitting a faint light. The runes circulated in the light, firmly holding the surrounding walls so that the cave would not collapse. Lu Ming forcibly endured the severe pain on his arm. As he bowed his head, he saw that the clothes on his chest were gone, revealing the crimson carapace worn inside, but there was also another finger-size hole on it. A few crimson scales were flashing inside the hole. Seeing this, Lu Ming suddenly had a cold sweat. If he didn't spawn a dozen of crimson scales on his chest, This strike would most likely pierce his heart. The woman was already seriously injured, but her simple strike actually had such a terrifying power. She was really worthy of being Yunchuan's Crystallization period sword cultivator. The sharpness of this flying sword was far from comparable to that of his own golden moon sword. It was obviously not a general superb spiritual weapon. At this time Yi Tianmei, not far away, was also astounded as she saw that her strike didn't succeed. However, she became angry immediately. She pointed in the air as she was trying to channel the tiny silver sword. But at this moment, the woman suddenly made a painful snort. She spouted a mouthful of blood, and her hand movements stopped as well. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Without thinking much, his figure moved as he turned into a gust of wind that rushed from the wall. Yi Tianmei was also shocked to see this, but at such a short distance, it was too late to call back her flying sword. She could only subconsciously strike with her palm. Boom! Lu Ming's arm moved. He also launched a palm. Both palms hit together. Yi Tianmei's palm shook, but she felt like she was hitting on an iron wall. At the same time, an astounding force came from the opposite. After her arm went numb, her body was forced back for a few steps involuntarily. Lu Ming just shook his body as if nothing had happened. The woman was shocked and she couldn't care much. She made a gesture, and her body was flashing a faint silver light. She seemed to be casting some kind of powerful mystic arts. When Lu Ming saw this, he almost subconsciously threw his body forward. After his arms turned blurred, he actually embraced Yi Tianmei, who was casting, and he suddenly hugged her tightly. At the moment when her body was hugged, Yi Tianmei only felt that her body became slightly stiff. The trace of spiritual power channeled in her body was dissipated immediately. The breath of the man was near to her face, making her more angry, but she could use any of her strength. For Yi Tianmei, being hugged by a man like this was naturally something that never happened before. For her, since she stepped into the cultivation world and entered the Tianyue sect, she was directly accepted as a personal disciplinary by the previous generation sect elder because of her amazing cultivating qualifications. The sect elder taught her wholeheartedly. As a result, she advanced to the realm of crystallization period within a few hundred years, and she was famous throughout the Yunchuan continent. Until now, whoever from the great Xian kingdom sees her at the first glance wouldn't think that she was a beautiful woman, but they would think her first female sword cultivator identity of Yunchuan and felt awe for her. Yi Tianmei was also determined to never marry anyone in her life. She would use all her energy to pursue the path of sword cultivator. Therefore, when other men appeared in front of her, no matter of their cultivation, she always looked indifferent to them. In this way, even if there were some crystallization period powerhouses who thought they were the best match for Yi Tianmei, they dared not show the slightest intimacy to her. And for these crystallization period men, as long as they were willing, they could have many great beauties of low cultivation falling for them. There was no shortage of beautiful concubines at all. For a powerful presence like Yi Tianmei, although she looked very beautiful, she could still make the men staying far away from her with respect. In this way, Yi Tianmei almost had zero experience in the intimate relationship. Let alone being hugged by opposite sex, she never had any physical contact with any man since she grew up. Now she was suddenly hugged tightly by Lu Ming, her junior. Although she was extremely embarrassed, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Together with the strong arms hugged her, she could only pant in Lu Ming's embrace after a few fruitless attempts. After Lu Ming controlled Yi Tianmei, his mind was calm. Until now he found out that an indescribable virgin body fragrance filled in his arms, and it was at such a close distance. The women in his embrace had her cheeks flushed, which made her look beautiful and delicate. The pair of eyes even exuded an inexplicable temptation. Lu Ming always looked calm, but when he looked down at the stunning woman in his arms, and once again recalled the naked scenes he had seen before, he couldn't help but lowered her head and kissed the girl's lips. Yi Tianmei's beautiful eyes suddenly opened up. Her expression was even frozen, but her body became more enfeebled. She actually didn't struggle in that moment. Lu Ming greedily sucked the liquid from the mouth of the woman in his arms. For a long while, he cleared his mind and took back his kiss after a violent struggle. Then he once again looked into the pair of cold eyes. Chapter 370, Strange Scene. You still don't want to let me go? Although there was still a hint of shyness on Yi Tianmei's face, her eyes had gradually regained its formal brightness, and at the same time her body had suddenly become exceptionally cold, and there was a slight sharp breath. It was as she would become a sharp sword the next moment. Lu Ming immediately reacted. If he continued to hug the woman, he would mostly be cut into a few pieces in the next moment. His face changed greatly. After he let go of his arms, his body retreated for 100 meters or so. He landed exactly near the entrance of the cave. If Yi Tianmei showed any signs of making further action, he would flee without any hesitation. Although I knew you are bold, I didn't expect you to be so bold. You actually dared to molest me. You tell me, what should I do to vent my anger? After standing straight, the crystal light flashed in her eyes as she said coldly to Lu Ming. The strangeness on her face also disappeared. An astonishing vibe radiated out. In a blink of an eye, she completely restored the cold and proud as a crystallization period sword cultivator. When Lu Ming listened to this, he opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer it for a time. Eventually he could only smile bitterly and say, "You can do what you like." Then he stopped talking. But he was relieved in his heart. As long as the woman didn't immediately cast the flying sword to kill him again, it meant that her killing intention had mostly disappeared. At least he could keep his life. Do what I like. Great, you stay here and protect me. For more than a month, I will pay close attention to restore some of my spiritual power. Yi Tianmei's face revealed a complicated expression. After a while, she snorted before commanding. Lu Ming naturally agreed to it as he heard it. So in the following time, Yi Tianmei immediately took out a stack of disc array. He quickly arranged a light silver temporary magic circle and entered it without any facial expression. She sat cross-legged again and her eyes were flashing coldly. She seemed to be thinking of something. After the woman made a gesture, the magic array buzzed. A layer of silver light curtain appeared. The runes on the light curtain instantly protected the woman. Lu Ming looked at the silver light curtain, revealing a thoughtful look, but then he shook his head and took his gaze back. He immediately sat down on the spot, and he began to close his eyes and adjust his breath. Half a month had passed just like that. At the moment outside the array where Yi Tianmei was, Lu Ming sat quietly on the ground. At the array not far away from him, Yi Tianmei's breath faintly spread out from it. As time passed, this breath became stronger and stronger, attracting the spirit of heaven and earth outside the array. It formed a visible flow of energy into the array. At this time, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the array. He looked helpless at the same. The movements caused by Yi Tianmei's recovering array were really too much. All the spirits around him were attracted by it, making him unable to adjust his breath calmly. However, after feeling the powerful and sharp breath in the array, Lu Ming felt somewhat happy in his heart for an unknown reason. I guess her injury has recovered by more than half. Looking at the runes on the silver light curtain in front of him, Lu Ming murmured to himself, but his face looked quite complicated. Even he himself didn't find out that after the changes that occurred that day, Yi Tianmei's position in his heart had changed a little bit subconsciously. In these days, whenever Lu Ming closed his eyes to cultivate, the flirtatious scene of that day would always come to mind. Although Lu Ming had experienced many unimaginable hardships and setbacks, he had never had such close contact with the opposite sex. Yi Tianmei's graceful beauty was subconsciously imprinted in his mind. In particular, the scene where the two embraced each other was so vivid that Lu Ming couldn't forget about it. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the scorching heat in his heart, and looked again at the array. He couldn't help but look worried as he didn't know whether she would completely recover this time. When he first saw Yi Tianmei outside the Ironfire Valley, she was obviously seriously injured. Otherwise, she would never ask her junior for help unless it was a last resort. Afterward, the old man with green eyebrows chased all the way down. At the last critical moment, she cast her mystic art to recover her spiritual power when she was still injured so that they could both live. Then, she even forcibly condensed the sword embryo spirit to severely injure the old man. Then, after waking up, she once again assaulted Lu Ming due to anger. Yi Tianmei, as a strong crystallization period powerhouse, although she was very powerful, her body couldn't stand such a torment. If her source of power was hurt, leaving any unknown hidden dangers, then it was very likely for her cultivation to be reduced or lowered than her initial cultivation. Although Lu Ming had always been resolute and calm, he couldn't help but be swayed by considerations of gain and loss at this time. On the afternoon of that day, the tranquility inside the cave was broken by a surprised sound that came out from the silver halo array. The array actually stopped running at this moment, and the silver light curtain disappeared instantly. Yi Tianmei, who was sitting at the center of the array, had already opened her eyes. Her two curved eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and a hint of surprise revealed from her beautiful eyes. But a moment later, the woman suddenly lifted her arm, stroked in the air and said close. With a soft voice echoing in the cave, the light curtain that wrapped her body emitted a faint silver light. After it trembled a little, the runes in the light were circulating slightly. At the next moment, the silver light suddenly dissipated, revealing several flags. As she waved, the flags turned into rays that disappeared into her sleeve. Meng was naturally awakened long ago. As he saw everything here, he suddenly stood up in surprise. There was trace of doubt in his eyes. But before waiting for him to speak, Tianmei's face not far away changed instantly, and an unbelievable shock appeared on her face. At the next moment, the woman made a gesture and burst out her powerful breath. She waved her sleeve and she turned into a silver ray that brought Meng to the sky together. It actually broke through the top of the cave. After a flash of light, the two had come to the sky. When the figure appeared again, Meng was still confused, and Tianmei looked very dignified into the distance. Seeing this, Meng's complexion changed. He immediately followed Tianmei's gaze, but in the distance, except for a few floating white clouds and the scorching sun in the sky, no other eye-catching things appeared in his sight. Meng blinked his eyes. As he was about to ask Tianmei directly in the distant sky, suddenly countless white clouds appeared in a tumble, and then thunderous sounds came. The sound was like thunder and it also seemed like 1,000 horses galloping. Although it was far away from the two, it was still clear and audible. After Meng heard that, his face turned solemn. He didn't speak, but he was looking at Tianmei with a look of inquiry. You be careful later. I can't bother about you. Tianmei said lightly without looking back. Her expression was exceptionally cold, but her voice was quite crisp and sweet. Meng's heart was moved as he hearted. Yes. Meng responded softly and then stood quietly aside. However, his mind was thinking fast about what would happen next. In less than 15 minutes, as the roar from the distance grew louder, the two could clearly see the colorful light curtain that were rolling from the distance toward them. Over time, the light curtain became clearer in sight. Meng saw this clearly. It turned out that the light curtain was composed of dozens of escape technique lights, and some of the figures revealed in the escape technique light shocked him. How can this be? Meng couldn't help but exclaim because there were several figures in the lights. All of whom Meng knew, and they were the people of sea creature clans such as Jia Lan, Prophecy Fairy and Hong San. At the moment, they looked panicked as they kept forming gestures and running forward like a crazy without turning their heads. However, the power of the other people surrounded by these lights were even more amazing, and the breath looming under the light was extremely powerful. They were either a spiritual fly weapon or a rainbow formed by unique mystic arts, or countless winds that supported their bodies. As they were galloping, the surrounding space was turbulent, and the sound of the wind was like thunder. Among these people there were the Human Clan, Sea Creature Clan and Beast King Clan. Looking at their costumes, they were all dressed in a black robe with a burning golden flame pattern on their chests. According to Meng's previous experience in Ironfire Valley, he immediately confirmed that these people were all high-level members of Black Flame Palace. In other words, most of these people should be the powerhouses in the crystallization period. One of the black-faced old men riding a golden puppet giant bird looked majestic and emitted the most powerful breath, and the other Black Flame Palace powerhouse in the vicinity also seemed to be led by him. And the giant puppet was about 300 to 400 meters in size. It was covered in black feathers. Not sure what it was made of. It was emitting a faint metal light which seemed very sharp. As it flapped its wing, it caused gusty winds and numerous vortexes. The leader also turned into a light that appeared instantly for around 100 meters. His speed was really astounding. Chapter 371, Siren King appeared. What the hell happened? They actually run like a dog. Meng saw that there were so many crystallization state powerhouses running away, he felt startled even though his mind was calm. Soon after these escape technique lights appeared on the horizon, a roar resounding through the sky not far behind them. Then, a blue ray flew over the sky to move forward at the same speed as the escape technique lights. It seemed to be chasing everyone in front. And at this moment, among the last people in the light, someone said in a panic, "Please, let me go. I'm willing to, sir." Before he finished speaking, the last escape technique light from the crowd slowed slightly. It seemed that it wanted to stop. But the blue light behind him didn't seem to stop at all. The breath was still galloping like the ocean and the sea. A thunderous roar echoed through the blue sky, and the blue light suddenly turned into a gigantic wave that drowned it. Suddenly, there was a scream from the person who was in the light. It seemed that he had encountered the most terrible things, then there was no more sound from it. The people in the front continued to act as if they heard nothing, but their expressions were even more terrified. As Lu Ming saw this, although he still looked as usual, but his heart was palpitating. He faintly made some speculations. Yi Tianmei on the side, her beautiful eyes were sparkling. After a flash of silver light, a silver flying sword appeared instantly, growing into a few 10 meters in the sky. "Fly!" the woman screamed. At the same time she made a few gestures. As her sleeve extended, they disappeared on the spot and appeared on the giant sword. The surface of the giant sword exuded a touch of silver and white light, and the runes were flowing indefinitely. After a slight tremor, it turned into a rainbow and joined the escaping party, blasting away to the far distance. In overwhelming blue light, a young man wearing a white robe used his divine thought to witness this scene. There was a flash of light in his eyes, revealing a hint of playfulness. There were still a few blurred figures which seemed to be his subordinates. After taking back his gaze from the direction of Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei, his right foot stepped slightly, and the nearby blue light shone like a sea of water and swept forward. In the sky, the blue light that was astounding. It was a little more powerful than before. The people in this blue light seemed to slow like he was taking a stroll, but they could travel for a few hundred meters with just a slight movement. Everyone who flew ahead, after Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming joined, except for the black-robe old man who was the leader whose eyes were flashing, the other crystallization period elder of the Black Flame Palace didn't react to it. They only made gestures to accelerate. Hong San and Prophecy Fairy seemed surprised when they saw Yi Tianmei, but after a bit of a bitter smile, they shook their heads and stopped looking at this side. Jia Lan, who was wrapped in the same light, saw Lu Ming at the back of the giant sword, had a strange complexion flashing in her dimmed beautiful eyes. After so many hours, because they had been using spiritual power for a long time, and their cultivation was different, the escaping party was scattered. However, the blue light behind them was still sweeping forward without slowing down. As a result, those who were weaker in the rear of the party would be instantly swarmed by the blue light if they were careless or had insufficient spiritual power to speed up. In the sky behind, those who were swallowed by the blue light curtain, some were silent while some made bursts of miserable sounds as if they were haunted by ghosts. This made everyone deterred by the danger behind them. Although they didn't look obviously scared, they could still feel the terrifying atmosphere spreading. At this moment, the white-robed young man in the blue light seemed to have lost patience in this chase. His figure was condensed in the air. His eyes were gleaming when he suddenly spat a cloud of blue smoke. The space in front of him was suddenly shrouded in smoke. As he extended his hand to grab it, the rolling smoke instantly condensed, and when the smoke dispersed, a small delicate blue flag appeared. It seemed that something embroidered with gold color on the flag. As soon as this flag appeared, it circled in the air immediately before falling into the hands of the white-robed young man. The young man in white robe looked at the front. His finger flicked on the flag and a layer of blue light appeared on the flag's surface. Then his fingers changed to form gestures one after another. The small flag released a dazzling blue ray and its shape suddenly grew. In an instant, it turned into a giant flag of more than 100 meters long. The pale blue runes on the flag flowed endlessly. After the flag grew in size, the nearby blue light also buzzed in reaction to it. "Stop now." A cold word came out of the blue light. The white-robed young man shook with one hand, and the blue light curtain surged quickly forward by the movement of the huge flag. After it blurred, the light was like an endless ocean, and the momentum was fierce. It instantly swarmed the party in front in an instant. The people in front of him saw a flash of blue light flashing in front of them, and the next moment they found themselves in a large empty space. They were all surrounded by the same blue light before. It vaguely formed a blue light curtain, trapping them in one place. Everyone saw this and there was a horrified expression on their faces. They all gathered together. A crystallization period powerhouse in a black robe suddenly shook his sleeve after his face became ruthless. A green light flew out and circled above his head. A green flying sword could faintly be seen among the light, exuding a strong breath. Boom! When the green flying sword flashed, it turned into an amazing sword light of more than 100 meters. It collided with the blue light curtain fiercely, making a thunderous sound that could numb one's ears. It seemed to be trying to tear open the light curtain. "Don't overreach yourself." The young man in the white robe, who was not far away, saw such a scene, but there was still no expression on his face. His eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm as he murmured to himself, The few figures in the blue light looked at each other, but no one dared to interrupt. The blue light curtain suddenly burst into a dazzling light. After the green sword light shook, the light on the surface immediately shattered. The green flying sword wrapped inside was revealed. Seeing this scene, the crystallization period Powerhouse's pupil shrank. His face was very ugly. After shaking his sleeve again, he called back the flying sword. He dared not take it easily. When other people saw this scene, the complexions on their faces changed greatly. Only the black-faced old man who rode the golden puppet giant bird before, his face looked extremely grim. After he glanced around, he said coldly, "I'm the master of the Black Flame Palace, Wu Yan. Please Siren King show up." Although Wu Yan's voice was not loud, it was full of majesty. It spread to the surrounding like thunder. "You are indeed qualified for me to show up." As Wu Yan had just spoken, a light whisper came outside the light curtain. At the same time, at the edge of the light curtain, a blue light appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. When the light dissipated, a young man in a white robe stood indifferently in front of the light curtain. His every movement exuded a terrifying breath that could suffocate everyone. Seeing this, all those present looked at it. This young man in white robe looked exceptionally handsome. He had a jade face and red lips. His white skin was crystal clear. It exuded a soft touch. His eyes were bright. His long black hair scattered on his shoulders, fluttering in the wind like a snow-white long robe. He looked dashingly good, but it still looked somehow weird. Lu Ming was standing behind Yi Tianmei at this moment. When he saw this young man, his heart shook slightly. Who could imagine that the only real pellet state powerhouse in Sea region would be so young? Wu Yan and Siren King stood in the space facing each other. Especially after Wu Yan felt the unfathomable breath on Siren King's body, his face was dignified. Siren King was still indifferent at the moment. With blue light flashing behind him, 4 figures appeared. In addition to the Qin and Qi Li, an old man with green eyebrows also stood among them. The person was Elder Lu who pursued Yi Tianmei. It was just that the old man with green eyebrows' half-body that was originally cut off had been restored. He didn't seem to look like he was seriously wounded before. He was also looking at Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming with a sinister gaze. There was a sly grin on his face. Seeing this, there was a strange cold flash in her pupils, but Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. When the Black Flame Palace Master Wu Yan saw a purple-robed white-haired old man behind the Siren King, he looked shocked. He shouted, "Valley Master's son, why are you here?" After speaking, Wu Yan never looked away, and his face was extremely unsightly. Valley Master's son heard the words, but he just smiled slightly. After looking at the Siren King in front of him, he replied indifferently, "What is so surprise? I have been with His Majesty Siren King for many years, but only you don't know about it." "What? You dare to act so boldly? Are you not afraid that the other elders of Crystal Valley will kill you all together?" Although Wu Yan had already speculated in his mind, he was still very shocked after listening to the Crystal Valley Master admitting it. He could hardly imagine that the master of the 3 major forces in Crystal Valley liked him was actually willing to serve the others. "Among the Crystal Valley, I have already finished those who dare to make a move on Master Siren King. Now in the valley, who else dares not listen to me?" Valley Master Sun looked at Wu Yan and said with a smile, but then he stood quietly aside. He didn't speak anymore. As the Black Flame Palace Master heard it, his face looked uncertain. At this time, after the next Elder Lu gave Yi Tianmei a fierce glance, he hurriedly walked beside Siren King and whispered. After the white-robed young man heard the words, there was a burst of light in his eyes. At the same time, he raised his head and carefully assessed Yi Tianmei. He nodded gently. Who knows what he was thinking? Chapter 372, Call for Surrender. Looking at the white-robed young man observing them, their expression changed. They were obviously guessing what this only real pellet state powerhouse of the Sea region wanted to do with them. However, at this time, there was a burst of whispering among the crowd. The 2 sea creature clan powerhouses of the Black Flame Palace behind the face of Wu Yan, after making eye contact with each other, they seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Afterward, the crystallization period early stage man with a rough face coughed lightly and strode forward. He walked past Wu Yan and bowed to Siren King. He said respectfully, "Your Majesty Siren King, after the 3 of us discussed, we would like to pledge allegiance to His Majesty. His Majesty, please keep our lives." When the person was walking up, Wu Yan felt bad in his heart. Especially when the other person spoke, his heart was furious. and his face was even more ugly, but he didn't say anything. After hearing that the young man in white robe heard, the smile on his face was a little more. When the rough-faced man saw Siren King's expression, he was so happy. As he was about to speak again, but there was a cry of exclamation from the people behind him. He looked up in shock and his face suddenly turned pale and bloodless. His eyes even revealed a horrified look. No. In the unwillingness of this person, after a strong spiritual wave in the air, a blue light flashed down from nowhere without a sign and wrapped the rough-faced man in it. The pale golden rune immediately appeared on the surface of the light curtain transformed by the blue glow. The Sea Creature Clan's Crystallization period Powerhouse immediately burst out his vibe without thinking much. He wanted to use his spiritual weapon to escape from this place. However, he discovered in shock that his body was as if being pressured by a heavy mountain. He couldn't even move his finger. The rough-faced macho man was so frightened that his lips moved, but the surrounding people couldn't hear anything under the isolation of the blue light curtain. The young man in the white robe moved his arm, and he extended his 5 fingers and grasped. The action was light and soft. A bang sounded. The blue light curtain suddenly spiraled into the sky. The macho man inside was twisted into an incredible pose, but he didn't burst strangely. When the blue light rose to a height of about 5 or 6 feet above the ground, it turned into crystal light spots that dissipated in the air after a bang. The macho man inside also turned to ashes without anything left. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and several people with a weaker mind immediately looked pale and bloodless. The other former Sea Creature Clan powerhouse who spoke with the rough-faced macho man was so shocked when seeing Siren King still killed the macho man after pleading allegiance. "Your Majesty Siren King, why do you?" But before he finished speaking, Siren King's face suddenly turned cold. His right arm that had just been lowered was raised again. His 5 fingers splayed open and he gently grabbed the air. Boom! The surrounding spirits surged into the sky, and instantly turned into a solid blue giant palm with the size of an acre. The spiritual patterns on the palm could clearly be seen, exuding terrible fluctuations. "Noisy. I will only kill the Sea Creature Clan so you can die too." At the moment when Siren King's clear voice appeared, the huge palm in the sky suddenly appeared silently above the head of the Sea Creature Clan and pressed down hard. Suddenly, everything nearby was slightly condensed. Then, the humming sound beneath the giant palm set off a blue violent wind, sweeping to all directions. Others saw this situation and their bodies backed out more than 10 feet. Their eyes looked horrified. How could they dare to resist the wind directly? The Sea Creature Clan who was under the giant palm wanted to cast an escape technique or use his spiritual weapon to resist it, but after a great strength pursuit, he couldn't move even a little like the previous man. He could only watch the giant palm falling from the air. "Please stop. Master, please save me." Wu Yen listened to the mad roar of this man as if he had heard nothing. He just stood and watched silently. The person hid from him to defect to Siren King just now. He would naturally not rescue him when he saw this scene. After 2 sounds of poo-poo, this Sea Creature Clan Crystallization period powerhouse burst open after the palm pressed down, turning into a blood mist. After doing all this, Siren King gave everyone a cold glance. His gaze was like a sword blade. It was very sharp, making everyone else's hurt. Everyone bowed their heads, and no one dared to confront his gaze. In the end, only Black Flame Palace Master Wu Yen and Yi Tianmei were still standing in the air. The realm of Lu Ming behind Yi Tianmei was naturally a penultimate existence compared with the others present, and the coercion exerted by Siren King was too strong. Fortunately, under the protection of Yi Tianmei intentionally or unintentionally, it helped him to resist most of the pressure. Therefore, in addition to avoiding Siren King's eyes in awe, he did not directly suffer too much pressure. After seeing the fear on other people's faces, Siren King returned his gaze with satisfaction. He spoke with an eased face. "Today it is destiny that let you guys meet me. I'm happy about it. Except for the Sea Creature Clan, as long as any one of the other clans is willing to serve me, I will spare his life." Hearing this, the remaining Hong San, Li Kuan and other people's faces all changed, but after making eye contact with each other, they did not intend to act recklessly. After the young man in white robe finished speaking, he did not urge any more. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and waited quietly. While Qin Qin, Qi Li and others looked at the expressionless face, their eyes were glittering as if they were thinking about something. As for Lu Ming and others, their hearts naturally sank. The situation had already progressed to such a step. If they didn't agree, their consequences were imaginable. However, if they agreed to it, they would be cursed by enchantment. Then their lives would be on their opponent's hands. At this time, one of the ordinary-looking middle-aged men seemed to think of something. He gritted his teeth as he carefully asked the young man in white robe, "There is still a doubt in my mind. If Siren King can answer it, I'm willing to swear allegiance." After hearing this, the young man in white robe kept his expression unchanged as if he had expected this. He simply said one word, "Speak." The middle-aged man was relieved when he heard the words, while others looked at him with a look of doubt. It is rumored that His Majesty was seriously injured after advancing to the real pellet state. I wonder if the rumor is true? The middle-aged man stared at the young man in white robe as if he wanted to know the answer from his face. Everyone else did the same. There had been rumors before in the outside world. Although Siren King in front of him succeeded in advancing to the real pellet state, his spiritual weapon was destroyed and he was severely wounded. Thus, his strength was greatly damaged. But today it seemed that this was obviously nonsense. His breath was overwhelming like the force of nature. He didn't look like he was in a severe injury before. He could even trap everyone here by just a simple move. So in everyone's speculation, Siren King smiled softly, slowly showing a sarcastic in the corner of his mouth. "How is my body? Can't you still feel it? Are you still not willing to give up, trying to join forces after getting the truth? If you really want to seek death, you can try it." Speaking of this, the young man in white robe had a murderous intention in his eyes. It was as if he was in a disagreement, he was ready to kill someone. The expression of the crowd changed slightly when they heard this. Some people began to secretly slander the person who asked this question to be too reckless. If he was triggered, they would be involved as well. The middle-aged man was also shocked in his heart. When he was about to explain, Siren King spoke again. He inadvertently said something that made everyone's face change. "I was thinking of letting you live after you surrendered to me. However, now that you are so concerned about my body, I'm really touched by it. Therefore, I want to change my previous offer as a return to your kindness. Now except the Sea Creature clan people will be executed. As long as the Beastkin clan is willing to join, I will spare their lives. As for the Human clan and the other clan, if you can survive my one strike, I will allow you to surrender to me." Except for the remaining two Beastkin clan who heard the words and had a happy face, everyone else's faces were sullen. They could not help cursing Siren King for being shameless. Siren King, as a powerhouse in the real pellet state, his abundant spiritual power and his control of the nature spirit were incomparable by everyone present. And just now 2 Sea Creature clan crystallization period powerhouses even died in one move. The terrifying power of his one strike could be imagined. Now he actually let everyone suffer his one strike. It was no different to killing them. It would be fine if one could endure the one strike, if not, he would be dead. But everyone understood that since it was Siren King's command, then they had no choice but to obey. If they don't take the one blow, they would only be dead. Siren King would immediately kill them. If they agree, they may have a chance to live, so they might as well try it. As Yi Tianmei heard the words, her crystal eyes flashed immediately. Her palms inside the sleeves couldn't help but grip a little. After hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but look a little pale. Due to the huge difference in realm between him and Siren King, there was almost no hope that he could endure that one strike. Unless he... Siren King, you are a real powerhouse of the real pellet state, and now you are even a king. Do you really have to use this way to make it hard for us? Wu Yan's eyes flickered a few times, and he suddenly said to the white-robed young man. After Siren King heard that, before he could speak, Qin behind him chuckled and said disdainfully, "When did Siren King make it hard for you? Siren King had already shown mercy before and gave you guys a chance, but you guys still hold ill intentions. What do you guys want now? If I have to say, His Majesty should kill these people directly. It will save a lot of trouble." Li by the side laughed and interrupted. Chapter 373, The Disaster of the Crystallization Period Powerhouse. Everyone showed different expressions as they heard Qin and Li said so. There were also people who felt resented to the person who asked. Siren King waved his hand back at this moment and said lightly, "Relax, my one strike, I will only use 10% power. If you still can't endure my one strike in such a circumstance, why would I still keep you?" As soon as these words came out, most of the powerhouses of the crystallization period were relaxed. But after Wu Yan heard it, he squinted his eyes. He said without hesitation, "Since that is the case, then let me first take your one strike." Right after he spoke, Wu Yan looked dignified. Then his both hands made gestures, transfiguring blurred black runes. As they flashed, they went under the puppet giant bird under his feet. With the influx of rune, the puppet giant bird suddenly burst into a violent breath. This breath was not weak compared with a crystallization period powerhouse. As the giant bird spread its wing, the black feathers on the wings were abnormally sharp as the arrows, emitting a faint metallic halo. A soft chime sounded. The giant bird turned into a black rainbow, rushing towards Siren King from the old man. Siren King saw Wu Yan being so decisive, and there was a trace of appreciation in his eyes. At the moment when the puppet giant bird approached, his right palm waved into the air. The spirit immediately became violent. It turned into the 1,000-meter giant palm and grabbed the puppet giant bird. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed a hint of ruthlessness. He made a gesture and shouted, "Explode!" At the moment when the giant palm collided with the puppet giant bird, a terror wave came from the body of the puppet giant bird. The huge puppet exploded in the air and stirred up countless stormy waves. The giant palm slightly trembled under the force. At the moment the giant palm paused in the air, Wu Yan had already taken out a black giant fork with a few 10 meters. He condensed all his spiritual power in his meridians as his eyes condensed, and it madly rushed into the giant fork through his both hands. The giant fork suddenly emitted circles of golden light, and there seemed to be countless runes flowing in the light. "Block!" Wu Yan shouted furiously. The sound was deafening like thunder. At the same time his arms waved forward. The spirit in the air flowed into the giant fork in the void, turning into a vortex, and the vortex spun faster and faster, making the golden light above the giant fork a little more prosperous. Finally, it condensed into a half-moonlight arc. He launched it at the 1,000 meters giant palm. The light arc erupted in dazzling light. Waves of air blast could be heard wherever the light arc passed by. But the giant palm did not dodge. It faced the light arc directly. When the two were several feet apart, its 5 fingers that were a few 10 meters long grasped slightly in the air. "Come." A clear voice came out. The giant palm exuded a faint blue light and grasped the golden half-moon arc in its hand. Waves of golden and blue light were dazzling, applying the same color on the sky. Lu Ming looked solemnly into the sky and felt the amazing force. There was a trace of horror in his heart. Wu Yan's complexion gradually looked ugly to look at the moment. He could clearly feel that the golden light emitted by the light arc was being covered by the giant palm quickly. However, what made him feel slightly relief was that the power breath of the giant palm exuded was weaker than before. Just as the light arc was about to be crushed by the giant palm, Wu Yan's eyes flashed instantly. He instantly opened his mouth and shot out a blood arrow. It turned into a mist that floated in front of his chest. Then he made gestures, emitting countless golden runes. The runes merged with the blood mist, making it rolled. He waved his sleeve, bringing up a wild wind with the blood mist and surging at the giant palm. "Explode!" Wu Yan, who looked slightly pale, floated in the air with his clothes fluttering. His figure exuded a hint of dignity. He raised his arm and pointed lightly at the giant palm. Suddenly, the blood mist that dispersed around the giant palm condensed. A tremendous energy waves burst out, covering the blue light. The giant palm was making crack sounds as it was squeezed by this powerful energy, turning into spirits and disappearing in the air. Wu Yan was slightly relieved to see that the giant palm was destroyed. He was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 major force leader of the crystallization period later stage. At this time, except for slightly panting, he did not show any abnormality. After he swallowed an elixir, he became more casual. Seeing Wu Yan so calm, the appreciation in Siren King's eyes became stronger and stronger. Several other alien clans were relieved when they saw that Wu Yan actually resolved his opponent's palm. Then an alien clan powerhouse of the crystallization period was moved. He appeared in front of everyone else and said respectfully towards Siren King, "I am willing to take 1 hit from Siren King. Please be merciful." Seeing this, Siren King's eyes flashed. The smile on his face didn't reduce. He waved his sleeve and slapped in the air hard. Suddenly another giant palm of 1,000 meters appeared on his head as it was exuding blue light. After feeling the coercion coming from the surrounding void, this person's face changed a lot. He didn't expect Siren King to give him a blow directly. He was caught off guard. His eyes showed a decisive expression. He spurted out a silver light from his mouth. It turned into 100 meters giant silver wheel, slashing upward in a rapid spin. It had collided with the giant palm at that moment. At the next moment, the silver wheel burst apart as the ear-piercing sound of metal being cut sounded, but the momentum of the giant palm didn't reduce at all. But when he hurriedly tried to cast his spiritual weapon, his face turned pale. Because he found that he actually couldn't move at all under the pressure of the giant palm. No. The man stared at the giant palm coming down with his eyes wide open, and his eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. He could only transfer desperately all his spiritual power into the defensive aura, turning it into a layer of silver light curtain to protect himself. But everyone on the side was a little panic-stricken. They realized that Siren King's palm of 10% power was not so easy to deal with. Boom. The giant palm fell instantly. This crystallization period powerhouse was pressed into meat sauce. He died horribly in it. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone held their breath, staring at the place where the famous crystallization period powerhouse died. A chill came from their hearts. Who is the next one to take my one blow? The faint voice of the young white robe broke the surrounding silence, and his voice spread to everyone's ears. No one dared to step forward for a while, and their gaze looking at the young white robe was filled with deep fear. The white robe youth looked indifferent as if nothing could make him move. After everyone was silent for a while, Siren King saw no one stepping forward. His body gradually emitted a chilling breath. He said, "If no one dare to take my one blow, then the rest can all die." Hearing this speech from the young man in the white robe, the remaining two Black Flame Palace elders of different race changed their complexions. One of the crystallization period powerhouse stepped up helplessly. He waved his sleeve without talking, and a bronze mirror came out from the sleeves and suspended on his chest. The bronze mirror grew into the size of 70 to 80 meters in size. It emitted a bronze light that protected his body. Immediately afterward, a fiery red light flashed. A 30 meters wood-like sword that was burning in flame appeared from his other sleeve. It turned to a few 10 meters of red light and slashed at Siren King like lightning. Siren King looked coldly at everything in front of him, and there was no slight change in his expression. When the burning flying sword reached the few inches away from his chest, his eyes suddenly flickered. Immediately, an invisible force from his body surged out. The red light stopped in front of the young man in white robe in an instant, and the flame on the sword extinguished, exposing the sword itself. Then his right hand slowly lifted up. He struck lightly and the flying sword fell into his hand. "Do you really think that you can resist my one blow with this sword?" Siren King murmured, then his 5 fingers pinched casually. With a bang, the flying sword in his palm was crushed into pieces like wood chips. Just at the moment when the flying sword shattered, the crystallization period powerhouse's body trembled immediately. His face was flushed like he was drunk. He obviously suffered the same injury due to the mind connection. Siren King glanced at the man, and his arm moved and waved at the man. A blue ray of light flew out of his sleeve, and it went straight at the crystallization powerhouse like lightning. It penetrated through the red light protection aura and went into his forehead. A bang sound. The person's head suddenly exploded, turning into a blood mist and floating in the air. Then the headless body fell straight from the air. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. "Friend, it's your turn." Before waiting for Lu Ming to recover from the shock, the dull voice of Siren King came from his ear. Then he saw Siren King's arm raised and pointed to the last crystallization period powerhouse of the other race. Seeing this, Hong San, Li Kuan and others who were standing near this person almost immediately retreated a few steps, but everyone's complexions looked extremely unsightly. The crystallization period powerhouse also met Siren King's cold gaze as he heard the words. His heart skipped. However, his figure shook and blasted to the front. A powerful death intention burst out from his eyes. "Take this." The man snarled, and his body instantly turned into several afterimages, galloping towards Siren King. Siren King snorted lightly. His left palm was launched instantly, turning into a 1,000-meter size palm with a light blue light. The overwhelming pressure brought a few violent winds along with it. As the person saw this, his vibe skyrocketed again. At the next moment, several rays of light flew out of his sleeves, each of which wrapped around a spiritual weapon that exuded a powerful spirit aura. Explode. When a few rays of light collided with the giant palm, the person shouted with a frantic expression on his face. He was obviously already desperate.